Yeah, that's a fairly accurate description. You introduced us for no reason.
Okay, is this working better?
Yes.
Okay, there we
You
go.
don't sound like a circular saw, at least.
Thank you. Right, frigging OBS. Right, so, once again.
I made the mistake of buying a very cheap headset.
Yes. So, I am your host, as always, Bezic, and we are joined by the screeching circular saw known as Ardent Party.
Hello.
The bleachest of demons.
I'm so sorry.
There's a moist hole joke to be made there, but we'll leave that for another
Yeah.
channel.
And the slowly making his return to the fine art of internet entertainment, Mr. Jonathan Cry.
Hello. Slow is probably the operative word.
Well, hey, you're podcasting. It's good enough.
It's cheap content, okay? It's easy. I could do this.
You just need to show up and everything that goes wrong is on Bezic, so it's perfect, right?
Yeah. No responsibility. It's wonderful.
Yeah. So,
What one could say the creeping return.
Yeah.
we have all the goodest of boys in chat. We have Prime Knight, Student History, Yusu Iabeda1, Theodore Pinnock, the Diseased Monkey. Oh,
I thought he was pregnant.
well, he showed his
That's
pregnancy
his
test.
disease.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, a baby is a bit of a parasite, let's face it.
That's a
Well,
terrible amount.
the worst snake in the world is the trouser snake. Causes 9 months of swelling, then 25 years of pain and suffering.
I've seen that one coming. So should she.
Doomed.
Oh. Based saying he's not diseased anymore, so did you have a gender reveal conflagration?
Yeah. Yeah. Who else do we have? Yeah, we got Tristan Armstrong, Gregory Priest, Calum Dayton. Welcome, everybody. Yes. Rumours of my death have been greatly exaggerated, and nobody is more disappointed than I am. And yes, Theodore, I am ready to blackpill everyone into abject despair. Sadly, Trim is not here to do crying on your behalf.
Yes, we shipped him out after transitioning to this screen.
Yes. Though at least while he was ashore, he was a good art slave and made a few new designs. One of which is now viewable on your screen. Trim has done a chimera. And
Can we make it viewable on our screens as well?
oh yes, that's probably a good idea. I'm out of practice. No, I won't turn on the camera. I'm not wearing enough for that.
Oh, come on. We'd get
Disappointed.
way more viewers.
This isn't
Maybe
Twitch.
not the ones we'd want.
Are you threatening us with lingerie?
I mean, he did say transition earlier, so
Bigger eyes, it
6
please.
new gender reveal.
Yeah, there we go.
so that explains the fires in Australia this week.
Oh, dear.
So
Oh,
yes.
that is a pretty secret.
That's cool.
Oh,
That looks good.
dear God, what have you done? Silly browser.
He's transitioned to unisex.
Yeah. So yes, Trim has drawn a lovely, lovely, pretty picture, and you can check out the live streams that took place on, and at some point there'll be a time lapse as well. Or if you're feeling rich and want it for yourself, well, we have a merch store linked in the description. And
Wait, the YouTube channel or the t-shirt?
well,
I mean, it's a good question. Are we buying the channel or
Trim's Art Shack is
are
available
we
for the
buying
logo.
Trim? Trim's not here to, defend himself in an
Trim
auction.
is
so,
available for rent, and the prices are reasonable.
Opening bid $1.
I'll give you 50 cents.
I've got 50 cents. Do I hear 75 cents?
No, but start.
What do you
Wait,
order?
I am only accepting rubles.
I didn't even go for the opening bid. And it's just like, yeah, okay, we got to sell it somehow.
I'm not sure we can trust the dollar anymore. I'll take rubles since that's the only currency that didn't collapse this year.
I mean, fair.
I quite
It's
want to
still-
invest in gold, I must admit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but for your own nefarious and productive
Yeah, just
reasons.
because I like shiny things, okay? Like, shut up. It's not my fault.
You were born this way?
Yep.
Indeed.
I swear my mum was a magpie.
And was your father a hamster?
No,
Did he smell of elderberries?
Oh, God, a fucking reference. I
The
walked into
best,
that one.
the best jokes never go out of style.
Yeah, Prime's just died when he saw the shipping. Yeah, €34 is fair for a special print shirt. Now the shipping, I went, yeah, the shipping's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. It was the same thing when I was trying to buy Jacksepticeye's coffee, but it's sold only in America. It's like $20 in America to buy the actual, for the price of the bag of coffee. So you get that, then the shipping is $28. I was like, what the fuck? I'm paying more just to have it arrive, let alone anything else.
Well, actually, this ties in nicely to what the Lotus Seeds were talking about the other day about China and their economy and how everything is just shagged by due to their stupid business practices. It's like, one, it's no wonder the West is utterly reliant on China because before I got super involved in politics, I was buying shit from China from all the time. Because,
Yeah.
well, yes, I would like that for $1 with free shipping.
Not only that, but like my partner bought a Canon 5D Mark III. Instead of being $2,500 or whatever it might have been, I think it might have been 2,200 in the UK. She bought it for 1,600 from Grey Goods Market and had it imported from China
Oof.
because it's where it's made. So you can buy it as a grey good.
Yep, just
You're-
skip out
if
the
you're
middleman's
unlucky and
profit.
get tax, but you know.
Probably just fell off the factory truck or something.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
It's a very good camera too. So
And that's the thing with China, because
it's
they've
like it's model and everything.
it was a strategy that China's government did that did work for a bit, but they've put it on too long. They're essentially selling shit for below cost to destroy.
Got quiet for me.
Yeah, you've frozen.
Frozen crows.
Yes, so yeah, so
That's
the Chinese government was sitting there going, yes, let's sell everything for below cost to destroy the economy of the West, which worked really, really well. Sadly, it worked really, really well, and fortunately for them, they kind of forgot to stop once they'd captured the market.
Well, that's the thing. When you've got a fascist government like China's People's Republic of China, you can do those things infinitely longer than everyone else.
Well, that's it.
And
And
For
it's
some reason, Discord just booted me out and booted me back in again. I
Yeah.
have no idea what happened.
you froze the fuck out.
Sorry.
So a thing you can do, if you could have complete top-down control, like say a communist fascist, well, it's kind of communist fascist hellhole, you can just go and take your fiat currency and go, why yes, slaves, we will run this economy in such a way that the farmers technically get paid from the money that the shops technically get paid with, from the customers that technically get paid from the government. Well, there's no actual I'm not sure what the technical words for it. We need an economist. Someone go slap what's his nuts from the Lotus Seeds and tell him to get his ass in here. But yeah, they're not generating value. They're not generating domestic product or something. They're just funneling fiat currency in a circle, which they can do because it's the government going, well, either you accept our completely worthless outside of China money, or we bulldoze your farm and you in it.
well, yeah, that's the basically a closed economy. there's no reason to have imports or exports when you're making everything for the rest of the world. You're just processing materials essentially.
Exactly, and
And
some fucking
that keeps your the cost of goods sold inside China is significantly lower because everything's just subsidized, like you're saying.
Well, I don't believe that there's productive economic activity in China. Whether China as a nation, well, because it's fascist, the government owns everything, so I can just say China. So China's actual money comes from the shit they've bought in other nations. Their money is coming from the coal mines they have in Australia that they've gotten at disgustingly low prices because they bribe politicians, and now they're selling that shit to themselves and whoever the fuck they want. Won't be surprised if they're training it over the border to Russia.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget, they're going in and basically colonizing Africa right now. It's just done under the guise of, here's some domestic improvements for you, and we're going to take all your resources.
Yeah.
That's basically the way it's been operating the last 10 years.
So basically what we were trying to do in Iran, right?
Canada.
Yeah.
Without the ability of Iran to actually be an independent nation.
True.
Because there's no economic act. I would be willing to suggest that there's no meaningful economic activity at all within China. I believe that their economy is not actually export based. It's natural resources. It's not processed goods export based. It's natural resources based. But the natural resources aren't coming from China. They're being produced in other countries where they've leased up mines and shit. They're pennies on the fucking dollar. Actually, no.
And
does America have
other
a penny?
nations are willing to. What's that?
Does America have a penny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Canada has.
Then I need to rephrase that. They releasing the mines for. Let's see, for cents on the pound. Yes, that seems about right. Yes, that is a really bad joke.
Yep. Let's see.
Yes,
Tristan Armstrong. China's Africa policy is not unethical. That's the only way of doing business in Africa. What do you have to sell other than resources, software development? That's a fair point. I think it's just more of a
yes, but
captive market.
I'm tempted to make a comment about historic industries in Africa, but
I would suggest that it's less so the Africans selling it to China as China going, you want us to not tear down that lovely new hospital we built you? Maybe you'd like to give us a really favourable offer for this mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Because it's one of those that they're going in buying cheap properties, but they're sweetening the pot like many corporations do around the world, but it's on a national level of, oh, here, let's go and build all this infrastructure to support it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get new rail lines and pipelines and other transport that the public can use, these African countries are strapped enough where they're like, well, sure, yeah, we'll take the
that's it.
Pill.
They just need to sidle over to the African politicians and go, hey, would you like re-election? How would you like to tell your citizens that you were responsible for that lovely new rail system?
Mm-hmm.
And so they become corrupt.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, Tristan, you are right, but China's not operating in good faith.
Yeah.
Yes, they are technically trading away the resources that they can't develop themselves for this stuff, but they're getting ripped the fuck off even at that.
And that's the thing. I mean, you got to look at the long-term impact of what China's doing in their overseas adventure, where in the past, and this is, since colonialism is now a dirty word, this is Chinese colonialism.
Well, that's just what I was going to say. Like, the fucking lefties are getting their panties in a twist about colonialism and all the side effects of colonialism, and look what the British did to India. It's like, yeah, difference is the British at least thought, some of the British at least thought they were doing the right thing. China knows that they're fucking evil.
On top of that, though, didn't like Britain actually help India quite a lot? A lot of the colonial side of things, they frame it as really bad, but they don't look at any of the positive benefits, like building roads and trains and all sorts of things in the area.
Yeah,
they don't look about any of the development that improves an area.
Like, India is very different to a lot of the other places that Britain colonized, because India had, how do I put this? If the Indians
culture, sorry.
No,
they had tea.
No, the Indians were familiar with with complicated concepts such as firearms and organized armies. Like, yes, they still lost, but unlike most of the other people that lost, the people in India were a little more advanced from pointy sticks. Or like the Aboriginals, the Maori, the Native Americans, from all parts of America, the continent. What was the other place? Like Africa, the African tribesmen.
No, yeah. And ironically enough, China at one point, which, I mean, let's return to spheres of influence and dividing China. Just saying.
Well, China had at least invented the concept of metal.
Yes, they just...
Heavy metal, sorry.
Like, China had... Like, the reason China had such trouble is because they had just revolving revolutions.
Yep.
China was pretty much in a constant state of civil war for like 400 years. And then the British came along and went, dibs.
Mm-hmm. And Tristan Armstrong, if African governments have a shorter time preference than the Chinese government, that doesn't make colonialism unethical. No, I'm not saying colonialism is ever unethical, to be perfectly frank. I'm saying Chinese colonialism is detrimental not just to the local governments, but globally.
Like, the Chinese are intentionally being unethical. They're ripping them off. Yes, it is to a large extent the Africans' fault, because caveat emptor, buyer beware, but China's not operating in good faith. Like, I'm not saying that we should be sending militaries to Africa to save the Africans from themselves. It's like, no, your dumbass is sold out to China.
Well,
but you are getting ripped off, even if it is willingly.
If you get in bed with a tiger, you get what you deserve.
That's a very good point, Crow. But one of the things with China is that China does things that benefit China. Doesn't matter if it benefits anyone else, and it's better if it doesn't, because that makes China more powerful in the game.
I'm not sure that's actually true.
I think that's their motive.
I don't think that China can,
but I don't think that's what they're competent at doing at all. I mean, just look at everything that's happened recently. They're doing a really bad job.
Don't forget.
Well, they are communists.
That even more so than most governments, the Chinese government's doing jack shit for China. They're doing it for themselves.
Yeah, they're doing it for themselves. Exactly what I was going to say. Yeah.
Sorry, I do have a bad tendency to say China when I mean the Chinese government.
Yes.
Well,
and in this conversation, we are using China a lot when we're talking about China as an economic unit. But when we're talking about China as a moral actor, it's more so the Chinese government. But yeah, the CCP, as Billy says. But yeah, anyway, I was saying about India, because I got sidetracked from my sidetrack. Yeah. Anyway, I was positing that the reason the British behaved considerably differently in India is because India had been doing organized militaries with command structures and metal weapons for a long fucking time before the Brits showed up. Like, in India has... See, the problem is that all the nations that I know by the names historically just became part of India when the Brits are like, yeah, it's India now.
Yeah.
But, like, a lot of the...
Take some of that,
a lot of the...
together.
Yeah,
okay, great.
a lot of the historical nations that ran around pissing off the Greeks and Romans are from that area that we now call India. Like, I might be getting my maps wrong, but
I think you're talking more Persia.
Yeah, I think I'm getting. Yeah, I think I'm definitely thinking of that.
Yeah, because
yeah, I'm definitely thinking of Persia.
The what's now Pakistan, their contact with the West didn't come until it's like the 500 AD range. I think generally speaking, with some of the trading along the old Silk Road and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, ancient Greeks never really. I take that back. Alexander the Great did march his armies to what is now believed to be India.
Yes.
Although I think historically it might have, more correctly, it might have been Afghanistan, which explains why he got so fucked there at the last battles. But still,
it's hard to tell who I'm getting them confused. But I do know that India had a long history of arms, but I think I'm confusing them a bit with Turkey. Which,
yeah.
Whoops. Because Turkey was really fucking shit up. Back when they were, when they were fucking up. Back when they were the Byzantines. Yeah, it was part of the Silk Road. But India, it's got a long history of much of the same. And I'm pretty sure Genghis Khan came fucking around through India, so India had at least heard of things like that. Because I'm pretty sure, even if it wasn't Genghis himself.
Student of history is correcting us a bit. Aside from being egregiously wrong, he believes Alexander's last battle was on the Indus River, and that's something I'm going to double check.
Yes,
because I can.
Yes. I'm getting all sorts of things. Anyway, yes. Yeah, right. Yes, the Mongols were fucking about in India in 1200, from 1221 to 1327. So, yes. Okay, yeah, I'm getting so many shit confused and messed together, but yes, India definitely had organised armies and iron and steel weapons long before the fucking Brits showed up. So I apologise to anyone who understands history.
So, yeah, it looks like Alexander marched down the Indus River to the Indian Ocean, founded another Alexandria, and then I believe that was towards the end of his life. And then, they returned back to Persia, and the rest is literally history.
Yeah. So yeah, India also had things like the Sikhs, where their kirpan goes back to 1699. And back then it was an actual sword, not just a fucking knife.
Yeah.
So, yes, other than the fact that I've just taken everything that's vaguely to the east of Greece and gone, it's India. I was correct in the idea that India actually did have weapons.
Yes.
You see why IB1 points out that our chat is slightly smarter than we are.
Yes, and?
Yeah, pretty much. What'd you expect? We're the clowns here. You're just here to watch us dance and caper.
I mean, to be fair, I don't have a very large head.
I mean, look, we're all straight white men. So basically, if the Brits didn't do it, it
You're
doesn't
white.
matter.
I'm not white. What are you talking about? I'm a crow.
Yeah, but you're too smart
I'm
to be
clearly a
counted as
lion.
black.
Oh, I see.
You act
say.
white, so that means they have to take your black privilege away.
I've got a brain the size of a walnut, man. Come on.
Yeah. Still, you're smarter
That's
than,
not saying that
the
it's not
average
you
crow.
that's saying bad things about.
Callum Dayton points out at least Bezic has a better understanding of global stuff than the average Californian. Oh God, those videos, like Fleckus Talks and those guys, those are so disheartening.
Based, I didn't show up on time. I was already here like an hour ago doing my own thing. I just got roped into it last minute, you know.
And I'll definitely admit, you know, history prior to about 1600 is not my wheelhouse. So,
No.
To be fair, if I'm being accurate, I'm not black. I'm more of a dark blue.
Yeah. Yeah. The difference between me and the average Californian or Democrat is if someone says I'm probably wrong about that, I'll at least go Google it before I make a decision.
The other thing is you're probably not grooming children too.
Oh, I'm definitely not doing that. Can't stand the things. I couldn't possibly harm a child. I could never stand being near one long enough.
and student of history, we're going to hold you to that promise about helping with historical corrections.
Yeah, we're going to need a lot. Anyway,
I don't know.
I've done a quick
I don't know.
wiki.
He is a student after all.
But when you become master of history,
Yeah.
Yes. So yes, I've done a super
Or a
quick.
journeyman of history as he slowly progresses.
I've done a super quick wiki, and yes, the
You've done a quickie.
Yes. So yes, India had metal weapons at least as far back as the Gupta Empire. Oh yeah, and they had empires. So yeah.
I mean, what if it's an empire of dirt? Does that count?
I mean, that's what I call my backyard.
One
Well,
of Johnny Cash's best songs.
that depends. Is your empire of dirt beating up other black people and selling them to the British?
I can't comment on that.
If I
For
say
legal
not yet,
reasons.
is that incriminating?
I plead the fourth or the fifth, whichever one it
Fifth.
was.
Yes. I'm pleading all of the amendments.
I've just plead the
19th.
amendments.
Your Honor, I would like to plead the second.
I'd like to
What?
And he's like, what? And then you pull out a gun and shoot the prosecutor?
He was a traitor, I swear.
You see
only
why I
fair,
be the
fella.
one.
Oh.
Haiti called itself an empire. I think it was about the size of a large U.S. county. Yeah.
Yeah. It's only fair to shoot the prosecutor, considering the prosecutor was flagging an entire jury in the Rittenhouse trial.
Greg Raffi says, Empire of Dirt, Albania. Someone's been reading his duel book.
No, that was an empire of mud. Let's be
Oh.
culturally aware of the Albanians.
Yeah, there you go. In the bronze...
Isn't mud just wet dirt, though? Let's be honest.
Yes, someone fucked up and
Yes.
got our dirt
Moist.
wet. Dear. Well, there you
Just to
go.
point it
India
out,
actually
UCY
had a
would be the
Bronze
one.
Age.
It is originally a Nine Inch Nails song. However, Johnny Cash did what is arguably the greatest cover of all time when he covered that song.
I
to a
still
point
prefer
that
Nine
even-
Inch Nails version.
To the point that even Trent Reznor himself says that it's Johnny Cash's song now.
He did really popularize that song, but I do really like the Nine Inch Nails version. It's like Nine Inch Nails did a cover of Gary Newman. Do you know the song Metal?
Yeah.
Vaguely.
That I can't I like the version by Gary Newman, but Metal done as a cover by Nine Inch Nails is just fantastic.
Yeah, like here we go. In Pakistan, they have ruins of constructed houses dating back to 5,500 BC. So my next question is, what were the Aboriginal Australians living in when the British arrived 200 years ago?
Trees. They were living in trees, I'm guessing.
About the size of it.
Drop bears for space.
Oh god.
It was actually just one big world tree, and they're actually a bit like the Na'vi from yeah,
Avatar.
Avatar. Thank you.
Like, and that's one of the issues.
And then the British came along and blew up their tree, and oh yeah, we ruined everything, you know.
And made them civilized human beings.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Sorry for bringing you indoor plumbing, guys.
Yeah.
Civilizing them by introducing them to alcoholism, like the rest of the world.
That was definitely a fuck up on behalf of the British, and the British did do the British and early Australian governments did do a lot of dodgy shit to the Aboriginals. But no, invading and conquering them was not one of the dodgy things. Everyone's invaded and conquered everyone else for all of time. It's not the British's fault that you fuckers hadn't even reached the Stone Age yet.
Ethical conquering. Conquering for the greater good.
The greater good.
The Indian people still miss us. They want us to rule their country. Well, they definitely miss the West. That's why they keep calling me about my fucking car insurance with their scams.
Do you know who misses the British Empire? Hong Kong.
The British.
Oh God, I imagine.
Get the British. Oof.
I mean, I'm pretty much there right now. I'm like, God, if only.
Yeah, being a Newfoundlander, I'd like to point out that I kind of miss the British Empire, and I never lived under it.
I wish they'd come back, those redcoats.
Yes, I do.
Damn, were they fashionable.
Those pointy hats had all the girls all aflutter.
That was only the grenadiers. The rest of them were with their tricorns and powdered wigs for battle.
I mean, the tricorn, not that bad, but powdered wigs, come on, man. It doesn't make you look flash.
What about a powdered wig with a tricorn on top?
No.
I mean, that's what
it just ruins the tricorn.
That's what they wore into battle. That was the dress of...
Oh, I know. But fuck your powdered wig.
Oh, God. Yeah. Imagine trying to run away from somebody in a powdered wig.
Imagine being in the officers' corps and you have to buy the prescribed wig for your regiment.
Why are the wigs powdered again? Please, someone tell me.
It was basically to, the image of the court, because I guess someone got old and then decided everybody needed to follow the fashion of the royalty.
Yeah.
And so that's why the officers and officials.
But that doesn't explain my question. I was asking why the wigs are powdered.
Because they were usually
people are stupid.
Well, no, they were made and worn as an accessory, not the act. And it's like it all had to be uniform because they're having mixed and matched
Basically,
hair colors
it's a high-class fashion piece, so it's bullshit like all other high-class fashion pieces.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I just realized there was a mic issue. I'm sorry. I've just fixed it.
Oh, we didn't even notice.
You didn't even notice?
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyway. Other than the fact that there are that in 5500 BC, Pakistan was more advanced than Australian Aborigines. But, anyway, I think that my point was that invading and conquering was no more evil than any other invasion and conquest in all of human history.
Oh, I just found out the answer. Okay. Sorry to disrupt, but people who wore them, powdered wigs, were obviously the elites in society. The first wigs were made out of goat and horsehair, and because they were never properly washed, they smelled quite terrible and tended to attract lice. To combat the unfortunate odor and unwanted parasites, the wig wearer would powder his wig.
With arsenic, right?
Something along those lines. I don't know what this.
Excellent. Good.
The powders were usually made up of finely ground starch and scented with lavender.
Huh. Well, there you go.
I'll be damned.
Quite horrible. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Well, while we're off on a tangent, Based Ape says the Irish invented drinking, the Scots perfected it. Americans are only known for their dreadful whiskey and weak beer. Sorry, Bleach. I have to agree.
Our beer has come along when you go to the local brewery, but when you get the commercial shit, oh my
To be fair, Britain hasn't got very good beer at the moment. We pale in comparison to Europe at the moment. You go to Belgium and you get some really fucking lovely lagers and everything. In UK, it tastes like piss. Fucking awful.
Yeah,
you do get some great good brewers here and there, but you got to really look for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some really good Canadian beers.
My time in Belgium, I just fell in love with the beer there. It's like, all right, yes, I've got to pay extra for
the beer and the women.
Yes. Yes, indeed. But worth every penny.
There we go. This is what the Aborigines used to live in.
A humpy?
Yes. Also known as a gunya, or a whirly.
Whirly? Yeah. Oh no!
I can see the Aboriginal now picking up his lady and say, "Hey baby, you want to go back to my humpy?"
Let's go back to my whirly for a humpy.
Oh god.
Dear. I'll show you the photos in a second. I'll just read
Bigger
what
eyes.
it was. So these impermanent dwellings made of branches and bark are sometimes called a linter. Well done. You were technologically behind the fucking Native American Indians. They'd at least invented the concept of fucking insulation.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're doing this, and there were like civilizations in North America that had died out, that had built these elaborate, structures.
Yeah, there we go. Like even the fucking teepee was more advanced than this. Like, there was actually some logic and technology in a teepee.
Oh, yeah, they're actually quite elaborate. I did some time looking at them, and it's like,
well, that's it. You've got the special.
Now there's this assembly method plus all of the now canvas, but all the hides that have to go in. And
I might be confusing the teepee with similar structures from other places, particularly colder ones, but like, not only did they have the teepee, they had an extra layer as well that they could put over it.
I was just seeing Tristan's comment. Congrats! You had achieved the same level on territory as the beaver.
Like, sitting here fucking whining about the white people. Like, yes, they did do some horrible shit, but not much of it was the invasion.
To be fair to the Aborigines here, beavers didn't have fire.
It's fair.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, I've never come across a beaver with fire, or a flaming beaver.
Now, see, that's where I can tell you I've seen a flaming beaver.
Well, if I found someone with a flaming beaver, I'd tell them to visit their doctor, frankly.
I'd tell them to visit an exorcist.
She was a ginger, so...
Well, okay, that's a different kind of fire beaver. But
that's still a flaming beaver.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, touche.
You see why I'd be the one who says your mom's a flaming beaver.
Yeah. Yes, in history says teepee is the cone-shaped disassemblable structure made of long wood beams, sinew, and tanned leather. And
they were invented so you could actually put fire in them, unlike the Vikings, and not fucking dive.
Yeah.
No, the Viking longhouse had a very big vent in the top of it, actually.
Yes, well, but that's not mobile like the teepee was.
No.
Most of the most common death for the Vikings was inhalation.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Callum Davis says Australia's hot, right? So why would they need to build a permanent home? Well, there's this lovely thing called agriculture.
And shade.
Bay State just wants to edit another fucking porno thing. He just wants to have us all bent over doing it hard.
Yeah.
You're only giving him ammo, Crow.
I mean, I'm sure he can fill me with ammo anytime. Way.
But
do I need to make various random grunting sounds for base tape to make the supercut?
You know, I might just actually look for opportunities for innuendos at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
but yeah,
Innuendo.
So wait, bro, you're telling us that you're looking for an opening to slide into with your innuendos.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I could fill something up pretty good.
You're pumping that logic to its end.
Oh yeah. Full on stroking it, you know.
Oh, dear. And I started the day
at
playing
this
with my
rate,
wood.
Bleach, you're gonna be full of it.
Oh well, it might be a bitter thing to swallow, but you never know.
Oh, Crimson Cat.
Look who's come crawling in. Hey, Trim. Anyway.
He heard all the pornographic stuff and immediately perked up. So
He
Yeah.
heard Flaming Beaver and got excited.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Student of history is pointing out, the teepees could be disassembled to follow the Great Plains buffalo herds. Yes, and on more of the, the coastal tribes, they were more agrarian in nature.
yeah,
That's
and they were made from like leather and shit. Like these things, they aren't even covered in leather. It's literally fucking bark and twigs and leaves. So
I mean, to be fair, the eastern tribes in North America did make their longhouses out of bark and whatnot, but they were a very distinct structure
Yes.
and had arches built into them. A lot of them were made out of arches. So.
and yes, as hunter-gatherers, they don't need permanent structures. But the American Indians were also hunter-gatherers. They
sorry,
at least
Trim, we
invented
kind
the
of went
teepee.
off on a tangent after Bezic brought up humpies.
and having whirlies in your humpies.
And we also were talking about
I
how beavers have technological levels beyond others, and obviously I pointed out that they didn't have fire, so flaming beavers.
Yeah, I also need to recognize Callum Dayton for making a point about if your humpy is in very bad shape, does that make it a humpy dump?
Yes, it does.
There's just an element of it's like, oh look, there. Instead of trailer parks, it's just humpy dumps.
If it collapses, is it a crumbled humpy dumpy?
Yeah. Actually,
It's a crumple dump.
I think that would be a humpy dump tumbly. A tumble down humpy?
yeah. So, actually, conveniently, Wikipedia links us to a
The
bunch
worst
of.
thing about it is you have. I'm sorry, I just realised Bushman fucking humpies. A Bushman. Oh God.
Gotta dive right into that bush.
Got a Bushman humpy, mate.
Tristan
go
says
walkabout.
they may not have had fire, but had the Aborigines mastered down building. Advantage beaver. Actually, here's the thing: beavers had doors. Well, actually,
Yeah, they do.
Beavers have distinct, permanent structures with defined rooms and entrances.
And
God.
student of history, the Haudenosaunee, sorry, I don't speak Iroquois, commonly known as the Iroquois Confederacy.
Haudenosaunee.
That too. Their name of Haudenosaunee literally means people of the long house. P.S. Spelling is probably incorrect, but anglicized. Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't have a written language. Cherokee developed one, but the rest of the tribes really
but
didn't.
actually, like that's a pet peeve of mine. A lot of places, when the English or similar showed up, these places didn't have a written language, or if they did, it wasn't in anything resembling Roman script, like we'd use. But why in the ever-loving fuck, if they were going to write it down into English, did they do such an abysmal fucking job of it?
I mean, to be fair, the Welsh live right next door to the English, and their language looks like they dropped the Scrabble board.
Oh God! There's a thought, Crow, and I'm gonna have to find this on YouTube later. A Welsh Scrabble game.
Oh no, no!
Oh dear God.
Oh,
Can you imagine?
No,
how
that's great. That's great. Everybody wins because you always put down 7-letter words. Nobody can pronounce the fucking things.
But think of it. They're going to have to make the board maybe about 10 feet by 10 feet. And extra small tiles.
So you're telling me the average beaver is more civilized than the average California lefty?
Well,
Yes.
yes. Yeah, Wales has that
Beavers
place
have a
name they
functional
invented
society.
for publicity. It's like land fair flibbity flop goobity goob gobble gobble.
Yeah.
Ting tang walla walla
Any
bing bang.
language that any
Oh,
language that
God.
requires you to inhale in the middle of a word has a problem.
Yeah, it's not just the middle of a sentence, it's the middle of a word.
And I can confirm there is a Welsh Scrabble game.
Oh god.
No.
This I have to see.
Oh god. This has got even this is particularly distracted even for a Sultan stream, but
Yeah. We've gone completely
Oh,
off
there
the
we
rails,
go.
worse than usual.
Oh, yeah. On new word woodworking task. A Welsh Scrabble table. That's Trim's idea.
Oh god.
Damn you, Trim, I thought you liked me.
I mean, they even have special tiles where they've got CH and PH and NG together for points.
Oh god.
I
Yeah.
wonder if you could get a Braille Scrabble.
oh
Hey,
god, here we go. Well, you should be able to. I mean,
Is this
Braille's
just in normal English?
yeah. There you go.
Okay, 10 points to anyone who can pronounce that, other than the word Scrabble.
I'm not even
Bob
gonna waste
Gale
my time.
Gimrag.
and Kifia.
My pub Gideon Kifri. That's just a guess. I don't even know how Welsh sounds, so I'm just guessing.
I'm relatively sure the P in Welsh is supposed to be pronounced like TH, though I may have that backward. Or I may have it confused with
Yeah,
the
there's
double L.
some shit
Oh
like that.
god,
There's
there
loads
you
of
go.
different rules.
You can get a Welsh alphabet abacus.
Oh,
Billy Blogs has handily pointed out that the longest word in
Land
any
fair,
language
well, guinea
is that
guinea,
place name.
Cilio, Cilio, go go go.
Yeah.
Oh god, Welsh
Go, go,
Braille
go.
Scrabble.
I can never pronounce the whole thing, but the end is literally gok gok. It sounds like you're sucking dick.
Yeah,
It really
Cilio,
does.
go go go.
Yeah, there was a viral video a while ago of
It's
the weather.
actually the name of a village.
Yeah.
That is actually the name of a village, and it's the longest name in.
It's
think in
yeah, it's the
Britain
long.
for a
I think
village.
it's like might be the one of the longest place names in the world. But I do
doesn't
believe it
mean, like,
was.
you know,
It means like the place where somebody did
fuck,
something
Gregory,
on the
no.
mountain of something.
What's Gregory done?
Welsh Braille
Well-
Scrabble.
Welsh Braille Scrabble.
uh,
Uh,
oh,
I do believe
mean-
they made that place name up to attract attention to the town, but still, fucking assholes.
here we go. The Billy Blogs has the translation into a civilized language. St. Mary's Church in the hollow of the White Hazel near the Rapid Whirlpool near
and Saint Cilio near the Red Cave.
Yep. There we go.
Yes, so I would have one says,
Very,
let's all
very
start
specific
learning
directions.
Welsh. In 1 year, this will be the world's biggest Welsh language stream.
I mean, imagine what we could get away with from YouTube censors.
Yes,
I
but
wonder if I could actually do Welsh on Duolingo.
I don't know, but
I just want to learn to swear in Welsh.
Yeah.
like here's
Sadly,
the
it probably
thing.
sounds
Here's the thing, though. If we were going to learn a language, it makes so much more sense to learn a language that's far more fucking useful than Welsh. There's like 3 people that speak Welsh.
Yeah.
Like, not even the Welsh
It's
speak
got-
Welsh.
Yeah, it's kind of like learning the Basque language at this point. There's really not a lot of purpose in it.
Exactly.
Oh, but there is. There's significant advantage.
Yeah.
Think about all the things you can say in public that people just be like, "What?"
Yeah.
Just smile, go about your day, tell them to. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You
Here's
know?
who I'd be the one
Oh, I
says
do that
exactly
in
that's
French
the
all the
point.
time anyway.
The problem with speaking French is that it's French.
We.
Right, that's it. Get the
Well,
stick.
Well. Yeah,
It's
that's the point.
stop time for a
Mais non.
beating of the unfun kind.
No, monsieur. No, no.
Sacre bleu!
Granted,
you see why
I would
Vito
much
wanted-
rather learn French than Spanish.
I'd rather learn Cantonese.
This is my friend Bertrand de Buziac.
Well, the rate the world is going, learning Cantonese will serve you far better. It's like, yes, always using ping. Yeah.
Das ist nicht sehr gut.
I find when I'm out in public and there's
That's a very strange
large...
flavor of French you're speaking there, Crow.
Nein! Du bist ein Scheißerkopf!
I mean, that was the official.
He's speaking Vichy French right now.
Vicious French?
No, Vichy French.
Vichy French.
Okay,
Yeah.
that too.
Okay, so to drag us back from the sidetrack,
Sorry, one more
Back
thing.
to the humpy.
Yes.
This verbiage fears most vicious. Sorry, this verbiage fears most verbose. There we go.
Yes.
There we are.
Right. So I just wanted to compare this high-tech structure to some other structures of similar design. For example, we have the Wiltja, made by a different kind of Aboriginal people, which is basically a lean-to but bigger.
And all they did is took branches, put them up against the tree. It's the kind of thing kids do.
Yes. Meanwhile, we have Hogans from the Navajo people. Oh, they're essentially mud brick houses.
Very elaborate octagonal shape.
Yeah.
But yes.
They're essentially, yeah, they're actual buildings.
Yep.
And it looks like they poured dirt on them for insulation, which, while not pretty, fucking works.
And if I remember my Navajo
Bess.
stuff,
Fuck's sake.
you need a lot of phlegm to speak Welsh properly.
Oh, we've got plenty of black pills, Trim. I'm
But
just
if I
luring people into
remember-
a false sense of safety.
Security, yeah. He wants to get as
Yeah.
high on the fun first.
And then right out from underneath. But if I remember correctly, when someone dies in a Hogan, you have to basically take out a wall to remove the body.
Oh, wow.
It's something about the spirit in their lore. The spirit will try to re-enter the entrance that it left.
Fair enough.
Bodily left in.
Oh, okay.
And so that's what they'll like take out a part of wall, take the body out, and then rebuild the wall. If I remember right.
So the spirit
So
is stuck not going through the wall. Not very good
Pretty
spirit.
much, yeah.
So
And, student of history talks about the Pueblo buildings are actually good for natural air circulation. Yeah, they're actually really kind of cool to hang out in too.
yeah.
Just saying.
Meanwhile, in Canada, we have the igloo.
Oh, dear. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't feel too bad about that one.
No,
I mean, they didn't just have igloos. They also cut deep into the ice as well and created shelters in the ice as well that weren't
Yeah.
necessarily made of blocks of ice.
Yeah,
It's
like
kind
there's
of like
one
a-
where they put. I think in this one they excavated and then used the stuff they were excavating to make the walls, which is
Yeah,
not a stupid idea.
yeah.
No,
And
that's
think
actually
about it, they
a
don't
common
have
survival
trees.
tactic.
Yeah, exactly. Like they don't have trees or clay or anything of use. But there's some...
unlike in Australia.
exactly.
And Tristan is right. Igloos generally were not used as permanent dwellings. They were essentially overnight or temporary shelters
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
you just needed to get out of the weather in a hurry.
Yep, and
Yeah,
they're
it's
really,
called,
really
yeah.
warm apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they're
are.
really fucking. You can have fires in them quite happily as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, isn't this kind of the basis for that? I don't know if it's still done, but the famous ice hotel in Quebec.
Oh yeah.
More or less, yeah.
Meanwhile, in Europe, the Longhouse.
Yay! Vikings.
It's for really big people.
Yeah.
Yes.
And interestingly,
Very long
longhouses
people.
were common in Asia and North America.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bit of crossover in terms of architecture between the Celts and the Native Americans. Apparently, both built sweat lodges for religious purposes.
Yes,
That's a little bit of pointless trivia I figured I'd throw in there since everybody else is derailing this.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well.
But yes, like 200 years ago, lean-to. 2,000 years ago, plus longhouse.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, if you've got trees and you've got all this access to metal tools and stuff, it's kind of a bit of a shame on you moment not to be able to build a fucking house that's half decent.
Yeah, and like, you want to talk about excuses like, oh, not having space. Like, look at these fucking teepees. Like, look how fucking big they are. Okay, granted, that's a shit-house photo, but that's fucking ginormous.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's easily 8 or more adults laying side to side.
The American Sibley tents, which were based on teepees, were housing, I believe, 12 soldiers and all their equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen those in some
easily...
of the old movies.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is just impressing me about human ingenuity in the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like, being able to survive in a fucking Arctic and, like, with igloos and such harsh conditions.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay, yeah, here we go. The yurt. From Turkish/Mongolian Central Asia areas. Like, this is a real...
live in a yurt.
I yurt myself today.
Oh, God.
Oh, my Lord. So, look at this. So... let me bring this up. Like, this is a fucking mobile one. They stuck some wheels on it and turned it into a fucking wagon.
So it's confirmed Mongolians were the original trailer trash.
Yes.
That would explain all the fighting.
Mm-hmm. Like, look at this
Genghis
shit.
Khan had so many kids.
Like, that's fucking phenomenal construction.
The fact that they're bending those poles, not just not just putting them up direct, but they're bending them into those shapes. That takes a lot of artistry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had to have been using steam boxes for that, I think.
Maybe not steam,
necessarily. You can
water.
Yeah, you can easily stick it. You can easily stick it in the river for a couple of days.
Hotbox it.
Like, here's one from 1913. So this is actually real. Like, look at that. That's like straw on the outside, really well constructed. That's a real fucking building.
Yeah,
I mean, talking about innuendos, bending poles and all. We
don't
want to do that.
Corona structures.
You got to get your pole wet before you bend it, obviously.
Yep.
I went to school when I did my
as Tristan Armstrong points out. Like, look at this shit. You've got hide, leather, straw. No, I'm just talking over you.
Oh, okay. I see how it is.
So, yeah, like, that's a really water-resistant building. Like, that'll keep you dry when it rains. Unlike a fucking lean-to. Like,
it's just amazing.
Look at this.
So you're saying that if you're in a humpy, you're going to get wet.
Yeah.
Yes. Unlike, it does still rain in Australia.
And not the good kind of wet.
No.
No.
No, the thing is, in Australia, there are kangaroos. You could kill a kangaroo, you could skin it, you could make leather from a kangaroo. Quite happily. There's lots of trees, lots of bush, there's lots of dirt. There's lots of access. Not necessarily to, like, metal. I don't know what the ore structure is like there, but there's a lot of access to things that could have made a pretty solid house structure out in other countries.
There are no mud bricks in the north. There are no mud huts in the north. Why the fuck are there not mud huts in the north? It does not take a genius to make a mud hut.
Yeah, student of history. No, talking about the Mongolians. They were the original gypsies, just much more aggressive. Yeah, they definitely took what they liked.
Yeah, they graduated from petty theft to armed robbery in a friggin' hurry.
Yeah.
Armed robbery? No, they went to, like, cartel levels of armed robbery.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Wait, cartography?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're not at Nonce yet.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 5,500 BC in fucking Pakistan, mud brick houses that have survived 7,000 fucking years. I think those are mud brick. They don't appear to be stone. Actually, let me have a look.
No, if they were, no, I'd say that's mud for sure.
Yeah, it's not telling me what I want.
Oh, there's a nice Venus.
Oh, look, here's some 3,000-year-old pottery. Do you want to guess what else wasn't in Australia until white people brought it here? Billy Blogs asks, mud or cow shit? Both. Like, you want to make some really good mud brick, you need to put... you put shit in it. Like
a binder in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be shit, it can be straw. As long as there's...
Well,
horsehair was common.
Actually, horses were really good for it, because horses excrete a lot of the fibrous material in their shit. So, you get double use out of your hay. You feed it to the horse, which keeps the horse alive. Then the horse shits it out, and you stick it in your mud brick.
Yep.
You probably have plenty of it, because then you can use some of the manure on fucking fields to grow more wheat.
Exactly.
And if you want to demolish a house, if it's filled with shit anyway.
And they don't stink once they're dried out.
Well, no.
Because you don't do this in the settlement. You do it the fucking way over there.
Yep. And student of history, cow shit in a pinch makes both good insulation and fuel for fire. Apparently, somehow.
To be fair, a shit hut is still. Sorry, what was that?
I say, and it also makes good fertilizer, so it's a very versatile material, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was common on the American prairie to go out and collect. They called them buffalo chips instead of just buffalo shit, and that was their fire for the winter.
It's kind of weird to think that a shit hut essentially is more advanced than a humpy.
and yet here we are.
Yep.
Trim points out that the Mongolians are the British Empire. They were simply camping enthusiasts.
Oh, the British Empire was nowhere near as bad as the Mongols. Like, people whine about the fucking Brits doing genocide. They had nothing on the Mongols. I'll be back in a sec, folks.
Oh, not at all. Okay. So while Bezic is gone, we'll say all the gamer words and make a bunch of innuendo jokes.
Wait, we weren't already making a bunch of innuendo jokes?
Well, I mean, we'll make a few more.
There you go. That's hard to pass off.
Yes.
Awkward silence.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are practicing the Craig Ferguson school of comedy.
Just making everyone else uncomfortable until they start giggling.
Who's Craig Ferguson?
Oh, he was a late night host in the States. Usually he was after Jay Leno, I believe. I don't remember which channel he was on.
How am I supposed to know any of this? I mean, come on.
Oh, he was like, dude, I'm Canadian and I knew about him.
I'm back.
You're literally next door, mate.
Bye, Adam.
Fair point.
Kick.
I haven't even said the gamer words yet.
He hasn't said them yet. He's still planning to.
Conspiracy to commit gamer words.
Open.
Student of history, Mao, Genghis, Tamerlane, Stalin. Yeah.
What kind of ranking is this? Because that's not a sucker.
Genocide.
Genocide, yeah. I'd probably throw Pol Pot in there as an honorable mention.
Yeah.
Pol Pot's pretty high up there. Genghis actually is pretty interesting as a character because he also became emperor, as far as I remember, of China.
Tristan says, as
Or
empires go, the
one of the
Mongols
Khans did.
were pretty awful. They didn't really create much of anything. They just pillaged finished goods from around the world and brought them home. Yeah, pretty much. They didn't care about trying to maintain the empire. Really.
Student, you'll probably be able to correct me, but which one of the Mongol leaders became the ruler of China? There was one of them that basically took control, broke into China, and eventually took the throne, essentially.
I don't think it was...
Wasn't that Kublai Khan?
I don't think it was Genghis.
Kublai Khan?
I'm pretty sure Genghis was...
It probably wasn't. It probably wasn't, but it was one of the Khans.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can't remember what the hell his name was, though.
Genghis Khan was running around like 300 AD at the latest, wasn't he? Or am I getting him confused with someone? I'm probably getting him
confused.
I might be getting him confused, but I thought he was the one that he was in charge when they put up the wall of China.
Yeah, I think he was for that. Mr. Khan.
Yeah,
Hey, look, the Chinese, they had a big fucking problem with immigration from the Mongols, and they built a beautiful wall.
Yeah.
See, it works. Oh, fuck me, Dad.
beautiful
Genghis Khan's a lot more recent than I thought. 1162 to 1227.
Oh, it was Genghis' grandson.
I was right. It was Kublai Khan. Cool.
Kublai Khan, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say Shiwan Khan, but then I realized that's the guy from the Shadow movie.
Gregory says Mao, Genghis, Tamerlane, Stalin, Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood should be higher up the list, shouldn't it?
Probably. It's probably on top with just pure number of body count.
Yes, I think I was mixing up the Huns and the Mongols. I mean, they come from close enough to the same shithole, and they had similar military tactics. Though I believe the Huns got up to some other shenanigans as well. Anyway, what else were we doing? I don't know how that's shown up, but okay. So,
wait, Neolithic dentistry?
We're going to move rapidly along from that.
Interested.
So here's some of the extra shilling that I was meant to do an hour ago.
Gotta play the whole clip, right?
I will very happily take credit for instigating this idea.
This one isn't your idea. This one's your idea.
No, this one's my idea. Yeah, fair point.
So let me see if the sound is set up. I hope it is. It's not. Let me fix that. Okay.
I can't believe you've done this.
It should now be ready. I think I have you guys set right. Here we go.
Let me be back in the dungeon. The dungeon is nice. The dungeon is... the
dungeon is love. Oh god, another one! Why is there so much shit outside? I'm running circles with an ever-increasing fucking tail of fucking animals and creatures! Dear Lord! Not again! Oh god! Fuck my life! Oh, what are you laughing at?
I love I love that Trim has no idea. He just bursts into laughter and he's just there rambling on.
Oh, that was glorious.
Oh. Yeah, yes, it was beautiful.
I got to the dungeon, I'm safe. No!
The dungeon is nice, the dungeon is... Oh, never mind. but I love how for like half 30 seconds, Tim's just like, what's going on?
Billy, basically, Disco is running to the dungeon in Valheim to try and escape. I think it was a swamp.
Two swamp
thing.
abominations, yeah.
Yep.
And basically, she got through the instance, and you basically get put inside the dungeon. But because of the server lag, she ended up being killed outside, but inside she died rather than outside.
Just as she was saying, let me back in the dungeon is nice, the dungeon is bomb.
Oh, Trim had an army after him and he was just there like freaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember right, he was like running circles around the dungeon.
Yeah.
And got whacked.
You guys could probably do with someone who's calm and collect in horrible situations, but apparently you all panic, so, you know.
And up next, we have the Pornhub parody.
Yeah. This was just beautiful work by Based.
Yes.
We'll probably have another one on the way soon.
I hope so.
No context at all there. It was 30 seconds there where I couldn't tell if it was good content or a straight up porn scene. Arctic says, lol, sounds like a bad day on the porn set. Yes, 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 no, 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 take it in the face.
Oh my Lord.
Clipper time.
Yes, take as much wood as you can.
No. No, 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 no.
Oh,
no,
no.
no, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no.
Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, don't, no,
No, no, no, no, no, no, no.
Don't do it.
Try to take all.
Yes.
No, fuck you in the face.
Ooh, hang on. Friend.
Yeah.
Protect my butt.
Uh-oh. Is that an abomination up my asshole?
Yes. You're not my real dad.
Don't make me come.
Leave me alone. Still haven't got any clothes on. Leave me alone.
Does
Somebody
anyone
picked it
have
up.
wood for disco?
Smashy, smashy!
Yeah.
Alright, so where...
I've got
I
one
have
piece
some
of
wood for
wood.
you here. Even more reason to smash. Oh, this. Well, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Oh God!
Yeah, somebody was definitely getting fucked.
We died.
Sorry,
a lot?
I'm just massive compared to the rest of you.
That was just
Especially
the porn scene. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did I bleach this hole for nothing?
Take it to Bleach's hole.
The abomination's stuck. It's actually great. He's stuck in my hole.
Crow says he must get back into this at some time. I had a lot of fun with it. If we weren't already at capacity, I'd talk to Disco and about inviting you, Crow. If we knew you were interested and we didn't already have people, you might get one because why not?
I hope he's
Fine.
not coming for me, because I haven't got any clothes on.
Exactly. But if Trim dies in a boating accident, we'll keep you in mind.
Oh God!
Real chat, don't make me come. I know it's great. or the best one I think is actually, oh, has anyone got any wood for disco? And she's like, smashy smash.
I know.
Just perfect, just absolutely perfect. I love it.
And this is why you all need to come and join us when we do gaming. I'm not entirely sure why Crow was involved in that, but I do think a large part
I have
of
no
it
idea.
was so that Base could have me on screen saying, well, if Truman dies in a boating accident...
We need another +1 for the porno, you know?
Yeah.
You could be a fluffer, John.
Feds come and ask, what happened to your Trim? I lost him in a boating accident.
Yeah. And then shoot your kangaroo.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, well.
Well, at least you didn't sink the boat this time, I guess.
I got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Diddly-dee.
Trim's
Sorry,
like,
I
good
don't
to
know
know
where
I'm
that-
replaceable. You were there, Trim. You heard it. Oh, good lord. But yes, this is why you need to hang out with us when we're playing on Twitch. It's this dumb.
Oh, I thought it was rather erudite.
Yeah.
Trim, I don't think you actually are replaceable. It's just, you know, if you need to tab out because you've got a bit tired, you know?
Dehydrated.
I mean, you were dealing with a whole army on your own. I mean, soloing an army on your own, let's face it, that's very, very tough work for a porn star.
It was just as fun the day before on the War in the North stream, which is basically just me and Bleach being... No, me and Trim being extremely fucking racist to elves.
Yeah, you're gonna get your
dirty
own
knife-eared bastards.
Damn
Oh,
Dunatine.
wait, sorry.
Do any of you play Total War?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I kind of like the idea of playing a multiplayer game of Total Warhammer 2. That'd be good fun. Because there's like, I think you can play different factions. I always will end up playing Skaven because they're my favorite. But like, I have giant rat boys. But it could be a laugh because we could go and just destroy the fucking elves.
Oh, bloody elves.
Bloody elves! Kill the Yumis!
Theodore Pinnock has the right opinion.
Yeah.
Fucking knife ears.
Wait, why will it become good, Tristan, on the 23rd? Yeah, Mortal Empire stream would be good fun. I've only been playing number 2. I heard really bad things about number 3 from Kibbs and that lot.
Mm. Yeah, I played the first two games when they came out with in a troll download, and my lord, what utter pieces of crap. Sadly, they who makes it? What's this?
Creative
Publisher?
Assembly, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, holy fuck, they're giving Paradox a run for their money with stupid bullshit fucking removing content from the fucking game and charging you fucking
Then selling
$10 for
it.
a single fucking DLC fucking...
The only DLC content I bought for number 2 was all the Skaven stuff, because I collected the actual models when I was a kid, so I've always been a bit of a fan of them.
Well, don't hold back, Bezic. Tell us how you really feel.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I think
no need to sugarcoat this.
Yeah.
I think it could be a laugh having a multiplayer game, even if we have like little battles with each other and just try and screw each other over or something. Could be fun. Like, I'm going to send my little rat boys at you. Yes. Yeah. Victory Fastgaven.
Oh dear.
I'm having fun with that already.
Yeah. So, up next, we have our actual first fucking article.
Oh, actually, we're going to do a podcast today, are we?
Wait, we're getting out of Humpties and getting into something else?
We're getting into the dumpties now, yeah.
Well, how about we're going to start prescribing testosterone to Democrats?
Yes.
I mean, it might make them slightly more human.
Well, apparently,
Slightly.
research noted a red shift in Democrat males when they were given testosterone.
Yeah. Testosterone basically drives the communism out of you.
Yes.
Really? A red shift? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't explain what that red shift is. It could be seeing red and just violence, but, you know.
Okay.
Yes.
So wait till you hear the numbers. Like, this shit is... this isn't just a slight variance. This is statistically significant shit. We tested the fixity of political preferences of 136 healthy males during the 2011 US presidential election season by administering synthetic testosterone or placebo to participants who had identified the strength of their political affiliation. Before the testosterone treatment, we found that weakly affiliated Democrats had 19% higher basal testosterone than those who identified strongly with the party. And P equals 0.015. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but I think that's like a margin of error or probability or something.
Yeah, probability of error.
Yeah. When weakly affiliated Democrats received additional testosterone, the strength of their party fell by 12%.
Oof.
P equals 0.01. So
basically, soy boys are Democrats.
Literally.
And the inverse holds true as well, that Democrats are soy boys.
Well, that's it.
True.
Well, if you're a soy boy,
Even
you're
the women
likely
are
to
soy
be...
boys.
Yes.
Yes. if you can really call them women.
Can you
Some of them
define a
probably-
woman? Are you a
Well, some-
fucking biologist?
I can
Some of them
define a
probably
woman,
have
and it's not a Democrat.
Screaming harpies.
Some of those Democrat women have obviously higher testosterone counts than their corresponding male counterparts.
And we're talking about the ones that weren't born with penises, right?
Yes.
I'll just look at Janet Reno.
Or, well, I was going to say Rachel Levine, but yeah, good point.
Yeah.
We're talking about the lack of tackle.
So yes,
Rhymes.
so if you have low testosterone, you're more likely to be you're a Democrat. However, but if you and conversely, if you're raised Democrat, well, that's going to reduce your testosterone. And yes, stop the soy, become a man, because it increases estrogen, or it's synthetically kind of similar somehow.
I mean, I really like Asian-style meals, but every single fucking meal they use some form of soy sauce or soy in their products. I'm like, all right, I like a chow mein now and again, but there's no way I could live off that because it would just like they've shown tests that show soy actually reduce your testosterone as well.
It does.
Yep.
And
And,
just like,
into
and we're
high
worried
level
about China. Why?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Xi does not eat soy.
He just eats only red meat, really likes America, just doesn't want to actually have war with it at all. No one knows. He just has to pretend he hates America because, you know.
Yeah, because communism.
It's like pretending to be a Democrat, you know.
Anybody else see that comment from Based?
Wait, no. Gotta look.
You thought you were talking about eating Asian style meal.
I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I
that's
mean,
what
those
heard
probably
too, but
too decrease your testosterone as well. Have you seen
I'll-
those
like,
little twinks?
Oh god, he's
like
gonna edit
Thai
that
food,
into
huh?
actually being. He's gonna put subtitles on it. John Crow eating Asian style males.
Yeah,
That's
when
like
I'm
trying
eating
to get
Asian
vegan
style
for
mouse,
protein.
and you know how the human brain has this thing where if we see a subtitle, a word that sounds very similar, the brain just goes with the subtitle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm screwed. That's my
Yeah.
career over.
I mean, based, you have one job between now and white pills.
Don't encourage him.
Right,
Too
so...
late.
So up next, we have one more number. For the weakly affiliated Democrats given additional testosterone, they reported 45% warmer feelings towards Republican candidates for president.
Interesting.
45%. That's a fucking massive number.
Maybe this is like, again, hand in hand with the whole trans issue. Instead of giving people the opposite of what they need, like, oh yeah, I feel like a woman, so give them estrogen. No. You are a man, we'll give you testosterone, and you become a Republican.
Well, here's the
I have
here's
no
the
problem
thing.
with this.
With like, obviously, the problem with trans people is allegedly that they have gender dysphoria, which is caused by not identifying with their body. Right. So why isn't the solution to make them identify with their body instead of making their body identify with them? Like, isn't logically the first thing
every other mental illness they do the less of that is better for you. You're an alcoholic, let's give you less alcohol. No, we're going to give you more. We're going to make you into the biggest alcoholic. In fact, we're going to make your alcohol even stronger just to make it easier for you to imbibe more.
Well, the thing I keep coming back to is body dysmorphia, and I'm 100% convinced that gender dysphoria is a subset of body dysmorphia, or they are sibling conditions, which is a complete abomination of language, but I think it gets the point across. Like, the solution to body dysmorphia, where they go, this isn't my arm, cut it off. They go, no, you're crazy, here's some drugs. But if they go, these aren't my tits, cut them off. Shing, 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 shing. Scalpel time.
That reminds me of a new slur. Zipper tits.
Zipper tits, that's great. Fucking hell.
And it hasn't been banned yet, so we're golden.
Well, I've got a new one now. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, apparently the big.
Oh wait.
Figure out what,
We need
what
a
the MTF
Twitter
version
account.
would be.
We need a Twitter account. Zipper tips posting their L's.
Oh God, yes.
That won't last long. You'll get banned.
And just because he's and because he's now a man and deserves to be treated like one, I'd like to point out Elliot Zipper Tits Page. That's not me being homophobic or transphobic in any way. I am treating Elliot Page exactly the way he wants to be treated.
Wait, you're treating him like that's it. You're treating him like a tiny, pasty, weak manlet.
Exactly.
Yes, he's FTM, where it stands for female to manlet.
So actually, I've just read ahead in this summary here what we're saying about the trans issue as well.
Oh, really?
Our results demonstrate that testosterone induces a redshift among weakly affiliated Democrats. I'd suggest that that's because with the strongly affiliated Democrats, they weren't given enough testosterone because they're so fucking low. But the important one is this effect was associated with improved mood. Oh, what's that?
Oh, funny that.
Depressed, weedy, spineless, loser Democrat men felt better when they were given testosterone.
Have you seen these things where women are given they're given a single dose of testosterone at a sort of a male level on a day-to-day level, what we'd experience, and then they end up finding that they're really fucking horny all the time, and they're like, holy shit, I didn't realize men had to go through this all the time. It's really weird, apparently.
Yeah, I think I've actually heard of that before. It's like, yes, all of a sudden, you start thinking like a man, and they're like, and of course, the women, they're
this
going,
isn't fun. Yeah. I don't want to be a man anymore.
It's like, I'm constantly thinking about sex, and all the men are like, welcome to the club, bitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you...
Wait, that's not normal for you?
It's like, how do you get anything done when you're thinking about sex all the time?
Oh.
Welcome to the problem.
That's our motivation to get things done.
Get things done? What do you mean, get things done?
If I remember correctly, and not to keep us too far on this tangent, but there was a case a few years ago, I don't remember if it was in Canada or the States, where a female athlete, actually this might have been a couple of decades ago, where a female athlete had been juicing with a high level of testosterone to increase her muscle mass, and had ended up being so masculinized, I guess, or toxically masculinized, that she ended up actually committing sexual assault.
Jesus.
Now, I wish I could say I was shocked, but I'm not.
Well, no.
You should see the women in my basement.
Oh. That's going in the edit, Crow.
Wah, wah.
Dr. Dre's not dead. He's in my basement.
You don't call it a murder of crows for no reason.
Fair point.
Actually, speaking of that, I haven't found the specific article we're looking for.
But based again. Sorry, Zipper Tips posting their L's. Will that be a D-trans community? I like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Here's an article talking about it from Harvard. Testosterone applied to the skin has been demonstrated to improve sex drive in women. Yeah, not. So the women are like, why are men constantly thinking about sex and constantly checking out women? Because we're men, you silly bitch.
Hey, we're fucking biologists now, thank you.
Yep. like, do you? And it's one of the dumbest things about people are like, why do men want sex like sex so much? Why are they constantly thinking about it? It's the entire fucking point of us.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen a male lie? A male human would do that if he fucking could.
That's Theodore Pinnock, wasn't there a lesbian who lived as a man for 18 months to prove a point about male privilege? She ended up depressed and almost genuine misogynist.
Yeah, I remember that one.
There's a video of that. Yeah.
I was going to say, you don't know the power of the male side.
Mr. Remakes on Odyssey says, I've heard testosterone is correlated with attraction to women too. Am I hearing that we should give lesbians estrogen?
You know, I actually be curious if that would make any difference. Like, not as in a eugenics, we have to force lesbians to now be attracted to men, but I'd be curious to see how it would actually affect them, whether it ends up turning out biologically that things like homosexuality is actually just a lack of hormonal response in a certain way.
A chemical thing.
That would be an interesting study, because especially, like, how you'd get permission to do it in the modern climate, I don't know, but...
Yeah, no, you wouldn't.
Like, maybe start with bisexuals, because it's going to be easier to see the difference. But, like, do a double-blind study with some cohorts of bisexual men and women, give them the appropriate hormone and other placebos, as you do, because you're doing a proper fucking study. Would you see a fucking difference? I mean, it's certainly possible.
And, you know, that could really give some insight into kind of human nature overall, but that's a study that clearly won't happen anytime soon.
I'd just be curious to see the results of that one. It just sounds like, I don't know. A lot of people be like, oh, this is trying to erase lesbians. But like, no. We'd want people who are volunteering just to find out. Like, just human curiosity.
Turns out that I can Google lesbians testosterone, and the first article has done the research.
Oh, well, there we go.
Testosterone and sexual identification in lesbian couples. Within the lesbian community, there exists a common perception that lesbians comprise two types: butch having more masculine characteristics and femme having more feminine characteristics. The present study investigated the question, blah, 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 blah. Hold on.
Yeah.
Also within couples, individuals with a higher butch ratings had significantly higher testosterone levels.
How interesting.
Did you say butch rating?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it okay, so it doesn't seem
to make a big difference.
It doesn't seem to make a difference in their choice in partner, at least the way this stay's looked at. But the butch ones have more testosterone. It's like, no fucking shit.
But here's the thing. They're just testing testosterone levels in the sex role.
Yeah, they're not actually adding testosterone or estrogen
or estrogen. Yeah, it's just a measurement. So it's like, okay, cool. We've got kind of a baseline, but what if you change that? How much do those two? Yeah.
How much of a factor are they? Yeah. No, that's a very good point.
Here's an interesting one that's looking at something different. But how about hormone imbalance more common in lesbians? Lesbians are more than twice as likely as heterosexual women to have a hormonal imbalance that causes infertility. Well, linking for the first time lesbian sexual orientation with hormonal makeup. Well.
That's very interesting, because if they're having too much testosterone, that can cause, again, those hormonal issues with reproduction.
And fertility issues.
Fertility, yeah.
So, the discovery by researchers from the London Women's Clinic centered on the most common causes of ovarian dysfunction in women, polycystic ovarian syndrome, caused by an imbalance of sex hormones. One of the main features is hyperandrogenism, an abnormally high concentration of male steroid hormones called androgens. Boom.
See, I don't believe that you can outright reverse someone's homosexuality by changing the chemicals in their brain, but I would venture to guess that being a creature that it responds to the stimuli around us, if you have an imbalance and you grow up with that imbalance, that can influence you because your experiences are going to be tinged with that imbalance your entire life. So you'll end up developing preferences in a way that links to that. So if you treated it early, perhaps growing up with a treatment, maybe you wouldn't see that lesbian sort of nature come out.
Like one thing I'd love to see is for people like Milo Yiannopoulos, like gay Christians, like as an option, no means saying force them, but like, wouldn't it be an interesting experiment to take single gay men who don't like being gay and go, because let's be honest, Milo Yiannopoulos looks like a twig, and go, here's a bunch of testosterone, and see what happens. Like,
I mean, we're already kind of doing that when we talk about people who are transitioning. We're more or less experimenting with giving them opposite hormones.
Yeah, which we find
just to force an opposite conclusion rather than reinforce.
Well, the fact that when we give them the opposite hormones, we see them develop more characteristics and thinking more in line with the opposite gender. Like there are stories from trans men where they go when they start the hormone treatment, they're like, "Holy shit, my entire world's changed. I'm constantly thinking about sex. I'm thinking about this. I'm doing this, and this. Like my whole personality changed." Like, if it works that way, why wouldn't it work the other way?
Yeah. No, this sounds reasonable. The thing is, people probably hear this podcast and be like, "Oh, they want to destroy. They want to kill lesbians and they want to get rid of gay people." But that's not
that's it.
Truth.
It's like, they want to do conversion therapy. It's like,
it's got nothing to do with that. It's to do with the pure scientific what happens. Well, how do we understand our biology? Because we see things like homosexuality appear in nature, but we don't necessarily fully understand the cause behind it. And if it is to do with hormonal imbalances plus the growing up within an environment, the combination of nurture and nature, maybe that would explain why we are seeing these things, and why, with our culture as it is, we're seeing more and more people wanting to identify in a certain way and prevail.
Well, that's it. Like, we have seen a massive explosion in gay people. Like, the numbers are just skyrocketing.
Sorry, you say explosion, I just think of literally boom.
I mean, if we're giving enough,
strapping on the vests and going into their parades, and
but like,
Paste is going to have so much fun.
Maybe that is a thing. Like, for decades, we've had a concern about the hormones that are being pumped into our food. And now we add on the fact that there's so much fucking estrogen in the water that's going into the water supply from fucking birth control.
Yep.
Well,
no, it's saying the frog's
this
trans.
Is one of those... It kind of gets into the fundamental '90s argument of the homosexuals. It's like, well, when they were like, oh, we're born this way. It's like, okay, well, now we can have evidential proof.
Yeah.
Well, that's well, that's what you need to do to find the truth of the matter. You need to be having real psychologists with humanity, not these fucking monsters from places like Tavistock. They need to be going in, like, allegedly there are identifiers of someone's sexuality when they're a child. I don't fucking believe you. Like, I'm pretty sure that all gay babies look at tits, because they're hungry.
Yeah. Well, and
so what you're saying is I'm just one big gay baby?
Yes, I think he is saying that.
I really, really should have thought that through before I said it on a stream, but Beast is going to be editing.
I think we need to give Adam some more testosterone. Oh, actually,
open mouth.
Actually, I've had a really interesting thought. Do you see Democrat?
Just one.
Shut up. Theodore Pinnick is actually referencing the book "Self-Made Man" by Nora Vincent. It's an utterly enlightening book. Yes, have you ever seen Democrats with male pattern baldness?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking like 30-year-old Democrats. Do you reckon they have male pattern baldness at a rate higher or lower than Republican men?
Well, the thing is, male pattern baldness isn't dependent on testosterone.
No, it's
a different kind of testosterone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wonder
it's
if
actually meant to be technically super testosterone.
Yes, which is what I'm suggesting. I wonder if there's relation to the production of those two types of testosterone that could be linked there.
I think we should just give them insecticide and move on.
Maybe. But anyway, back to this article. So, symptoms related to PCOS include irregular menstrual periods, an inability to conceive, acne, or excessive body or facial hair. Sounds like a lesbian to me.
And PCOS actually affects a lot more women than you realise. It's like 30-40% of women end up suffering from PCOS, something like that. It's a very common issue, and I think a lot of it can be down to what you eat as well. Because I've seen, when you have eaten healthier, the symptoms of PCOS reduce and sometimes go away altogether.
Yeah, so I'm just scrolling through. Oh, holy shit. 80% of the lesbian women had polycystic ovaries compared to only 32% in heterosexual women. Holy shit, that's phenomenally significant. Like, if it's related to an excess of male, what do they call them, androgens, and it's 80% of the people who presented to, let's be fair, it was a fertility clinic, so there is some bias there. But 80% of the lesbians compared to 30% of the women? And it's related to excessive male hormones?
The thing is, people seem to forget that it's not just male or female binaries. We're in a histogram of various percentages. So some people will present more masculine and some will present more feminine. And they will have more high percentages of testosterone or estrogen or androgen and so on. So it's not quite as black and white as male or female. There is it's like a double peaked graph, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it is. Actually, it's an inverse bell curve, isn't it? Or something?
Inverse bell curve, maybe.
I think it's like an inverse bell curve. Whereas the bell curve is like it's higher in the middle, lower on the sides. This one's lower in the middle, higher on the sides, or something.
It's not an inverse bell curve. It's,
no.
See if I can find it.
What was the thought I was having? But yeah, but it's not it's the leftists see that and think, oh, anyone can be transitioned from one side to the other. It's like, no, it's just that we are dimorphic mammals, and our growth is based off of just.
This isn't the histogram, but the male-female histogram looks very similar to this.
Okay.
This is about height and by gender in the US, but yeah. More or less, that's how it would look like for what looks like female. What looks like male.
Double peaked histogram.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, some overlap in the middle. Yeah, that kind of makes
and
sense.
That's where the main two obviously are the most common. That's the main reason we have that.
Yeah.
But that is something that we've known about biologically for a long time. That doesn't change your chromosome or your actual identity as a male or a female. That's just how masculine or feminine you are within your category, I suppose.
Well, that's it. Like, we all start from a zygote and we all develop identically up to a certain point that I don't know enough about the reproductive cycle to identify specifically, but up to a certain point, physically and visibly, men and women are indistinguishable. But then they start diverging based on, guess what? Hormones.
Yeah. And, like, that's not to say we want only to have feminine, like, women in one category either, because tomboys are cute, and let's be honest, a lot of people like tomboys. Like, because
all of us here.
Like, personally, I like, my girlfriend's a bit of a tomboy. She likes games. She can be quite feminine when she wants to be, but generally I have a really good relationship with her because I can speak to her on a level that I just can't with other women who are hyper feminine.
Yep.
And you then see hyper feminine women, they often are hanging around with guys who are hyper feminine as well. You know, they're gay best friends.
Yeah, Mystery Makes back on Odyssey said, it seems we've come back around to the ancient Greek position. Women are basically defective men who are incapable of managing their emotions.
I mean,
there's some truth to that.
I mean, currently the psychological training nowadays is treating men as defective women, so yeah, full circle.
Indeed. So let's see, what else do we have in this article?
It does make me wonder what will happen in the future, whether they'll literally be like, well, we need to regulate these kind of hormones for this particular reason, and, you know, like, there is that episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation, where basically there are people who don't identify as any sort of gender, but then there's this one person who felt like they were a woman, and then they end up being treated for feeling like a woman.
Yeah.
Oh, so they sang Shania Twain songs. Gotcha.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's just it's one of those things. We'll never get a proper study done anytime soon because it's such a politically charged and politically useful tool right now.
Yeah, it is rather controversial.
Yeah.
The thing is, I am genuinely curious about the answer, not like, because it doesn't just affect gay or lesbian couples in that way, but it also affects all humanity, male, female, and how we generally identify. It's something that we all should be curious about and fully. If we don't fully understand gender identities in the modern day, which is what most of these lefties argue, then why shouldn't we do all the things we can to understand it as thoroughly as we can?
Well, okay.
But then you can't have the end goal of social engineering.
Here we go. Let's take a time machine back to 1971. Homosexuality linked to hormone level. Researchers at the Masters and Johnson Sex Research Institute in St. Louis have found that young men who are predominantly or exclusively homosexual generally have lower levels of the male sex hormone testosterone in their blood than do young heterosexual men. Boom.
It's amazing how much is already out there and has just kind of fallen to the wayside.
Yeah, or it's been intentionally
discarded
hidden.
actively. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's a more accurate phrasing.
Katie Lane, my late mother-in-law, was a very practical woman who preferred chatting to men down at the pub rather than the knitting brigade. Yeah, that's not an uncommon thing, although I don't know how much of that is based on hormone levels and how much of it is based on not being a participant in the cat fights.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's another interesting article. And for this one, we are going to 1974. Because there's been not, like, the article we were looking at previously, talking about the lesbians and polycystic thingy. They were saying, that was from 2003, and they said no, like 0.1% of research was done that looked at homosexual people. Which I believe. Like, from the 80s onwards, conversion therapy, it's evil, we're born, that kind of thing. Like, this is another one from 1974. Plasma testosterone levels were measured, okay, low sample size, but so plasma testosterone levels were measured in 28 homosexual men and correlated with psychological variables. The overall mean testosterone level for the homosexuals was somewhat lower than for a group of heterosexual controls, but the range of values for the two groups showed considerable overlap. Among the homosexuals, the 13 with some heterosexual experience had higher testosterone levels than the 15 with none. Right, so the research has been fucking done and proves exactly what we've been suggesting.
We'll probably be called monsters for saying
that.
This article...
Gregory Priest is calling these hate facts.
Yeah.
Hate facts, yeah.
This article from the New York Times does make a valid point, though. The scientists said they couldn't determine whether the hormone differences were a cause of or an effect of the homosexuality. Well, it'd be nice to do a fucking study and find out.
Mm-hmm. And Tristan Armstrong... Oh, go ahead.
Especially because without this research, you are actually experimenting on children.
Yes.
Yeah. And Tristan Armstrong, I don't think you will find causality pure hormone levels. It will not account for causality of childhood sexual trauma. Yeah, there's always extra variables, but I think you can kind of measure like proclivities. Maybe that's the best way of putting it.
Yeah. And obviously, nothing is ever as black and white, which is why there's a histogram of gender rather than a just straight binary. Although, even that, people on the right are very resistant to the idea of a histogram of gender, which I find kind of interesting as well.
Yeah, I do think a large part of that is pushback.
Yeah, they've got to the point where they're so disillusioned with the left that they resist anything of it, but it's almost like comically resisting it to the point where it's not rational resistance for the right reasons.
It doesn't help that when the left sees something like the histogram of gender, they go, oh, look, see, humans can be either gender and they can just change them. And it's like, no, you fucking idiot, slap, slap, slap.
That's misinterpreting the graph on purpose. You just...
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the right goes, no, you're lying, blah, 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 and just refuses to look at it, which is kind of understandable because the left are just inherently lying. But yeah, just refusing to acknowledge it doesn't help the the middle.
Yeah.
And I think we're kind of talking in the generality of the public forum, because I will say in more absolutist type things in a forum of, oh yeah, the left is completely in control, and I'm like, no, go fuck yourself. But if it's a genuine discussion, which is becoming harder and harder to find with those on the left, then I can have those discussions and get into the details. But just on a pure public forum, I'm going pure binary just because it'll make them into the void.
Yeah. And this is the other thing I've found, actually, since I first really got into politics itself, basically with Brexit. I remember I was watching a YouTuber called RPG Minx for a while, and she was really, really anti-Brexit, to the point where I was like, look, I'm voting for Brexit as an immigrant to this country because I believe that it's the right thing to do for X reasons. I'm not doing it because I'm a racist. And her immediate response was just, no, you're evil, you're a racist, fuck off, and then blocked me. And I was a bit like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? That's what got me into this stuff, because it became so divisive, us versus them. Whereas there's actually really, really important conversations to be had where people need to talk and actually have the opportunity to talk to each other. And it's just completely erased by the radical on the extreme end of either spectrum.
Well, yeah. I think what got me into the politics, was I came in originally, God, I don't want to think how long ago, originally through the new atheist movement. And then, because I was vaguely on the edges of that kind of thing, when the Gamergate, the pre-Gamergate bullshit was starting to kick up, I was going, well, this is obviously bullshit. I don't, like, when I play games, I don't want a female protagonist because I hate women. No, I'm trying to self-insert into the character. I don't know how a woman thinks. I can't self-insert as the character.
See, I was obviously around for Gamergate and stuff as well, but I never really thought of Gamergate as all that political at the time, because to me it was just about
corruption.
Corruption and being rational about the way we look at.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
to me, Gamergate was about media bias.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the feminists were driving into it so hard that, we're now talking about feminism and, oh, fuck, no, you're not right, Nazi. Oh, wait, no, you're not, because you're not insane.
Yeah, it's got to the point where instead of having normal, rational conversations as if we're all people of the same society trying to have a good society that functions, you're literally like the enemy of the state, in their opinion.
Well, that's it. I just want to be left alone. Nazi, Republican, Trump supporter, evil, die.
I don't want you to groom my children. Why am I not allowed to groom your children?
I'm not trying to groom your children, but if I was, this is why it's a good thing.
Yeah, this is why you should let me.
For me, I got into politics when I was like 5 years old, and that was the 1988 Republican primary, and I got pissed off as a 5-year-old about why couldn't Reagan become president again, and that started me down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out how American politics worked. But I'm seeing a lot of the trends back from 90s politics kind of popping up, but in a very perverse and different way than they were originally expressed, because while compromise was a thing, it became kind of a dirty word in American politics when it was the the Republicans basically just caving into whatever the Democrats were screeching about the loudest, and then the Democrats started screeching louder and louder as time went on. Indeed. And I looked at Gamergate, and I'm thinking, okay, well, this is just about the journalists. And then when the feminists started to interject everything they did, I realized that was going to start collapsing the gaming culture.
Indeed.
Just because that's what feminists always do.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Like, God, do you remember when feminists trying to take tits out of video games was the biggest fucking problem in the world? I miss 2014. Nice.
Who knew it would be this bad this soon?
I'll just read a comment from chat. Mr. Remake says, imagine how many people are suffering because the left has created a paradigm where this kind of research is untenable.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We might be able to find some really useful things that genuinely help people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but that's the thing. They don't look at people as anything other than aggregates of ideology.
Well, just from the super basic brainlet research we've done in the last couple of minutes, there seems to be a strong correlation between hormone levels and hormone heterosexuality. Like, this is... So, like, maybe we can't cure homosexuality. Maybe we don't want to. But what if a gay guy wants to get married to a woman and have kids, the old-fashioned way? What if they want to? Why shouldn't we be allowed to see, in a totally safe and controlled matter? Yeah, why can't it be about choice? Like, why can't we see if it is possible to allow them that freedom? Like, giving a man a little bit of extra testosterone isn't really going to hurt them, especially if they have below average, whatever that is. Like, what if we boosted them to the higher side of the average for men, and just saw what happens? Like, worst case scenario, they have a better time at the fucking gym.
Yeah,
Like, I can't...
And,
granted, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I can't see why there'd be anything wrong with boosting their level of testosterone to the high end of the average bound for men.
I mean, when you naturally produce testosterone, it's literally like HRT for women when they hit their menopause. So all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it would be a good study to see if people are having struggles with the mental issues side of things, if that will help get rid of some of the suicidal ideation that they're known to have.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, if the mental struggle they're having is because their brain isn't correlating with their body, like, wouldn't it be worth it to try a 3-month treatment of testosterone pills before we start getting the knives out?
Yeah. And even within the homosexual community, if they're having suicidal ideation, try boosting the testosterone just to see if that has some effect. Because
even if that doesn't change the fact that they're gay, it might even just affect how happy they are with their lives in general.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot less dangerous than some of the antidepressants that are out there on the market.
Oh yeah, well my brother killed himself while on antidepressants. And the antidepressants he was taking happened to make me incredibly suicidal, and I had to take them in the past. Turned out with my mental health, I was not meant to be taking any medication, but they hadn't identified it properly. It's like there's a lot of danger that's being had because of irresponsible actions from those who are meant to be care providers.
Yeah,
and like if the end game is to dope a person up on an excess of hormones for the opposite gender, like, what's the fucking harm in giving it a shot? Like, maybe one of these men that wants to transition to being a woman will feel less like that when he looks at himself in the mirror and goes, you know what, I'm a really sexy dude.
Yeah. I think it's something that we're so hell-bent as a society in going down, transgenderism, it's cool, it's hip, it's trendy, it's like, no, stop with that. If that's the right path for some individuals, then that needs to be gone down in a very methodical, very study-focused way, and not just, no, here you go, here, have an addictomy, ma'am.
Yeah. Katie Lane says it obviously suits the agenda.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. Billy Blog says, if your hypothesis is correct, the gays are creating gay children and ladyboys. Not the gays. The woke. And actually, not necessarily even them. Like, we're looking at shit that's not even in that paradigm as some of the root causes of this. Like, we're looking at hormones in food. We are looking at fucking the estrogen-mimicking compounds in soy. We're looking at fucking birth control as potentially being a problem because of what it does with the estrogen.
Yep.
Yeah.
And let's see. I think Tristan Armstrong makes a good point. If your life choices had rendered you permanently incontinent and confined to diapers for the rest of your life at age 23, your depression might not matter might not be a matter of neurochemistry. Yeah,
it probably doesn't help. But I mean, clearly, you fucking with neurochemistry can have good and bad effects. But, like, why can't we try and fucking with it in a good way for a change? Actually,
reinforcement rather than alteration.
Yeah. Like, actually, speaking of, recently I think there came out a study that was talking about how SSRIs, no, not specifically the SSRIs, but how the serotonin imbalance that they've been talking about for years causing depression was bunk. Which is interesting because some SSRIs work in some people, which has the scientists going, fucked if we know.
We just work here. We don't understand it.
Like, to be fair, there are... I mean, like, anesthesia is technically the same. Scientists are like, right, we know it knocks you out, but fucked if we can figure out why.
Yeah, I don't know why either A, we want to continually just fuck around with this sort of thing in a negative way, and I mean, this is getting mad level scientists stuff, to be honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what else do we have? Shades of Dominion, which is carnal, I believe, says, well, yes, mucking around with human hormones will result in mental fuckery. Indeed.
Go figure, huh?
Violence's Life says, yo, hello, and Christopher Everard says, hello guys, I would have loved to come and join in. We got hell of a migraine, just finally woke up after a shitty morning. And Theodore Pinnock says, fun fact, physics cannot explain why bicycles work. I thought it was 2 gyroscopes. But, okay. Tristan...
To jump back to something Tristan Armstrong said, feminists lost any moral high ground when they all endorsed Bill Clinton raping his interns, so as long as he kept abortion legal. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just going to say this. Feminists have never had any moral high ground. If you go look back at some of their earlier documents, I can't remember what the conference was, but basically it was 1890s when they started originally reeing. Yeah, feminists just they're trash opinions.
Yeah, Violence's Life asks what's on topic today. We've got a lot of things, but at the moment we are discussing the levels of the hormone levels in homosexuals and people with gender dysphoria, and how there seems to be some correlation between lower testosterone and homosexuality, and we're positing that perhaps we should be looking at men with gender dysphoria and seeing what effect testosterone supplements rather than hormone replacement therapy might have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just...
What else do we have?
I had a thought, but it died in a pregnant abortion pause.
Yes. Billy Blogs and Tristan are both talking about the side effects of SSRIs, so I'll bunch them together. And yeah, SSRIs have lots of nasty side effects, including suicidal and homicidal ideation, agitation, anxiety, indigestion, dry mouth, and school shooting.
I mean, of the SSRIs I took, the first one, well, technically it was an antidepressant called mirtazapine, and it was given to me to help me with insomnia.
That's not a great SSRI to be giving people.
Mirtazapine has a sedative effect, which is why they gave it to me for sleep issues.
I don't understand why that would be their first shot for something to help with sleep issues. Like that
because of the sedatives.
Yeah, I mean, but there are other sedatives, but yeah.
But they also believe, obviously, anxiety and stuff like that can help. Being reduced can help you with sleep issues. But basically, that ended up with both my hands and my face being constantly numb all the time. And when when you get like a jump scare in a game,
yeah,
those situations, whenever anything would jump scare me in any kind of game or something would surprise me, instead of having the typical reaction of, oh, I'm surprised by that, I would end up feeling very, very faint and dizzy. Like I couldn't react in time, so my body wanted to react but couldn't because of the sedatives. That was a weird one.
Yeah.
Then I was put on sertraline, which is what my brother was on, and that was the one that gave me intense suicidal thoughts for about a week before I decided to stop taking them. And then I was put on citalopram. Now, these are obviously the British names, but citalopram was one of the few where I had a positive side effect that you're not meant to have. And the positive side effect was I suffered from euphoria. Unfortunately, that made the drug incredibly addictive, and I ended up overdosing on them and taking a nice razor blade to my face and cutting my face open. Thankfully, I didn't cut very deeply because I was fucking about, but I was in a weird, weird state of mind, and my parents obviously then forced me to go to the doctors. They made me go cold turkey and actually got me to see the talking therapies, where I finally had an actual diagnosis of borderline personality disorder from a therapist. And that actually has led to me having more success mental health wise and growth than anything else than these mind-altering drugs that should never have been given to me. Because the typical treatment for BPD is dialectical behavioral therapy. It's got no fucking drugs whatsoever. It's to do with behavior. And it's a very, very weird thing to suddenly be treating people with drugs with. And the amount of side effects I had to go through and the long-term effects they had on me while I was taking them were just fucking awful. Honestly, I like, they helped change my perspective on things because they literally altered my mind with the way the chemistry changed, but it was at the expense of other things. Eventually, they put me on something called fluoxetine, which is basically the best one I've been on so far, and that even came with severe stomach issues. But it took a long time to get to any sort of stability, and thankfully I no longer have to take anything at all.
Yeah, SSRIs are a really weird bunch. Because not only can they cause suicidal ideation, if you're already suicidal, they can actually give you back your, what do I call it? How should I phrase this? It can increase your levels of perceived energy and give you some get up and go before it starts reducing the suicidal ideation. So
yeah,
when you're sitting there going,
basically lowering your inhibitions to do things.
Yeah, which is a side effect you are after if you're not suicidal.
Yeah.
But if you are suicidal and all of a sudden your inhibitions to get, like, I take an SSRI called, I can't remember. It's a really weird brand name. It's somewhere over in the drug pile. But,
the pile.
Like, yeah, it gives me well, I won't say a lot more, but it gives me more ability to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
And, which is good. Really helpful. Like, you need to be able to get up in the morning to do things that are good for your mental health. Like, you know, shower, eat, go to work, not sit here waiting to die. Those kinds of things. But, of course...
Lots of people are stopping Cymbalta, apparently, according to Shades of Dominion.
But yeah, but if you're sitting there already extremely suicidal, rather than just some other kinds of depression, congratulations. You now have get up and go, and you're... Oh, yeah, you've now got reduced lethargy and more willingness to do things you've been putting off. Bit of a problem if the thing you've been putting off is suicide. Maybe want to keep putting that off.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I worried happened with my older brother. And yeah, Katie, it was a lot of stress. Thankfully, I am through it. Unfortunately, my older brother wasn't so fortunate. He basically came back after having some severe mental health issues and was put on sertraline, and was feeling quite unwell with it, feeling very sick and having the suicidal thoughts. And he didn't really tell anybody. And then obviously, then he took his life. There were obviously other factors, and he didn't leave a note specifically to really give us any idea what was going through his head in that specific moment. I was literally the last person to talk to him. But yeah, it was one of those things where there's no way in my mind that sertraline was not a factor in his decision at the end of the day.
Well, it almost certainly was. Like,
interestingly enough, in his autopsy, they also found traces of ketamine in him, which he might have taken just to make it easier for him to slip away, I guess. But we don't know. He could have had that from a party the night before, or...
Yeah. Gregory says, I've been on 4 SSRIs. 1 made me high as fuck. 2nd gave me diarrhea. 3rd made me feel nothing. 40 made me not hungry and lost 30 kilos. I'll have the 4th, please.
Yeah, one of them, Christopher, one of the fluoxetine that I took, that made me feel completely nothing, which was nice when you're in a moment where you're like, I've got lots of emotions I can't deal with. That's great, but then having absolutely no emotional response to incorrect things is also completely harmful at the same time. But yeah.
Yeah, it is one of the problems, but both with depression and with taking anything that can fall under the label mood stabilizer. Okay, great, your mood is stabilized, but because it's the same chemicals in both directions, it's you're stabilizing the happiness away too. Like,
yeah,
it's Like, even to this day, both because of the depression, possibly because of the SSRIs, and because executive function's a cunt when you have autism. Like,
Yeah.
just... most days I don't even get through the basic shit I'm supposed to do in a day just to look after myself, because, yay! Fuck my life. So...
But, and the thing is,
yeah,
my brother came up with he took quite a lot of drugs, party drugs and stuff. But he generally told me a rule of thumb: if it comes from a lab, it's bad. If it's green, it's clean. And generally speaking, I've like applied that in my life, and it's usually been pretty damn good. Steering clear of like prescribed drugs generally is good for you as well. If you like, maybe paracetamol would be fine, but you know, even aspirin was a massive problem for fucking people like Bruce Lee. So trying to avoid drugs and finding better solutions is usually a good choice as the first point of call for everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Arden is back because I'm hearing a buzz.
I am in fact back. Oh, is it bad again?
Slightly, yeah.
We're getting
constantly broadcasting.
wind noise.
Oh.
Or something.
That's probably the fan on my laptop. There's really not much I can do about that. I'll try moving the
You
mic
could probably
away from
turn
it,
up
but...
your sensitivity for broadcast, so when you talk, it's only when you're talking.
Oh, okay, I'll try that then.
But yeah, Arden, we were just talking about SSRIs and their negative effects, so just to keep you in.
And how it's an absolute bitch, because
Okay.
some of them do help. But unfortunately, the biggest problem with depression as a condition is, in order to cure it, and yes, in some people it can be cured, but in a lot of people it's a lifelong condition that they then have to manage. In order to resolve it, you need to resolve any exterior stresses. Okay, what are the exterior stresses? Lack of relationship, lack of money. Cool. What's causing those?
Not the autism, certainly.
Well, that's certainly not fucking helping.
Well, I mean, the economy is pretty fucked, and it doesn't really... The way our working structure is set up is not really designed in a way that benefits people who are outliers from what is considered the conformity of normality.
Indeed, which makes it very, very frustrating for people with high functioning autism. Because, congratulations, you're not retarded enough to get on disability, but you're different from normal enough that people don't like you because they're innately wired that way.
Yeah.
And yes, Billy Blogs, I do mean pot is soma.
What does soma mean?
In A Brave New World, it was the drug that everyone took so they could feel happy and disconnected from all the consequences of the world, essentially.
I haven't read it in a long time. I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah.
That actually explains the name of a few games I've played in the past. Now it all kicks in. Typical.
Okay, kind
Apparently
of like
there's some lag.
But, well, YouTuber cunts.
Yeah, true.
On my end...
Billy, I like that. Getting rid of Biden and the return of Trump will cheer people up a lot more effectively than SSRIs. Like opium for the masses.
I mean, Billy's not fucking wrong.
No.
Yeah. Gregory...
if only we'd do the same in Britain and Australia, eh?
Indeed. Gregory said, yeah,
I mean, we could
and Canada.
Yeah.
And Canada, for that matter. I mean, bloody WEF shill there.
I mean, I'm just gonna say, we failed twice taking Canada, but we Yanks can come in and try once more.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I mean, why would you want it?
I mean, it's got some pretty scenery, great snowmobile trails.
They have oil.
Canada, the American ski resort. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got? Gregory P says, yeah, the one that made me feel nothing was good, and though I didn't feel as depressed, but I also wasn't enjoying good things, directing appropriately to situations, this started becoming a problem. Yep, bingo. Christopher says, I use a escitalopram for like 5 years. It honestly helped me so much. It kind of saved my life. It was too chaotic and lost in my head. Now I have some clarity.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have SSRIs or anything like that, because they can be very helpful for the right people in the right situation. But they also are dished out irresponsibly and with little actual psychiatric care from the people dishing out, that they don't have the expertise to make the decision to actually prescribe something that will affect you psychologically.
Well, that's also part of the problem. There's so many people fucked up by what I am convinced is modern life.
Yep.
That the doctors are like, there are some that are just straight up irresponsible with it, but for most doctors, they're doing the best they fucking can. It's like, the only thing I can fucking do for you is these drugs. Which one would you? And I'll try you on all of them. Here's a month's supply of this one. If it doesn't work, we'll try another. You want to see a psychologist? Go get fucked.
That was basically my experience. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the doctor would happily help you get the help you need, if they fucking could. I would like.
But the thing, it's not if they could. It's if they cared. I don't think they'd give a shit. I really don't think they care.
There are a lot that don't. There are some that do, but I think they're all, like, the ones that do care are bound by how fucking useless public health is.
Well, there is that too. That doesn't help.
Yep.
I mean, I have to wait 2-3 months. I've had one appointment for an ADHD thing. Basically, they had to interview me to sort of understand my experiences growing up, and I have to wait 2.5 to 3 months for a second appointment for a second clinician to try and do a double check to say, actually, yeah, you do, a second opinion, essentially, just to make sure that they don't prescribe anything to someone who it wouldn't be appropriate for. Because obviously they provide things like Ritalin and other things, dexamphetamine, but just basically speed. Although I've taken speed in my recreational thing, I had a weird experience with speed where all my friends were like, oh yeah, it's really fun, and you'll get a rushing feeling, and all I felt was calm, and it was very, very strange for me. But that could be related to the fact I may actually have ADHD, because I actually technically treat ADHD with speed, with amphetamines. But it's very, very interesting that, like, I've had to go through that much just to get. I'm like, I should be able to have an appointment next week or something. That's what it should be. That's how because a lot of ailments are psychological and due to the way the world is currently laid out, and yet we don't provide anywhere near the resources for healthcare in general. We don't provide the resources properly, or allocate them, or set it up in a way that makes sense. I could ramble on about it for a while. Sorry.
Yeah. What was the?
It's a good discussion though to get out there, because I think it's either too stigmatized or it's something where people just don't know how to address any of it.
Yeah. I agree with Tristan in the comments, actually. I don't think it's appropriate for a medical discipline with no ability to produce an objective diagnosis of anything to prescribe powerful psychoactive chemicals to patients.
Yeah,
agree. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, assuming
and it's the same. It's the same with the trans debate. It is exactly the same with the trans debate.
And we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Because I was talking for like 3 minutes there, and everybody just seemed to be talking over. You were pranking me for a second.
We just don't like you, Arden. It's just that we mute you.
It's completely understandable. I'm the only ginger here, and you've got to whip somebody.
I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry that the middle of our conversation interrupted the beginning of yours, Arden.
It's not so much that as I was just going to point out or bring up another thing that happens with a lot of psychiatric and other medications is that you run into trending, which kind of touches on what Crow finished with thing. You run into trends where
you're cutting off a bit midway through your sentences. You might want to turn the thing down just a little bit
more, yeah.
Just because it's cutting off the ends of your sentences, so you kind of but.
Oh no, that's me normally anyway.
Just a Newfoundland thing,
Just a second. Okay, I think this should work out a bit better.
Yeah, sounds better.
Okay. anyway, I was talking about trending and things like that, and beyond just new products that companies want to push, you also run into the issue of, say, about 20 years or so ago, every boy was ADHD, and it was just overdiagnosed to no end, and Ritalin was overprescribed and things like that. And then you come
Thanks,
forward.
feminists.
Well, yeah. Segregated schools might not be a bad way to go back to.
Yeah.
But then you come forward 5-10 years, and then suddenly everybody had, what was the big trend then? I forget, but then you end up with these rotating trends and fads in medication, and are pushed so thoroughly by these companies that people who really have no business being on some of these
But
medications...
Ardent,
Champic.
medical companies would never lie to us or do anything that wasn't good for us.
You know,
No, I'm not saying they
opioid
were
crisis.
lying. Now, to be fair, I'm not saying they were lying. They are motivated by a business goal, and that's understandable. The problem is that you have questionable practices, and not saying they're necessarily doing anything legally wrong, but some of the practices may be in need of a revisitation for fitness for purpose. Be as kind about it as I can.
Well, I mean, speaking on what you're talking about, growing up, my brother was obviously put on Ritalin. He was put on all sorts of things. Like, I've heard stories from my brother where basically he had tigers jump out of posters and stuff like that, and all sorts of weird things. Like, you'd hear ghosts running up and down the stairs, and it would freak him out quite badly. One time, it was actually a cat burglar at the window, and it wasn't a fake thing from a thing. It was actually a cat burglar at his window, and he just thought it was, you know, one of his hallucinations and went back to bed, apparently. But apparently enough to freak out the cat burglar that they left. But my mum would tell me... But my mum would literally tell me, like, she'd be talking with other mums, and she'd be telling them about, oh yeah, Tom's got ADHD, and they'd be like, oh yeah, my son's got that as well, and really casually, it was like, okay, what mind-altering drug has he put on? What controlled drug are they putting him on? Because my son is actually on Ritalin, you know. So I was like, oh, we don't have any drugs for this ADHD, and then he's probably not fucking ADHD. You're just saying he's hyper and he's high energy, but it's not the same fucking thing.
As Tristan points out, there's either a novel epidemic of mental disorder among school-aged boys, or these teachers, parents, are boring and have poor classroom parenting skills. Which side does Occam's razor fall on? Ooh, women being stupid. Sorry, wait, what?
I mean, I will say there's probably a good observation to be made. The rise of mothers not being in the home raising their children, and the desire to medicate the shit out of every little boy that's out there because he's a bit rambunctious.
Well, I mean,
not to mention
with ADHD, with ADHD specifically, I think there is a genetic factor in there. My mum.
Oh, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying I think factors such as, like,
a lot of boys are being diagnosed with ADHD on the basis of they're acting like a boy, and being a boy's bad because you're not acting like a girl.
Yeah, this is what I was about to say, but obviously my mum, her sisters, my grandfather, my brother, they all seem to have that ADHD energy, and I seem to fit the same sort of dynamic as them to some degree, or at least according to people around me have talked to me. And that obviously has had an effect on the way I have grown up and my academic level and how I've dealt with school. However, there is also the aspect of the people who don't fully understand what it is or how it is affecting them, how it affects the way you work in school, because it's a learning difficulty technically. And then you get these people who make these assumptions, and they try and have a broad sort of brush of how we're going to deal with the problem. And because they don't actually understand what they're actively dealing with, they end up treating it and responding wrong, with these teachers saying, oh yeah, he's a boy, so he's just being ADHD, literally conflating two different things that are completely different problems because they don't fucking understand it.
I mean, like, you can take a look at how boys behave in the classes of a male teacher. Like, you can have like a male fucking teacher teaching only on fucking Friday, whatever stupid class it is. And these boys, they're in detention every fucking day. They're constantly in trouble with their teachers. Get to the male teacher on Friday, not a fucking problem. Because male teachers were boys once. I know this might come as a shock to any leftists out there, but men used to be boys.
The thing is, those people being labeled as ADHD,
some of us are still children.
Normally they're not ADHD. They are just normal people, high energy, growing up, and are bored by the way the academic system is run. Because the academic system is based on, well, the one in America and the UK at the very least, are based on the old Prussian system, which was designed to create egalitarianism through dumbing everybody down to the same level to make for a manageable populace.
Well, they're all yeah, and even without that, they're all designed on rote learning. I'm sorry, but it doesn't help me what fucking year the Spanish Civil War was. No.
Yeah.
This shit's useless. Teach people how to fucking think. It's no good remembering a million fucking dates.
That's exactly my point, because the Prussian system wasn't designed to make you think. It was designed to make you manageable as a populace. And that's exactly what this education system has been so successful at doing. It makes people fucking dumb. It makes them very easy to manipulate. People like Carnegie and Rockefeller have been manipulating them for years using TV advertisements. And you see it still to the very day that people are not educated because they aren't taught to teach themselves. I was very lucky that my dad decided he wanted me not to be a dumb fuck and taught me how to teach myself and to question everything, including him, including all the people around me. That's why I'm intelligent, because I have learned to do that. It was a skill passed on by my father. But if I'm in a position where I hadn't had these skills imparted to me because I didn't have the fortune of my father, I would probably be one of these dumb fucks who failed in school and was just doing drugs on the street now, because I have no fucking basis for any sort of rational decision, because the education system isn't designed to make you a useful member of society. It's designed to make you easy to play around with for those who are the elite in control. It's exactly what it's for. And that sounds conspiratorial, I realize, but there are lots of references for it. A really good book that would be worth reading if you're interested in this is Weapons of Mass Instruction by a guy called John Taylor Gatto. He was an American school teacher for 30 years, and he basically went on a big fucking deep dive all over it. So if you want any information about it, go check out his works. He's got a couple of books on the topic, and it's very, very interesting to see how things have fucked up. And you see how it's fucking up our modern generations and how each generation is persistently becoming dumber and dumber each time.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the old education styles, like, I think it was a Missouri 1960s or 50s standardized test compared to the same grade level now, the two are completely incomparable. Some 10-year-old then could get master's degree level education today.
Oh yeah. Did you know in World War II they had higher literacy rates than at the war for Vietnam in America, even though they were supposed to have a more improved education system? How come progressively year on year literacy rates were rising in America due to this supposedly great education system? It doesn't make sense.
My aunt was a primary school education teacher for probably 35, 40 years. And her noticing, when she retired, how drastically different the education was. Not just, natural progression of over time, but they went heavily to making sure everything was standardized, everything was simplified, and things that the kids could not engage with at their grade level were being taught, and not in a lack of intelligence, but a lack of proper construction of the fundamentals.
Yeah.
Well, that's
and the thing is, if they came in with the fundamentals, they'd be fine.
The teachers don't even fucking know. The teachers, any retard could be a teacher. You don't need to know anything. Like the teachers are even worse than the students. Like the teachers, everything they know
I
is
would beg
just
to
rote
differ
fucking
on that
learning.
a little bit. To be just a generic crappy teacher, sure, I agree, but to be an actual teacher that genuinely is teaching people is a lot
to be
harder
a
than
good
people think.
teacher, yeah, that takes a phenomenal person. But to be a public school teacher paid by the government to stand in front of 30 kids doped to their gills on Ritalin, any retard can do that, and a lot of leftists do.
And that's the thing. Education was considered like the easy route for a career for a lot of these people, and that's the real problem. Is it's encouraged as this. Oh well, you need to go to college, but here you go. You can't do much, so become a teacher. And that's the way they treat it. Instead of you've got
that's it. You need to go to college to get any job, but you're a fucking dumbass. So here's this one course that doesn't require any independent thinking and just requires you to look shit up in a book.
Yep. That was literally my business A level. I basically got so bored of my business A level that I basically started flunking things on purpose because I got bored. But literally none of it was any actual teaching from the teachers itself. It was literally reading a book and trying to memorize what the book says. Because it was the curriculum. The book was the curriculum. It wasn't about actual business. It was just about fucking answering a test. And that's not an education.
No,
that's literally just trying to score a point.
That's teaching you to memorize, not teaching you to think.
Yes.
You can teach people to read, but you can't teach them to learn by doing the same thing.
But also, it helps if you actually teach them to read. Because guess what? Crow said, literacy rates in every fucking so-called developed country are lower than they were in the 40s.
Although I will also point out there's a fuck ton of illegal immigrants in those countries dragging those rates down too.
Yes, but when you exclude them, the rates are still through the fucking floor.
Yeah. Agreed. I'm just saying it's still terrible, but the illegals play a role in the absolute lowest part of it. But yeah, the rest of it, we should not be in this level of mediocrity at best.
Yeah. Let's see. A couple of points by Tristan. First one, look, my knowledge of Near East history may be dog shit, but that's not a good case for rote learning. Knowing the difference between the Huns and the Mongols does not fucking help me run a business.
Well, neither do the business courses. More often than not, if you did a business A level, they wouldn't be interested in taking you on for a business degree because they had realized by the time you come to them, you'd been taught all wrong and you had all these bad ideas. It was really bad.
Yeah, and the other point he makes is that teaching is a profession that's easy enough and with a low enough bar that can be done by women, but that leaves you with a profession devoid of men who will raise the bar. Now, interestingly enough, I wonder if that's correct, because why if most teachers are women, are most headmasters male, and no, you can't say misogyny?
Can we say patriarchy?
No.
Not going for that one either.
but that does seem to be the point. Like, especially with the environment around teaching, like, the only men who are going to become teachers are the ones who absolutely, desperately need to be a teacher. In the good way.
And I think that's just such a underrated profession in a lot of ways to be done right. Unfortunately, it's overrated to the people who just can't cope with the rest of the world.
I mean, the biggest problem is we used to have it that our parents were our teachers, but we are in an environment where our parents can't teach us because they are having to go out and work constantly. Basically, school is a caretaking system. That's all it is, a caretaking racket, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah,
and they take advantage of it to indoctrinate your children. I mean, I'm lucky I have my own business. I will likely try and teach my kids myself at home if I don't send them to school, or if I do send them to school, I will at least question every fucking thing they're being taught and make sure that they, like my dad did with me, can think for them fucking selves. But it's so difficult for people to do that because they're not taught these individual skills. I feel like a fucking failure because I look at the intellect of the people around me and I haven't achieved these academic heights. But then I see some of these academics and they are spouting such utter fucking tripe. Sorry,
who was it? I think it was our good friend. Fuck. Orwell, who said, I think it was him who said, some things are so stupid that only an academic could believe them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've reached the conclusion when I put myself through university. Yeah.
Yeah.
No student debt, nothing of that nature. But I was sitting in one professor's course, and he was a shitbag. And I remember getting in, and this was a large, 100-student auditorium. And he made some comment. Basically, it's like, well, you all just, you're here because, you've got, student debt and whatnot, and, I'll just give you what you've earned. And I stood up, I paid for it. You want to see the fucking receipts, you piece of shit? And I walked out.
I agree, Chris. I'm not going to give my children phones until they're around 16, and even then there'll be a flip phone. At best, maybe 13 when they want to hang out with friends, just so they can contact us, nothing more.
Yeah.
I don't want them having access to things like Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, because they're just platforms that basically break children down and then indoctrinate them once they've been broken down into believing any fucking nonsense these people want.
Yeah.
It's just not good.
Absolutely.
It's not healthy.
Well,
Tristan,
what was the recent study?
Yeah, sorry, Bleach. Tristan asks, most headmasters male? That might be a decade-old statistic, but there was definitely a period where we did have like 70% of teachers being female, while most headmasters were male. I'm not sure how old that is now, but it was definitely true. It may have changed drastically since I looked it up.
I mean, I have had a female headmaster, and she was fantastic. She's actually one of the best headmasters I've ever had, because she ran the school like a fucking business. So the school turned into an academy not long after I left it. Obviously, I was bringing it down a bit, but yeah, it was. She was one of the few headmasters that really gave a shit about, gave a shit about what was going on in the school and improving it. It completely destroyed bullying in that school. So bullying wasn't actually a thing, which is quite. She basically turned it like you would expect, like a uni. You expect people to act in good sense and not like fucking dickheads while they're on campus and stuff. And that was basically how she ran it. It was really quite impressive feat for what she did.
Yeah. So here's the article. Here's the statistic. And this one is the first one I grabbed from 2014. So it may have considerably changed since then, but I don't know if it's been quite long enough for it to have been drastic. But in 2014, 57% of there's the one. It's upper secondary where it kicks in, because there's less male principals in primary schools, or grade schools as you might call them. So in this one, because of course they're whining about my women's and my equalities. So the study showed that while 57% of upper secondary teachers are women, only 39% of principals are female. So that's probably has changed since then, because, dear God, it infests everything. But it was definitely the case that even when most teachers were women, most principals were men.
Strange.
But yeah, I won't be surprised if a lot more.
It makes sense though from a disciplinary angle, because especially for the higher level of education, if you've got some male acting up, he's more likely to react positively to a male authority figure.
You're also probably more likely to see more female teachers in a primary school versus a secondary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Men just don't have time to deal with children. That's all. We hate children.
Yeah. Well, that's why they make such good principals. It's like, right, why are you here? You know what you did wrong. You're gonna do it again. Right, detention for 2 weeks. Get the fuck out.
We're throwing you in the gulag. What? You will learn your history.
Going to have to
shovel coal with janitor.
Yeah.
You're going to have to watch 10 hours of Anita Sarkeesian videos as your punishment.
Yeah,
Back in my mum's day.
That's a bit too much.
Back in my mum's day, you'd get a wrapped knuckles with a ruler.
Mm-hmm.
I was threatened with a strap by a nun.
That sounds kind of
strap
sexual.
on by a nun.
Strap on by a nun.
No.
Strapped up by nuns.
Oh my.
So, I mean, you know, the Christian faith is quite known for their child abuse.
Fetishes, okay?
Yeah. So
Is Base Ape still here to edit this into the episode?
Oh, I hope so. Jumping back a bit, Viance's life said, I say the problem is actually mothers being attentive and using TV as a babysitter. So this is specifically when we're talking about literacy rates when
and
this
tablet
came up.
devices.
And you're absolutely right. So let's do a quick survey.
Sorry, Bezic, I'm going to interrupt you a second because thinking back to what Ardent was saying, this is perfect.
Yeah.
This pregnant pause.
Oh, wait, didn't it play through for you guys?
No.
Oh. On my own. Wait a second. I can fix this.
At least one of us is amused, bro.
Oh, I see. It's on. Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, Monkey's still here.
Right.
He's collecting
Now it should
innuendos
work.
like they're bananas.
I've got a lovely bunch of innuendos.
Nice.
They are sitting in a row.
Big ones, tall ones, some as big as your head. No, wait, I screwed that up. Badly.
Big as my head.
Right. Hopefully this
Always
works.
look on the bright side.
an
of
adult.
life.
I am an adult.
Oh god.
Did that play for you guys?
Yes.
It
I
did.
heard it that way.
Okay, good. Because that's from Dragon Ball Z Abridged, I believe.
Oh god.
It just that
yeah.
one thing. It's like I need an adult. Okay, I'm
I'm
an
an
adult.
adult. Yeah. Is that the same guy that does like the funny abridges of all the various animes?
Yeah. It was good
Oh,
before
yeah.
they got all woke.
He did a great one for Sword Art Online, and I thought it was the actual series.
Oh, Jesus. Probably had a better experience that way. Sword Art Online is fucked up.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, I wonder who here... How old was everyone when they learnt to read?
I don't know. I couldn't remember. I couldn't read the time before I
Arden will
learned
let
to
us know when he figures it out.
I think I might have been 3 or 4 when I had basic concepts of reading.
So before any form of formalized schooling, before even kindergarten.
Correct.
Yeah,
my mother wanted to make sure I was able to enter school with some reading and whatnot.
Wasn't there an article that suggested that it was like really posh schools, I can't remember what they're called, like boarding schools had really low quality students. Then it was like public schools had better quality students that were succeeding better. And then they were looking at homeschooled students were actually far more successful and having higher grades than any other group.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I heard Carl Benjamin mention it at one point.
That absolutely makes sense. Because, granted, I'm autistic and I had a stay-at-home mother, but I could read at least high school level when I entered school. Like, in primary school, I was reading above college level material. Like, they actually gave, because autism, and oh boy, that really did a number on me as a kid. So I was really fucked over. I got put in the special education unit, which meant that here's me, highly intelligent but socially fucked up, surrounded by the retards. It's like, yay, you're really helping me develop my social skills when I'm smarter than most adults. And now I'm stuck in this room.
That reminds me.
Oddly enough, for me, I went from a fairly high level elementary school, basically first grade. Then I moved geographically, and they're like, "Oh no, we're gonna put you in remedial education because you weren't here." And I'm like, "Why am I being put in remedial?" And they're like, "Well, you didn't come from our school system." So I'm like, "Yeah, go fuck yourselves." And I still actually revel in the fact that school got bulldozed a few years ago.
Nice.
I was going to say that
Yeah,
also
and I mean-
reminds. I was going to say it also reminds me in school, for some reason in the PE group, we had a special class for people who basically were special needs. And for some reason, I think I missed like the first class of PE or something like that. So I was put into this special class, despite the fact I'd spent most of my childhood doing martial arts. So I wasn't one of these people who couldn't catch a ball. But I had a wonderful time because instead of like doing sports and having to run track and anything like that, I just got to play dodgeball with a bunch of retards, basically. It was fucking amazing. It was great fun. Eventually, they realized that I could catch a ball and had to move me into a different group. It was it was good fun while it lasted.
I'm just flashing on that Adam Sandler movie where there's just the rumors that he was just whipping the dodgeball at these kids.
Yeah.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Mr. Deeds, maybe.
Yeah.
That's a completely different movie, but
This will help you avoid the Christians.
Oh, speaking of the Christians, I want to go back and point out that I think the absolute best quality education I ever got was from those nuns in my primary school. Kindergarten to grade 3, I was taught by nuns, and I was very well advanced. Even from grade 4 rather to grade 9, I was Catholic educated. We moved geographically in the middle of grade 9, and
to hell.
Well. But the quality of the education I got from the Catholic school was far and away better than what I ended up going to. And essentially, it wasn't until after grade 9 that I started to act out because I simply wasn't engaged by the material anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that was one of my
Basically
biggest
what happened to me
problems
too.
as well. And like, I wasn't engaged with the material through primary education, secondary education, and then all of a sudden they give me the test, and it's like, shit. I was bored shitless, so I wasn't paying attention.
You mean you're testing on this?
Yeah. When I was in high school, mostly in like history and English literature classes, I would be playing poker in the back of the room because I was so disengaged, and the teachers would try calling me out on these things. And I would just launch into about a 10-minute discussion of whatever topic they were trying to trip me up on. To the point where my high school teacher would leave the room in history classes, would leave the room and come back after I had finished because I was doing a better job than he was.
Yeah, I didn't play poker, but I read an awful lot of comic books in class because I burned through all the material we were supposed to get done, and then probably half of the next days as well before I got sick of it. And then I just pull a couple of comic books out of my bag, and that would be like 15 more minutes.
Now, I will say I netted probably about $50 during that entire time.
Done. Any ante?
Can't remember what it was. I think it was like a buck buy-in, and 25-cent raises was the limit.
Oh, glorious. But yeah, I think it makes a massive difference the earlier you learn to read. Because, and how do I phrase this? I don't know, so I'm just going to start talking. It's never stopped me before. So, the earlier you learn to read, especially if it starts with you just being read to, then they're reading the book with you, and then all of a sudden you're reading books, and you like reading, so you read more and more, and your not understanding of the language gets better and better. And did I mention you like reading? So school books are fucking boring, but so you don't like reading those, but go to the library, you'll happily sit down with a real book on science.
Oh yeah.
And look, you have a much better general knowledge than anyone from the schooling system. Yes, my Near East Asia knowledge is a bit shit, but who cares? I can just look it up. Like, even before the internet, if I wanted to know, I'd have gone to the library and done this thing called reading. Because, I learned to enjoy reading.
Yeah, one of the best things my folks ever did was pick up a set of encyclopedias. It was Funk and Wagnalls.
Yeah.
And I burned through those things so fast.
Yep.
I think
The ironic thing is, I think they bought them for my brother, who was 5 years older than me.
I think I
remember...
might still have some of my childhood books floating around in boxes somewhere because they're really good books. That they're not my level anymore, but I really enjoyed them as a kid. And it's like I could give them away, but screw that. I enjoyed the shit out of them. And I have vague recollections of the old Golden Book classics, like probably from way before school. Like you could and it's also one of the reasons I wasn't in trouble, because I could be left alone in the fucking corner happily reading Golden Books all fucking day.
I remember it was a weird thing for my, especially English literature. We had to read these god-awful books like Silas Marner, Wuthering Heights, and probably the actually, I kind of like Moby Dick, but the worst damn book I ever read was The Great Gatsby. Fuck you, F. Scott Fitzgerald. And that ruined my love of reading for about 5 years. But prior to that, I had read the entire Leatherstocking Tales, which is, Last of the Mohicans, The Prairie, all 5, I think it's 4 or 5 of those books. And I just tore through them. But when it came to what I was required to read, I just couldn't be fucked with it.
Well, that's one of the biggest problems with schools is, in particular when you're learning English, they go, here, let's choose this book because it's literature, not because it's it's a book that's been famous for 100 years. It's boring as dog's piss, but we'll force you to read it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, we had to read on the subject in English literature of World War II, but they made us read this book called Regenerations by Pat Barker, which really fucking pissed me off because the fucking grammatical use of the English language was so piss poor. She had sentences that literally were, and this autumn, full stop. Like, the fucking use the English language correctly if you're going to be taught in a fucking English literature course. But there were other things, like, I got so tired of reading the book, I had to get my mum to try and help read it to me because I was struggling so much because the grammar made no sense. And we got to this point, and basically the book is about people who've been suffering from PTSD from World War II and are ending up in this hospital. And there's a scene where a guy who, anytime he eats food, he remembers being blown up and landing face first in a rotting body. So every time he eats, he vomits. And that's the premise of the thing. But there's a nurse trying to clean him up, basically. But both me and my mum couldn't understand what happened. And it sounded, the way it was written, like this nurse had come up and placed a sponge and just shoved the sponge down the guy's trousers, a wet sponge for no reason down the guy's trousers, because of the poor phrasing. And the choice of book was fucking awful. There are so much better out there in terms of literature accolade and ability that it really pissed me off that we had to read such a fucking crap book. It really annoyed me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can tell I'm still annoyed.
I get that, because I absolutely lose my tits when I'm reading professional material and there's spelling errors. Like, I will derail a fucking meeting at work to point out that something's spelt wrong.
Yeah.
As you should. As you absolutely should. Standards fucking matter.
Grammar is a bit more complicated because it depends on the style that you're trying to do. For example, you definitely need editors if you're going to be doing any sort of journalism or any kind of article that's meant to be read, because although the sentence makes sense potentially grammatically, it might not flow very well, or it might be a better way of articulating it that a second pair of eyes really helps with.
I'm tolerably good at picking that stuff up, but like an editor's always going to be better at it because they're looking at it fresh, so they don't know how that sentence is supposed to end. So when it ends weird, I'll do it quite often for people actually read their stuff to help them edit it. I'll start reading and go, that makes no fucking sense. What the fuck is this? That's just wrong.
I remember in school I was writing a little short novel for my coursework, and it started off with me talking about a deluge of black clouds. And my dad, like read through the entire thing, and he fucking is like a deluge of black clouds, finding all these errors like that. It makes it sound like the clouds are streaming down the street like a fucking torrent of water, like a river. Like that's not the right choice of descriptive word. You don't get deluges of black clouds. And like it's just simple things that you don't know when you think, oh, I'm just going to use a fancy word that sounds right, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Like
for
a lot of times when I've been reading. Sorry, Bleach. I'm just going to talk over. Like a lot of times when I've been reading something, I'll read a sentence and go, "That sentence is wrong." I can't tell you why, but I need to think about it for 5 minutes so I can tell you why it's wrong.
Yeah. And for myself, I actually, because for whatever reason, I was never taught grammar properly during my primary compulsory education.
Same.
And so I went out and I've learned it, and it's still not correct. I hate to say, but it drove me nuts that I was not taught the basics of the English language.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, gents. I've got to get myself going now, so I will chat to you guys.
How dare you have a loving, caring woman calling for your attention? It's not acceptable.
I know.
Very disappointed in you, Crow.
Yeah, she'll have to dump me and then start an OnlyFans, I guess. The modern thing to do, I guess.
Yeah, apparently, yes.
Indeed.
Been fun, Crow, as always.
Yeah, it's been lovely, guys. Hope you have a lovely rest of your stream and enjoy Nonce Watch, I suppose.
That's one word
before
for
it gets bad.
Thanks for that.
Bye, Gray. Have a good one.
See you later.
Yeah.
So, and to react to Tristan Armstrong's talking about, in high school, Gatsby was atrocious, but in retrospect, he's glad he read it. Didn't get it at the time, but it's worth having in your mental furniture. No, it's just a shit book. I mean, the little Montenegro part, I'm sorry. I found the characters small, vapid, and intolerable. And while I can say, in retrospect, I'm glad I read Wuthering Heights, Great Gatsby, I would rather put my head through a brick wall than ever touch one of those books again.
Yeah, there's a lot of books I've read where especially because I've spent a decent chunk of time reading when I was working, like I'd grab something from Kindle Unlimited, read it on the train to work, and quite often I'd go, right, this is 3 pages in, your grammar's fucking atrocious, gone. Like this is like it's lit. Granted, I have a low tolerance for bad writing, but like it's fucking unreadable.
Yeah.
I also.
Yeah, I think the worst part is what you have as like some really good tomes in the English language get completely thrown out the window for just absolute shit modern works. It's like, here, read what is that stupid woman who wrote Where the Caged Bird Sings poem?
Good fucking question.
Maya Angelou, or Angelou, or whatever.
Oh, Maya Angelou. That stupid cunt.
And her and Emily Dickinson, I found to be some of the most insufferable poets in the English language.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I'm a man who like has a collection, several collections actually, because I've dog-eared them, of John Donne poems and prose. That's like, yeah, okay, maybe I'm a little weird. I don't know.
Well, you're definitely a little bit weird, but probably not for that reason. But yeah, they pick absolute dog shit. Like, also, if you're going to give me absolute dog shit, can the assignment be to tell you why it's dog shit?
Yeah. I remember it was.
Oh, don't fucking remind me of that crap, Gregory. Oh. Gregory's reminding me of dog shit, bullshit, fucking Australian fucking trash.
I'm liking Bay State more and more. He's reading Paradise Lost right now. That is fantastic.
Yeah, Gregory, they fucking made me read it too, I think, possibly. Or they might have forced me to watch the movie. Yes.
What is even this cover?
Deadly Anna, a 1998 work of teenage fiction. Philip Gwynn's debut novel. Set in a small coastal town in South Australia, it is a rites of passage story about the interracial friendship between Australian rules football teammates Gary... Oh, fuck, yep. Blackie Black, a white boy, and Nunga Dumby Red. I hate you so much, Gregory, for that.
Hi, I'm Nunga Dumby Red. I live... Sorry, I live in a Humpty.
Chris asks, Besnick, you're talking about small grammatical errors or a comma that's wrong, or you're talking about nonchalant writing? Both. Like, small grammatical errors are... Can't... Like, they can be bad enough, especially if they're frequent. Like, there's been some where I've been relatively interested in the story they're telling. They can't write for dog shit. Like, so many books, especially on Kindle Unlimited, could use an editing pass. Even by the fucking author would be a good improvement half the time. Like, I've read a lot of stuff where I get to page 3 and go, not even the authors reread this.
Yeah. Yeah, it just... It blows my mind what passes for literature today, too.
Mm-hmm. Like... I don't know, I hesitate to even call it bad literature, but, like, 50 Shades of Grey, like, excuse me?
Ugh.
Fucking Harry Potter is millions of times better. Not least of which because it clearly had a fucking editor.
Yes, and, actually kind of a plot to it. Although, I will say, I preferred the Chronicles of Narnia over Harry Potter. I'm not sure why.
I think I read the first book. God knows how long
The Lion,
ago.
the Witch, and the Wardrobe?
Yeah, I'm certain I read it, but I remember little about it. The writing style, yeah, but I think I was just disappointed. Like I think I read it when it started becoming popular after they started rolling out the movies. And I think it was just like, oh, they're back in the real world, and yawn, Chuck.
Yep.
Like, damn it! Where's my escapism fantasy where the male lead ends happily ever after with the female lead? The end. It's like, no, mother. Yes, I do read young adult science fiction and fantasy that's geared towards men.
Nothing wrong with that. Yes. Oh, what was
Tristan's comically missing the point.
Is he trying to defend? Oh no, I thought he was going to try to defend the terrible book, The Great Gatsby.
Those were related but different points. The ending was bland. The ending fell flat to me.
I think that's because, at least to me, it was really about the follow-up to the rest of the series. But
yeah,
that's...
I think I was just so disappointed that I didn't bother reading the rest, because it was slow. It wasn't a bad read. It was really well written, of course, but it was a bit slow.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. Which, funnily enough, I always liked the first 2 books of C.S. Lewis's Space Trilogy, which I would encourage anyone who hasn't read them to do so. That Hideous Strength, which is the last in the series, was a bit of a downer, but it concluded everything to a satisfactory degree.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah. Connell said Harry Potter's not bad literature. No, it's not bad. Granted, I was thoroughly disappointed with how some of the plot lines went, and some of the endings, and some of the big shocks that she pulled. But at least she's a competent author. Like, she's not as great as people say, I don't think, but she's competent. She's very much competent.
Oh yeah, no, I think anybody who can get that level of a following is competent enough.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and I am trying to remember.
Yeah,
It was a great piece by uh, H.G. Wells, which kind of laid the groundwork for a lot of early dystopian works. I believe it was When the Sleeper Wakes. Fantastic read. It's not a very long story, but it's worth reading.
Yeah. Well, what else we got? I get what Christopher's talking about how self-publishing's a lot of books and game mistakes, all that. It's normal to have errors and mistakes, especially if you're self-published. Like me, even if I hire a professional corrector. Yeah, sure, and I have a lot more tolerance for self-published stuff. But there's some shit that's unacceptable. For example, the entire fucking page is grammatically incorrect.
Yep.
Like I'll happily forgive, like, maybe every 2 or 3 pages there's a small error, and especially punctuation in self-published stuff, but like there's some stuff that's abysmal, and then there's the other stuff where they have no talent writing and it just doesn't flow. Like, I'm not talking about ones where the flow's interrupted by bad grammar. I'm talking about ones that make no fucking sense.
But then you get like kind of odd writers like O. Henry, who wrote in a very kind of grammatically messed up way for reasons. Or maybe it wasn't O. Henry. There was some author who refused to put any capitalization in their works.
Ah.
And it was kind of some weird experimental writing of the earliest 20th century. And it's like, well, this is kind of interesting, but fuck off. I want to know where the sentences begin and end. Thank you.
That's it. There's a reason it's a convention.
Granted, I will admit I'm terrible for putting like capitalization in randomly, but I always typically catch it when I go back and actually edit.
Yeah,
things,
I could probably do with going and reading up on the specific rules of capitalizing, but I don't do enough semi-professional or semi-professional writing to care. And especially living on the internet, it's really fucked me up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I found myself kind of like feeling kind of, literally, literaturely, making up words now, kind of, regressing and a bit retarded after spending time reading things on the internet. It's like, wait, no, it shouldn't be this way. It should be that way. Oh, well, I'm just going to move on. And then you start writing the same way you've been seeing for months and years, and that's not a good thing.
Well, that's it. Like, I like writing properly, but quite often I'm having a conversation, so I want to write quicker, and then it's like,
Tristan Armstrong, import German capitalization rules to English. Capitalize every noun.
Don't all nouns have to be... Someone's going to have to explain it to me, but isn't the whole point of nouns that they're capitalized?
Well, I mean, you could like describe a place or a thing without it being capitalized.
Oh, right, that kind. I was thinking proper nouns. Because there is that distinction.
Like, a house or a home, I mean, you don't need to capitalize that.
Yeah. I think I do fall into that trap sometimes when I'm writing, capitalizing all sorts of nouns. Dear. Speaking of other abominations, not just literature.
Oh.
Who was forced to watch in high school and now fucking hates The Breakfast Club?
I got to watch that organically, and it's like, oh, that's okay. But
well, not only was I being forced to watch it, but also, why is everyone stupid? Granted, I have that problem with a lot of media.
Yeah, that was kind of a bizarre movie in a lot of ways. It's like, not a bad movie if you take it as just a movie, but when you're trying to read something into it, it's like, no, this is absolute garbage.
Yeah. And like, it's one of the biggest problems with a lot of stuff when you're doing literature. It's like, oh, explain the feelings of the author when they wrote this. No, fuck you. How do you know what the author was feeling? The answer is whatever the fuck you felt like when you read it. Had you had your coffee when you read this chapter of the fucking book?
I actually lost my shit completely with one English lit class at the university. And it was like, well, trying to analyze it in a modern period when I think it was part of it was the translated version of the Italian Time of the Plague novel, and I cannot remember what the name of it is, and I'm hating myself for it.
Yeah. Here we go. I've done a quick Google for just some laughs. Worst books you had to read in high school English class. To Kill a Mockingbird.
I love To Kill a Mockingbird, though. That's the strange part. But then my grandmother read it to me before I had to actually read it and analyze it.
Yeah, that'd be why. The Great Gatsby.
Fuck that book.
Lord of the Flies.
Never read that.
Better Off. Never even heard of it. Romeo and Juliet.
I mean, that was kind of boring because...
I don't think I read that in school. My exposure to Shakespeare was in drama class, so it was less insulting.
I could quote Romeo and Juliet before I ever encountered it in school.
I liked Othello better because I thought Iago was actually the hero in some strange way.
My drama class did A Midsummer Night's Dream.
I've
read that on my own. That's actually pretty good.
That's fantastic.
It is. There's a reason Shakespeare's famous.
Mm-hmm. What else? The Scarlet fucking Letter. That book. I think I actually burned a copy of that book that I had to get.
Never had that one in school. The one they gave us was The House of Seven Gables.
Mm-hmm.
I would have taken The House of Seven Gables over the Scarlet Letter.
How about Great Expectations?
Never had to read that one, thankfully.
Yeah, I think the comments here are telling us what we need to know about it. Interesting story and characters. Most boring execution I've ever had to drag myself through.
Yeah.
The morals of this book are meaningful, however, the book itself is actually extremely boring. Yeah, that does seem to be what a lot of people have to say about Dickens. Catcher in the Rye.
I've never offered it as an option.
I've never had to.
Go ahead.
I've never had to read it, but I've looked it up. That plot synopsis and gone. That sounds like I'd kill myself.
Wasn't there some connection being made incorrectly where it's like, oh, all these young boys are reading Catcher in the Rye and turning violent and killing themselves? some crazy shit like that, I remember.
We were offered Catcher in the Rye in the early 80s to read, and the teacher had been such a big Beatles fan that he refused to assign it, and he instead gave us... I can't remember what the other option was. He basically said, go to the library, pick a random book, and I ended up doing, like, Robots and Empire, I think.
Oh, far better.
Which is how I ended up loving Asimov.
Then we've got Fahrenheit 451 that apparently a lot of people hated.
I actually really enjoyed that book.
It's a bit of a struggle at times, but I liked the premise.
Well, that's it. Like, the premise is really, really important. Like, and yeah, it probably is a struggle because of the time he was writing and what he was writing about, but yeah.
Of Mice and Men, Steinbeck. I always thought...
Tell me about the rabbits again, George.
I thought that was the worst of Steinbeck's work. I liked East of Eden, but of Mice and Men, I'm like, just kill them all. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Black Pearl in high school, which I really enjoyed.
Ooh, I hated that story, but I liked the way it was written.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's basically what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else we got next? Frankenstein, Mary Shelley. Well, I can understand why people wouldn't like the original Frankenstein book. Who the fuck was Mary Shelley? Like, she was like 19 or something when she wrote it. Yeah, and that was only after fucking a real writer.
Wasn't that written in a competition where it's like, here, write a novel in 10 days or something like that?
I have no
idea. She was high as a kite with Percy Bysshe Shelley and Byron, and this story came out of their drunken, drugged-up ramblings. I do like how they used one of my favorite paintings for the cover of that book, though, called "The Wanderer Above the Fog."
Macbeth, again, another one that I liked.
Yeah, I think I've looked at parts of Macbeth, but I wasn't forced to read it in school.
It's fantastic to see on stage. Where was it? Derek Jacobi did an excellent interpretation, if I'm remembering correctly.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. Macbeth's one of the classics as well. Up next, well, I think one of the problems with people have with Shakespeare is, one, it's written in Old English, and two, you're not supposed to read the whole fucking thing.
Tristan Armstrong, Frankenstein wasn't a competition exactly. It was a writer's retreat, and they all agreed to write Gothic horror. Well, that's kind of a competition, though.
Yeah. But, I think part of the problem people have with Macbeth is they're reading a fucking play. It's like reading the fucking script of a fucking movie. Like, it could be a great movie, and you probably want to shoot yourself by page 4.
Yeah, I had the benefit of my high school literature teachers, when they were doing that, because she was also the drama teacher, had assigned the class parts, so we read through scenes in character, essentially, and it made it a much more digestible thing.
Absolutely. That makes entire sense. What else are we having?
1984, I read that when I was 12, on my own whims.
We got Animal Farm.
Yeah, yep. I read that too at about the same age.
Okay. I've got another question. I've got another question. How can so many people have been made to read Fahrenheit 451, 1984? What was the other one in the list?
What's
the other classic? No, not Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies is stupid. What's the other one of the classics? Animal Farm. That's it. And what's the fourth one that normally goes with those?
Well, it should be A Brave New World, but I don't know.
That's the one. That's what I'm thinking of.
New World, yeah.
How can so many people have been forced to read those and then go along with the fucking dumb shit the government does that's in the fucking books?
Because they read it and retained what they needed to pass the test, and that was fucking it.
Yep, and then because they didn't enjoy it and they retained nothing.
Right. Brian Knight doesn't like teenagers. Brian Knight said we should make teenagers read excerpts from the Gulag Archipelago. You madman.
I mean, that sounds like an effective punishment, but sadly, I don't think it'd have the desired effect of making them treat communism as it deserves.
Oh, true.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Beowulf was tolerable.
I feel that making people read all of Beowulf is a stupid idea.
Yeah.
Like, congratulations, it's 4,000 years old. Analyze.
I preferred it for a historical context rather than a literary context.
Indeed. Like, actually, Beowulf's one of the many things I've thought about recording as an audio book, because, that's out of fucking copyright, all right.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Death of a fucking salesman. That book gave me depression. That
I love the review.
My life sucks, so I do nothing about it at the end.
Yes. I was hoping he would have gone at least on some sort of rampage, even if it was like going to the refrigerator and destroying himself with week-old food or something.
Also known as what Bezic does on Sundays.
Ah.
No, also known as why Bezic wasn't here last week.
Death of a podcaster.
Yeah. I'm not that lucky. Anyway. Jane Eyre.
Forgot anything Bronte.
Yeah. How to read literature like a professor. That sounds like you're basically asking for retardation.
That sounds like a toy that makes you want to shoot the author.
I will recommend something slightly connected to Bronte though. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. It's actually half decent.
Oh, go back up, because for some reason some moron put East of Eden on there and Heart of Darkness.
Oh yeah. Metamorphosis by Kafka. My God, you don't make high school kids read that shit.
You don't make anyone read Kafka. Like, Kafka's the kind of thing when you're looking for an excuse.
Yeah, it's like, how can I make my life worse?
The Odyssey. I'm
really?
sorry, but what?
Definitely worth a read.
If it's the Odyssey and they made you read all of it, I can kind of understand why they hated it in school. Because it's a fucking massive thing if you're getting the full version. Like, the Odyssey's a massive. Like,
wait, and Catch-22's on this list? What?
Yet another one they hate.
Waiting for Godot is actually half decent.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Animal Farm. The Grapes of Wrath.
Another. Ah, see, Steinbeck is definitely one of those authors that should be read when you're an adult.
Yeah.
Fucking Wuthering Heights. I'm sorry, but why the fuck would you read a woman complaining about being a woman in the 1800s?
Oh, I'm going to just go and wait for this weepy man. No, just go.
Oh, hang on. What the fuck? Slaughterhouse-Five does not belong on a list of bad books.
No.
Nothing by Kurt Vonnegut belongs on a list of bad books. Go to hell.
I'm sorry, Ulysses by James Joyce is on here? I don't fucking think so. I haven't read it myself yet, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. Also, the Iliad? Okay, yes, I can understand being forced to read the whole fucking Iliad would make you hate your teacher. But it's not, the Iliad is good.
Yeah.
We reviewed something like Too Long Couldn't Greek.
Yeah. Faulkner's on here? I mean, yeah, he's an acquired taste, but really?
Tristan says that Ulysses is too much for a high school course. Maybe. But a lot of these are brilliant. Some of these are just shit. Also, fucking God, take Tolstoy and throw him in the trash where he fucking belongs.
I mean, why would you force someone to read that in high school? Tolstoy is barely like accessible, in a literary sense for anybody probably under the age of 30.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I've never even heard of this one.
Yeah.
It's gonna be garbage. It's F. Scott Fitzgerald.
That's what I was thinking. Is like never heard of it. Pride and Prejudice. Yeah, I understand why that's on this list. Oh, again,
I was wrong about the Bronte connection, though.
Yeah.
Well, the Pride and Prejudice basically has the same problem as Wuthering Heights. It's a rich woman whining about being a rich woman in the 1800s. I'm sorry.
Really?
What the fuck is wrong with people?
I absolutely loved both of these books.
How is it higher up the list than The Handmaid's fucking Wine?
No, these are the worst. Actually, yeah, I hear you. Come to think of it. You got it wrong.
Because
the Handmaid's Tale is like, if you want to murder someone, make them read that atrocious piece of shit.
And then you
I
save
made
yourself
3
trouble
pages.
because they'll do it to themselves.
Christopher Everett is asking about Dracula in a bad book list. It's not just it's not specifically a bad book list. It's worst books you read in high school English class. And again, Dracula's a fucking slog. Like, as someone who wants to be, what should we call it? Someone who wants to be a well-rounded individual, you should absolutely get your teeth into Dracula. Like that, you then understand every other vampire story.
Mm-hmm.
Tale of Two Cities.
I kind of understand.
I understand why you wouldn't. It is a good book, but I can understand why
Oh.
you'd hate it in English class.
Yes.
Next,
Wait,
why the fuck would you make a kid read Louisa?
Starts
Yeah,
with a G, ends with a rumor.
Yeah. What the fuck?
So, hold on, here we go. Here's someone who's so fucking stupid. Even worse, there's a fashion culture based on this novel. No, and no, you fucking retard. Imagine being that fucking stupid.
Little Women. I didn't like it, but it's like that should be one that's kind of read, and it's like, okay, it's a classic in American literature. I get it.
That one
still sucks.
Yeah. Like I think I either read that or my mother read it with me or something, because my mother really liked it, because what do you know? Our mother really likes it. But yeah, wasn't enthralled, and the characters bored me immensely. Oh, fucking Brave New World. Excuse you?
About Little Women before we yeah, that's not right. But one of the things I want to say about Little Women before we move on, my grade 8 English teacher was an Englishman, and he was basically told you had to present the kids with these two books. Little Women was one of them, and it was a Western. Was Shane was the other one.
Oh.
And he basically said, okay, I'll present them at the same time. The boys can read what they want. The girls can read what they want. I know which way they're going to pick. And of course, all the boys read Shane because there was a cowboy on the cover. All the girls read Little Women because there was some chick doing God knows what on the cover.
Playing
of
the
that
piano,
thing.
probably.
Yeah.
Might have. I don't think it was that same image. I think it was the image of the four of them sitting knitting or whatever the fuck they were doing. Yeah, but I remember absolutely loving Shane when I read it.
Tristan says he has a fairly extensive library of classic literature, but if anyone asked me to present my collection of books by women authors, it would be Frankenstein and several cookbooks.
Nobody reads Nigella Lawson for anything but the pictures.
I mean, she's still smoking hot.
Yeah, and she can cook.
Flowers for Algernon.
Speaking of giving depression to high schoolers,
Jesus Christ.
I haven't read it, but I know what it's about, and I've not heard any good things about his writing style, so it's hard to get through. Also, congratulations, we now need to medicate every kid in this English class.
I mean, no, you need to put them on suicide watch.
Yep.
Oh, God.
It's like making them read the fucking Green Mile.
I would have rather read the Green Mile than...
You know.
Here's a retard and a rat. Here, let's see how they get along together.
And the rat's the smart one. Also, we're now going to make you like both of them, and we're going to kill both of them. I think that's how it goes. The Book Thief. I've heard of this.
Yeah.
What the fuck's it about? Oh, well, there's your problem.
I think it's like some World War II drama-ish about somebody stealing books from Nazis or something.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So, right, it sounds like dog shit. So I can understand that one.
Sylvia Plath.
No, that's garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Sylvia Plath. I think I've heard of that now.
Yeah.
Fucking
I've
picture
never
of
heard of
Dorian
that.
Gray. Oh. Speaking of things that bore you to death.
I enjoyed that one.
It's kind of interesting, but Wilde is just so pompous in his writing style. I gave up.
I think that was probably why I liked it, because it was such Baroque writing. Like, it was very, very ornate way you wrote.
Yeah.
If I want ornate writing, though, I'm going to pick someone with a little more flair for it. But that's just my personal opinion.
James Joyce again.
Yeah. So, So speaking of putting kids on suicide watch. Yeah.
Dostoevsky. I mean,
crime and fucking punishment in school? Like, you should absolutely read Crime and Punishment. But also, it's so long that it is a punishment.
Yeah. Your crime is knowing how to read. Your punishment is this book.
If you really want to brutalize your students, make them read Crime and Punishment and then follow it up with the Gulag Archipelago.
And they'll make the connection of it's like,
but
wait, you just put me through the gulag.
Yeah. My next question is, how does a high school student in America have time to read Crime and Fucking Punishment in 9 months and then write a report on it?
Yeah.
Bay State, Sylvia Plath. Oh God, I'm having flashbacks to my high school girlfriend reading The Bell Jar and suddenly turning into a massive feminist bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. As I Lay Dying, don't think I've heard of it, but it sounds awful. Dante's Inferno. So. Excuse me.
That doesn't belong in this list.
No. Like it's not even like the plays. I think it's, if I remember rightly, it is done in a it's poetic, no, something like that. But it's actually
lyrical.
Yes.
It's actually good, easy to read if you have the level of reading skill a high schooler should have.
Yeah. That kind of brings up not the next one, but The Secret Garden after it.
Yeah, Francis Hodgson Burnett. Yoink.
Yeah.
Out the window.
In Cold Blood by Truman Capote. So you're reading a fictionalized murder story. Yay.
Yeah. Don Quixote.
The ones I really love.
Excuse you? Don fucking Quixote. Like that
a wonderful story.
Like that was written as an everyman's read. Like, fuck off. Like, this one's one of the easiest ones to read here. Especially if you read one of the modern retranslated versions.
Yep.
Like, it's really easy to read.
And The Count of Monte Cristo, that's on a 4th Street. I picked that up on my own. It was great.
Yeah.
I can't now understand why if you were forced to read The Count of Monte Cristo, you'd probably be over it.
Yeah. When we were assigned The Count of Monte Cristo, I was already reading The Musketeers and absolutely loved Dumas' writing. And the report I wrote for The Count of Monte Cristo was basically you could boil it down to 4 words: fuck around and find out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Tristan Armstrong's...
that is the original.
Has a harsh opinion of Count of Monte Cristo. The book was paid for by the Lion and Begs from the Bridge version. Wouldn't surprise me, because a lot of authors did get paid like that back then.
Yeah.
Prime Knight says, make teens read The Prince by Machiavelli. Good God, man.
That'd actually be great. Could you imagine? It's like you pair that with 1984.
Ooh.
Yeah, but if you're going to make them read The Prince, I'd recommend leaving that till their final year, right towards the end. Because you know what shit they're going to fucking get up to if they read that book and understand it before then.
That's my point.
You don't want them running for school council when you're reading that.
Taking over the school by force. I mean, you know.
If you're going to make them read The Prince, you need to make them read... Oh, shit, what is it?
Lord of the Flies definitely goes with that.
No, it's not the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, it might. Is it the Anarchist Cookbook or something similar to it? No, it's not the Anarchist. I don't think it's the
Cookbook is a bunch of really
I don't think it's the Anarchist Cookbook. It's because there's The Prince, which is about power and holding on to the power you already have, and then there's another one that's on the flip side where you don't have the power and you need to take it.
Oh, the Revolutionary's Handbook or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's that one. There's another one that's out there.
You know, I just thought of a great strategy. So it's like what they should do to like really fuck up their students is make them read the Communist Manifesto overlapping Flowers for Algernon, and then they'll start hating communism. Rules for Radicals, Tristan's...
Yes, that's it. Yeah. That's the one. Rules for Radicals. That's... Bloody hell. Chat is smart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why we pay them the big bucks.
Yeah. And Theodore Pinnock says, the thing about The Prince is that Machiavelli isn't advocating for the practices. He's just saying that that's what you need to run an effective monarchy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rules for Radicals is the one I was thinking of. The one where you have power and want to keep it, and one where you don't have the power and need to get it. What else do we have? The Phantom of the Opera by Gaston Laurent. Yeah, no, I don't want to read that in high school English class.
2 pence to cross the Mersey? Never heard of it.
Firstly, I don't want to read something that uses 2 pence. Secondly, who the fuck calls it 2 pence, not tuppence?
Yeah.
Clearly Helen Forrester.
Mm-hmm.
Antonia.
Never
Willa
heard
Carter,
of it.
Never heard of it.
Well, it's written by a
I
woman.
think My
Kate
Antonia
Chopin,
is something
Karen
a
Hess.
little bit in the vein of Lolita.
Oh, God. That...
Which probably explains the next book being The Awakening.
Well,
Ew.
if it's written by a woman, it's probably about how it's a good thing, unlike Lolita, which is how it wasn't a good thing. Oh, no, it tells stories of an orphan boy from Virginia, Jim Burden, and the older daughter in a family of Bohemian immigrants. Oh, God, fuck.
They go to Nebraska.
Bohemian immigrants. I'm sorry, I see Bohemian immigrants, but all I hear is gypsy.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me.
Out of the dust. That's probably like a Dust Bowl story.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, so they've got some other book lists that have me very much interested. 10 best dystopian novels and top 10 best books of all time. The Bible. No, the Bible is not a best book.
No.
A most influential book, sure. But best? I don't think so. That thing's so fucking poorly written.
Yeah.
So the top 10 best dystopian novels. Well, we can
Hunger
throw
fuck
this
up.
fucking
The
list
Hunger
out.
Games?
Yeah, that was just some little bitch whining about not getting her way.
Belongs at the bottom of this
Like,
list.
yes, the Hunger Games is set in a dystopia, but that's not what a dystopian novel's about. That's not how dystopian novels
better be
work.
some William Gibson on this list, I swear to
Yeah.
God.
So we've got George Orwell, Brave New
Makes
World,
sense.
Divergent. For fuck's sake!
I've never even heard of that, so I'm gonna keep it that way.
Yeah, do yourself a favor. It's another Hunger Games.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, it's basically a special woman who's different and doesn't fit into one of the caste systems, and and she's super fabulous, and everyone wants to fuck her because she's a Mary Sue, like that dumb bitch from Twilight.
Ugh.
Yes,
You mean the bitch from Hunger Games?
See, the problem with that is at least the bitch from Hunger Games had nice tits.
And she was set on fire.
That too. More importantly, there are some very interesting scenes in her later movie, something about ballerinas and swans.
Sparrow?
I don't know. The Giver! The Giver! For fuck's sake.
Never even heard of this, I don't think.
I think it's a partner book to something else, I think.
D3? That explains why I've never heard of it.
The novel follows a 12-year-old boy named Jonas. Society is taking away pain and strife by conveying the sameness plan that has also eradicated emotional depth in their lives. Cool, so communism. Jones is selected to inherit the position, receiver of memory, blah, blah, person who stores all the past memories of the time before sameness. Right. Isn't this... I'm certain I've heard of this, but I also remember it being sounding like absolute dog shit when I heard of it.
All right, well, at least we've got a book.
Yeah.
What?
451 Maze Runner. At least it's better than the fucking Divergent and the Hunger Games. But I wouldn't call it a classic. Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies.
That belongs on a dystopian.
No, Lord of the Flies isn't dystopian.
No. It's maybe lack of society, but.
Holy shit! There's some class at number 10.
You see why the Giver is boring, but it shits on communism. I mean, fair enough. I would give that to a kid and force him to read that then.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Clockwork Orange? Is the Clockwork Orange really a dystopia?
It is.
Yeah, true. V for Vendetta.
I mean, really? I thought that was just the graphic novel comic booky thing.
It is. But it's actually really, really good.
But my point is, how is this on a list of novels, dystopian novels, not just its own thing?
Maybe he novelized it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
It's going to be a companion book because he wants more money. Go on, never fucking heard of it. Among the Hidden? Never fucking heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Do androids dream of electric sheep? Firstly,
match.
I mean, considering Blade Runner is based off of that, but it's not the same damn thing.
Okay, we'll give it to that, but it's not quite.
Because Androids is a short story.
Unwind, never heard of it. The Time Machine...
That's not dystopian.
That's not dystopian at all.
When the Sleeper Wakes, yes. The Time Machine, no. That's just low fantasy.
Mm-hmm. The Running Man? I don't think I've ever seen it.
Maybe.
I can't bring myself to like Stephen King.
No, it was Stephen King writing as Richard Bachman, and it's the basis for the Schwarzenegger movie, but they changed the movie.
That was a Schwarzenegger movie?
Yeah. Actually, it was half decent. It's a good watch. It's like a great popcorn movie.
Yep. Theodore Penix is correct. Yeah, iRobot is also based on Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah, they're basically two different sides of the story.
Well, I mean, Tristan, kind of. As far as the Time Machine with the Morlocks and the Eloi, it is kind of dystopian in that regard, but I think I look more of that as a destruction of society rather than a true dystopia.
Yeah, that's more post-apocalyptic than dystopian.
Some fucking battle royale for the fucking Japanese book. I don't think so. The Testing, never fucking heard of it. Oh god, this is like a combo of the Hunger Games and the Maze Runner. I love this trilogy. Yeah, you just told me it's a combo of the Hunger Games and the Maze Runner. You're telling me it's dog shit.
Yep.
The Stand? Again, it's King.
And I just said post-apocalyptic. This is not how dystopian fiction works.
Yeah. Gulliver's Travels? This is a dystopian? I don't fucking think so.
I think someone's been fucking with these people.
Yeah.
My Handmaid's Tale. Oh, no, just go away. Okay. Oh god, Ayn Rand, pass.
It is technically dystopian, but
I mean, I do like some of Ayn Rand. I'm not gonna, or Ayn Rand, but it's not someone I would recommend to everyone.
No. Metamorphosis again. Uglies. I remember Uglies. I think I read it as a kid, as a young teenager, picking it up in possibly the school library or maybe the town library. And god, I remember nothing about it.
Set in post-scarcity future. Do you have a dystopia and be
no? That I don't think.
Scarcity.
I mean, well,
no, I don't think I've actually read this one. I have read some Scott Westerfield, but I think this one is just more dog shit.
Yeah.
Because it's young
Tristan
adults.
Asking about Planet of the Apes dystopian. Not really. That's just pure science fiction.
Yeah, and that's post.
I don't think you consider it to be dystopian if you were an ape.
Fair
it's
point.
Together strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but from the perspective of the average ape, I don't think it's a dystopia.
Ace, you want to jump in here and correct us?
The Gunslinger. I mean, I get that. That's not dystopian, isn't it?
That's fantasy. That's not even dystopian. Fuck that. That's bullshit. Doesn't belong on the list.
It's maybe post-apocalyptic, maybe, but I don't think it's not really post-apocalyptic.
Totally
it's got guns. It's close enough. Yeah.
No. Refuse. Pain.
Monkey says Planet of the Apes is a utopia. Allegiant by fucking Vonica Roth. Oh, go away.
Yeah.
The Mortal Instruments.
Mortal Instrument. Again, that's another fantasy book.
Yeah, yes, but you can have a dystopian in it, but you're right, it isn't a dystopian novel. I mean, that society might be dystopian, but I don't think so. Stephen King.
I'll grant it for The Long Walk. The Long Walk is definitely a dystopian fiction.
Yeah.
It's actually not bad.
Sadly, it's Stephen King, who I just can't bring myself to love. Like,
yeah, again, writing is Richard Bachman.
I've read some of his things, and it's like, it wasn't terrible, but it's like, would it have been worth $30? I don't fucking think so. Oh, John Green, he can just fuck off and die. Firstly, that's not remotely dystopian. Secondly, John Green needs to go in the fucking chipper. Tristan Armstrong, John Green is a dystopian author? No. A world where John Green's books exist is a dystopia.
Yeah.
No, John Green writes for the young adult audience, and he's dog shit. He's dog shit by young adult standards.
Okay, when you're finished your rant, Bezic, I have to have a little mini one of my own. We should not be this far down a list of dystopian authors and not have encountered William Gibson. So, for the sake of the chat, if you haven't read it, go find Neuromancer, Count Zero, and any collection of his short stories. If you want to read good dystopian fiction, this is the guy who created Johnny Mnemonic, the guy who was behind a significant portion of the Matrix thesis. He definitely inspired it. And he was such a good author that he actually inspired an entire album by Billy Idol called Cyberpunk. He's basically the father of the entire genre.
Right, so we've scrolled past all this dog shit and we've got Logan's Run and Kurt Vonnegut. Like, I've never even heard of Welcome to the Monkey House, but we all know Kurt Vonnegut does the cyber futuristic dystopia. So, but we're this far down to get to Logan's Run. Like, you cannot get much more dystopian than fucking Logan's Run.
No. Was that actually a novel before it was a movie?
I don't know if it might have been. We can find out. Thankfully, the beauty of being on the internet.
True. We do have some knowledge of human acquisition in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it is based on on a novel. So there you go.
Yep.
So we've scrolled past all this dog shit young adult trash, and now we get actual good book and stuff. Actually, I don't know if it's good, but I've seen the movie, and the movie is tolerable for 70s attempting to do sci-fi. Like, my god, it could use a remaster with some modern special effects.
It's one if they just if they reshot it basically using the same styles and sets, but just cleaned up some of the set pieces and whatnot, it would be a pretty good movie.
Like, I don't think they'd even have to reshoot it. Like, they could get in some graphics artists and redo some of the sets, and crucially, redo some of the special effects, because this is the 70s when they just figured out how to do digital effects. Shit.
Yeah, I will say, in some ways, I like as far as film, like the 40s and 50s special effects, where they just kind of overlay something onto the screen. Looks a lot better than some of the stuff done in the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah, like can't remember quite when video came in, because funnily enough, I'm not quite that old. But the early video effects. Right, so Ardent would like us to congratulate him on his retirement, as he is apparently 75.
Yeah. You guys just went full robot for me. I assume I did the same for you.
Yeah. Gregory says, old Doctor Who. Yeah, old Doctor Who was so much better, like, especially when you look at the practical effects. Like, compare the practical effects of the cat people in old Who to that abomination cat.
I mean, you take the original Star Trek series, it poured glitter into a cup of water and stirred it, and that was their transporter effect.
Yeah. Wait, at least Metro 2033 made it on the list.
Which, for a second, I was almost going to go, that's a game you retitles. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. It was originally a Russian book beforehand.
Yeah, fantastic book, but I mean, it's kind of dystopian. It's also more post-apocalyptic.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't call it a dystopia. It's a post-apocalypse. In order for it to be a dystopia, there needs to be a government and a topia.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are governments in Metro.
True.
It's not a unified, like, top-down, complete control type government. I mean, not even Hansa's completely in control of everything.
Yeah. So up next we have best books of all time. The Bible. No.
That's going to top the list if you ask anybody anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I would put it up there, but it's because there's good moral lessons and some really humorous stories if you read it differently.
True, but I'm considering it based on readability. It is fucking readable. It is really influential, and you absolutely need to read at least some basics of it.
Theodore Pinnock comes right back at us with cope atheists.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to go fucking read the thing again? Go on. Reread it from cover to cover and tell me how you
ended up atheists.
Metropolis by Thea von Harbo should have made the list. The OG dystopian fiction. I'd have to look at when that was written, to be honest. Because
Metropolis.
I think that's the one was the inspiration for one of the first movies.
I think it was. I think I've seen some some screen caps from. Yes, it is that one with the weird gold-tittied robot.
Which was the inspiration for C-3PO, apparently.
Yeah, written 1925. 1925 sounds light for OG dystopian.
Yeah, because Jules Verne and H.G. Wells were writing dystopias before this.
It might be the OG dystopian film.
Yes, definitely the OG film.
Monkey's complaining about black pills. Well, we're gonna have to move on, aren't we?
Right, monkey. Damn it! I was gonna dodge him today.
So yeah, H.G. Wells' When the Sleepers Wake was published originally in 1899, and then as a fully book form in 1910. It looks like.
Mm.
So that's older, but there was something that predates that even, if I remember right.
But yeah, the Bible, if you look at the Bible separate from its influence on the world, it's absolute dog shit.
If you try to do a literary analysis of it, you're going to find it's really bad. But if you treat it as, say, an anthology of a bunch of different stories,
even then it's not great. It's still poorly written claptrap. But it is the most influential book in the world.
And you do have to be fair, it was cobbled together as a political tool by a guy named Constant.
Some of the later, if you take them as individual books that were used, then that's a different.
And even then they're questionable because even when Look, I'm sorry, but I've read Genesis, and after the third page of such and such begat such and such, it's not a good fucking book.
Really need.
But
you really need to read that later one.
About genealogical lines and authority. That's where a lot of that comes from.
Yeah, it's really helpful, but I wouldn't consider it riveting. A riveting read. Like, if we're talking about old shit, Epic of Gilgamesh beats it by 2,000 years and is actually interesting. Fun fact.
Same thing.
Fun fact, the flood myth shows up in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Well, yeah, the flood myth shows up in almost every culture.
Yeah, that's actually something interesting, yeah.
Because if you look at, I think it's the Hopi people talk about coming through the floods to different worlds. Or is that the Navajo? I get some of that mixed up anymore.
Yeah.
Return
of the King.
The Bible isn't meant to be fiction.
No, it isn't.
True.
But even as non-fiction, it's a bit shit.
I'll disagree.
Yeah, I'm willing to this debate die.
Lord of the Ring. I thought the whole thing it shouldn't Return of the King be just. Oh, it was one book. They just broke into 3 parts.
Should be taken together, yeah.
Yeah. And if he had written them out, Glorfindel begat Fëanor, who begat Fingal, would it be crap fiction? Yes, it would be crap fiction. No one would fucking read it if you got halfway into the first fucking chapter and then there were 6 pages of genealogy. The Hunger Games. Well, this list is dog shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Deathly Hallows.
What?
That's the worst of the Harry Potter books.
List, are we supposed to be reading best books or most influential or
no best books?
Fuck off. Okay, The Hobbit, fine.
What?
Yeah, I live with that.
1984. Hey, cool.
Live with that one.
I don't know I'd put that high on that list, but yeah, it definitely beats the shit out of this one.
It'd be in the top 10. Really, more Harry fucking Potter.
Yeah. Not totally sorry.
To
Kill a Mockingbird. I don't fucking think so. That's not.
Fuck the Great Gatsby again.
Yeah. We need
Diary of
Louis L'Amour.
Diary of a fucking wimpy kid.
Yeah, Louis L'Amour. I need to go read some more of that.
Yeah. You know, all right. Fuck this. Right? Let's move on.
We're going to be depressed. We might as well be depressed for a reason.
Yeah. Let's move to the second article. So,
the second article.
Christopher Everard says his favorite book in his youth was Interview with a Vampire, which is actually a very good book.
Yes.
Not in the list. No.
Salman Rushdie got stabbed a little bit. Just a little bit.
In New York. In New York. Because New York's a fucking shithole.
Are you allowed to carry knives and stab people in New York?
Not New York City, but the rest of the city, or the rest of the state, sure.
Yep.
But it's still New York, even if you're not in the city.
Yeah. So, Free Speech Union popped up. The freedom of speech he risks his life to defend is under attack, not just in Tehran, but his adopted homeland of Britain too. Says the Telegraph. Yes, right. Telegraph says this. Fucking Boris Johnson opens his stupid fucking hole.
Yeah, this is beautiful. And the best responder of all could have.
Yeah.
The only person who could be responding better.
Boris the Clown, appalled that Sir Salman Rushdie has been stabbed while exercising a right which should never cease to defend. Right now, my thoughts are with his loved ones. We're all hoping he's okay. And Dank, your government arrests people for tweets. You do not. Exercising a right we should never cease to defend. You slimy sack of Ukraine supporting shit.
I'm glad you pointed out that he's got that Ukraine frame on. It's like, really? Really?
We'll fucking talk more about fucking Ukraine later.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it still there? I haven't been following the news.
I mean, the land's always going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, like, my mother's like, oh, if we don't send help to Ukraine, they'll lose. It's like, and the people will suffer.
Yeah.
Not really. The people will probably be better off under Russian rule than they are in the middle of a fucking war.
Yeah, especially in a country that's being used for a bunch of different dirty things.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure Putin doesn't care about Ukrainians, which is a good thing for Ukrainians. He just wants to win so he can expand his power because he's one of that type.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. The Russians and the Ukrainians have never really gotten along historically.
No. Like, I still hope that Ukraine kicks Russia's ass because Russia needs an ass kicking. But,
I kind of want the Poles to just invade Russia because based Poland.
I mean, that'd be fucking cool, but I don't think the numbers works out too well for Poland there.
I mean, but look at 1920.
True.
And yeah. 1920?
Mm-hmm.
The Polish-Soviet War of 1920. where this supposedly unstoppable Soviet cavalry army was going to run right into Warsaw, and then they got their asses beat after was it the Miracle on the Vistula, where the Polish cavalry just comes and flanks them and spanks their ass hard.
Yeah, weren't the Poles the ones who basically
charged tanks by accident? Yes.
Yes, well, weren't the Winged Hussars Poles?
Yes.
Ah. Okay, well, no, you never screw with anybody that Sabaton writes a song about.
Sabaton wrote several songs about the Poles in various
They also
wars.
write songs about the Japanese, and I don't know, screwing with them worked quite well for the US.
When the Empire of the Rising
Sun a couple of times.
Had two of them.
When the Empire of the Rising Sun got 2 extra suns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So that was, I think, just... Yeah, that was... This is the general news section. So now we're moving to general news from America. Texas Police Department refuses to apologize to woke mob who flew into rage after officer uploaded a smiling selfie with Kyle Rittenhouse.
East.
Yeah. Good on him. Fuck these whiny cunts.
Just on the off chance that we've moved past Salman Rushdie, I do want to make sure everybody is aware he's actually recovering.
Oh, good.
Oh, awesome. Oh, Dictator Dance trending again. That's not a YouTube-friendly stream topic. Meanwhile, Twitter suspends Republican candidate who called for violence against the FBI. Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot.
God.
Under my plan, all Floridians will have permission to shoot FBI, IRS, ATF, and all other feds on site. Let freedom read. Dumb fuck Republican for ruining Republicanism.
This guy, I swear, seems like a plant.
This guy glows, doesn't he?
He's got to be a plant. Guy's like a fucking lighthouse.
Are you stupid?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Very stupid.
FBI, IRS, ATF, and all other feds. So, like, Border Patrol. And the postal workers.
Mm-hmm. And the U.S. Marshals, who have no compunction about shooting back when fired upon.
Yeah, hang on. I found the silver lining. That also means he can shoot the CDC.
Now you have my attention.
Okay. Well, that was a quick 180.
But this is so stupid. Shoot them on sight. No, that's not how anything has ever worked. You absolute fucking bellend. Like, he's gotta be a plan. Like you said, gotta be.
Yeah. This guy reminds me of the people that are running around with the ECAB and fuck the cops. It's like, don't fuck with someone who's probably more capable of giving you a really bad day. Just move on, ignore, and keep a low profile when you have to.
Yeah.
Don't always need to, but don't draw attention to yourself.
Reminds me of Frying Pan Guy.
Yeah.
Just don't fuck with somebody who can give you a bad day.
We totally need to investigate the FBI, to reduce the IRS, and completely eliminate the ATF, and take a strong, hard look at all other feds. But no, we shouldn't just be shooting them. Like, the FBI is helpful sometimes.
You have to realize
when they're not the DC operative type.
Yeah,
they can do a pretty decent job.
When they're not enforcing the globalist agenda on Trump.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's one thing to have a problem with organization. We don't like the Chinese Communist Party, for example. We don't hate the Chinese. At least I don't.
I mean,
I know where you're coming from, but on an individual level.
There's
I don't
a reason
hate
why
every single individual Chinese as much as I hate the CCP.
There's a reason why I try to keep using Chi-Com, because it's Chinese communists. That's who are the problem. Average day Mr. Wu on the street. I don't care, as long as he's not messing my life up. I don't care.
Well, that's it. Like, the
Mr.
FBI
Wu didn't send some kid to a factory to work 18 hours a shift and then die by falling out of a window.
Like the FBI Like, one of the things that the FBI does that's of great help is they investigate kidnappings across state lines. They investigate crimes across state lines. The entire point of them is to be the focal point of interstate investigations, which is useful. Really, really helpful. They shouldn't be investigating their own shit, though.
Yeah.
But if the
Their
FBI...
original purpose was basically to be an interstate Interpol?
Basically, I think.
Yeah.
But, like...
Oh, okay.
Well,
but
them and the U.S. Marshal Service, but the U.S. Marshal Service is a bit different. They're more like uniformed police in a lot of ways, rather than an investigative arm. That's the difference.
Yeah, like.
And I also noticed you never hear anything terribly bad about U.S. Marshals.
No, because
That's
they're usually busy doing actual policing.
Yes, and you know they are more attached to the Justice Department rather than the Justice Branch rather than the Executive Branch. There's also a big difference there.
And like, I think we should keep the FBI, but it needs a restructuring and a massive investigation. But if we're keeping the FBI, there's a lot of organisations that need to go for the FBI to take over what little duties they do. Like, what is it? Homeland Defense. Like, fuck off. Just gone.
Yep.
Out the fucking window.
Yep.
We've got an organisation that can investigate domestic terrorism. It's called the fucking FBI. Or better yet, local police.
Yeah.
Like, if it's
somebody in touch with the community.
Yeah. Like, if it turns out that there's indications that it's an interstate or mass level thing, yeah, sure, bring in the FBI, let's fucking go. But we do not need another law enforcement department when we've got the FBI. We just need one fucking department doing this shit. The rest can just go away.
Yeah, I like Trump's idea of basically returning to the old spoils system where, yep, everybody's fired, you got to reapply for your job. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. And while we're at it, we've decided that we don't need that entire alphabet agency.
Yep. Because
the
there's
IRS
so much bloat.
seems like a good idea.
And then there's like the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms. Cool. Why do you need an organisation to enforce laws on things that there shouldn't be laws on?
Yeah. And if the issue is smuggling, well, that's what Border Patrol's for.
Yes.
Exactly. Customs enforcement can handle this.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's also the other thing. Customs and Border Patrol are different agencies. Why?
It's the same thing here.
Yeah, well, they're unified. Customs and Border Patrol in the U.S. is the same organization.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Maybe.
It's just called Customs and Border Patrol.
Okay, I'm getting fair enough.
Says there's been a shooting in Malmo in Sweden.
Oh, shooting of peace.
Yes.
I'm surprised they didn't use grenades.
Mm-hmm.
I was just about to go there myself.
Yeah. So up next,
this guy.
Guess
This guy
what?
looks like a wonderful human being.
Guess what he's in trouble for?
Body parts trafficking. I'm guessing.
No. Wait. I can get this. He's been caught selling unlicensed lollipops.
Well, he was selling something unlicensed.
No shit.
Has Bleach seen this already?
Bleach
I had to, actually, yeah.
Human body parts sold on Facebook leads to arrest of Pennsylvania man. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Maybe you should have just arrested him on at the moment you saw him.
Yeah. Oh God, I've been in that county.
He should be charged with stupid as well.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you try to sell this shit on Facebook?
Yeah.
He had 3 full skeletons, 15 to 20 human skulls, and buckets containing 15 gallons of human remains and organs such as livers, brains, and kidneys. He was found to have purchased these human body parts via Facebook from a woman in Arkansas named Candace Scott.
Jesus.
He bought the items for $4,000.
Oh, it's near Harrisburg. No wonder.
An investigation by Arkansas FBI was able to determine that the remains were stolen from a mortuary in Arkansas.
And right now, we're getting an update from Metro Police on a recent homicide case.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
BMW, and is reported by the
Who the fuck is that? You bastards with your role-playing bullshit.
But yeah, it's like cases like this. It's like, okay, I can get the skeletons. People collect old anatomical specimens from 100 years ago. Fine, but then it's like, wait, buckets of organs, buckets of organs.
Yeah, it's not like you can turn that over on the black market for like organ harvesting or something. That's not how organ harvesting works, dude.
Yeah.
What do you think that guy makes good informed decisions? Do you?
Not from the photograph.
Listen, I think he makes a handy spot to put a 2x4 when you need it out of your way. You just whack him in the head with it. Spikes will hold on to it for you.
There you go. I mean, I'm all for this.
Yeah. So up next, so speaking of...
Tristan Armstrong says $4,000. That's a good price for multiple buckets of remains.
So speaking of smuggling things across the border...
Okay,
I think Everard has given us a great compliment. You guys are problematic. Damn right.
We'd be disappointed if we weren't.
Cannibal-phobic.
California shoppers driving to Mexico for cheaper groceries during inflation. Firstly, that's racist. You're stealing food from Mexicans.
Based. Oh, wait. Did I say that out loud?
It's fair, because on the north border, they're coming here to get our cheap groceries, so they're stealing food from Canadians, too.
Yep.
Still based.
But I thought there wasn't any inflation.
No. And it's not like, they tax the shit out of you in California.
Yeah. But also, I thought inflation was good news for retirees and retirement savers. Inflation may be working in your favor.
Oh.
Your purchasing power and investment horizons look better. I'm
Lies.
sorry, but the more money you have, the worse inflation is for you.
Yeah.
Wow.
You daft cunts.
Market watch. Maybe they should actually watch a market, because you don't have to be an economist to know inflation bad.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yeah, retirees and those seeking secure income got two items of very good news. Yes, congratulations. You're going to get an extra $10 a fortnight. The fact that your electricity bill's gone up $300 a month, don't worry about that.
A quick correction. It does not look like they tax groceries in California, just hot prepared foods. But still, if that's the case, then and I'm sure it's like certain localities like San Diego probably could. Don't know, haven't looked it up, but still, the fact that you have to cross the border because inflation is that bad. But
there was 0% inflation in July, says the dumbest woman in America. The diversity hire.
No, there was zero change in the inflation rate.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
sure.
Not an economist, not a biologist, but I know what a woman is, and I know what a fucking lie is.
I also know what an idiot is. There's one right there on screen. So.
And that kind of fits with the last picture we had of another idiot.
Speaking of idiots, it's time for a visit to Canada.
Oh, gods. Let me see if I can pick this one.
Barbecue
this
banter.
This is what I was looking for, and I couldn't find it.
Get the latest sizzle on everything liberal.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is going to be cringe as fuck, man.
Yeah, we're just 1 month away from the Conservative Party choosing their new leader, and their candidates have been spreading a lot of baloney about the about the work our Liberal team is doing to build a better Canada. Well, if they're saying you're building a better Canada, yeah, that's a fucking lie. As they gather to grill burgers, sit around the campfire, or jump into the lake. Think Trudeau should jump into the fucking lake with a fucking Besser block tied to his ankles. Here are some sizzling...
Just go back to Cuba.
Alliance to remember when your favourite friend or family member tries to bring heat about politics. Trudeau is the reason inflation is so high. The answer, don't eat this one up. Inflation is a challenge that countries around the world are facing mainly due to supply chain crisis caused by COVID-19 and amplified by Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, not by Justin Trudeau. Right.
Fuck
Okay,
my.
that is an absolute lie.
Can you please show me the TV interview with COVID-19 when it locked down the Canada?
Or tell me how many times COVID-19 went to the Canadian Mint and said, "Hey guys, can you print some more money?"
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We know,
but that's the most annoying thing. Supply chain
wallet.
issues caused by COVID-19. No, there were no fucking supply chain issues caused by COVID-19. The supply chain issues were you fucking idiots in your overreaction to it. But anyway, shan't talk too much about that.
If you don't want to talk too much about it, I guarantee you it's going to be blamed at least once more in this whole thing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Every fucking answer. No, Tristan says, papering over the GDP crater left by a 2-year lockdown with printed money might have had some impact on the value of those dollars. No, couldn't possibly have been.
Can't be that.
Liberals are taking away my guns. It's time to serve up the facts. Fuck off. We all know the devastation that firearms cause when they get into the wrong hands. Yeah, like the government and the police. That's why the Liberal government is increasing criminal penalties and putting a freeze on buying, selling and transferring handguns. Right. They're not taking away your guns. You're just preventing you from buying, selling or transferring them.
Yeah. We're not taking it away. We're just saying you can't have it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We've also delivered on our promise to expand background checks, fight gun smuggling. Sure. And ban assault-style weapons in Canada. What's an assault-style weapon?
Because any one of the 1,500 various different models of gun that Trudeau banned in middle last year, and then the 2,000 or so other models that the RCMP quietly added to the list.
Because those weapons belong on the battlefield, not in our communities.
Right. Our communities are battlefields now, thanks to these people.
Also, would you like to ask the Ukrainians what their communities currently are?
Well, you know, where do you think most of the guns that are being seized are being fucking sent?
To drug dealers in Mexico?
No.
Oh, fuck, here we go. The Liberal carbon tax is making everything so expensive. Splash some cold water on this one. Despite what Conservative politicians want you to think, the price on pollution... Our price on pollution actually puts more money back into the pockets of Canadians? What?
How the fuck is that?
What?
That's like saying, hey, Bezic, here, drink your urine because that puts water back in your system. I mean, it may have a basis, but no.
All right, here we go. Just last month, Canadians living in provinces where our price on pollution applies received hundreds of dollars through the Climate Action Incentive Payment. Right. So in 1 month, they received $200, because that's hundreds, dollars. And how much extra did your bullshit cost them in day-to-day living, you fucking...
Considering the average price of gas in this country is at over $2.
While Conservative leadership candidates want to make pollution free again, our Liberal team is making life more affordable while moving forward with bold climate action.
Yeah. Well,
so they're taking your money and then giving it back to you in little dribs and drabs.
Well, that's it. Climate Action Incentive Payment. Cool. Where the fuck did that money come from? Well...
the average price of a liter of gas here in Canada is $1.90 right now.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So if you drive to work, it's 10 minutes a day. You're looking at having to fill up probably once every 2 weeks. Say 50, so that's 100 liters. So yeah, you can kiss your $200 a month gone.
But where does the Climate Action Incentive Payment come from? Well, it's either from taxes, which means your taxes are going up, so it's costing you money, or
they're printing more
money. They're printing money, but Trudeau's got nothing to do with inflation.
Tristan Armstrong,
no, absolutely not.
Trudeau's ban list included websites pertaining to AR-15s.
Yeah, Black Rifle Coffee was on there, man.
Yeah, I bet it was AR15.com, ARFCOM, all that stuff. It's like, it's like, no, these have been around their forums for people like doing things. It's not a gun sale.
Yeah. Monkey says, holy crap, this is literally an NPC script. And Gregory says, trickle down taxation.
Yeah.
Speaking of piss and trickle.
Arnold will be back shortly.
No.
Oh,
Talking
dear.
about how Trudeau is pissing on everybody, and that's the trickle-down idea of economics he's got.
Yeah. And up next, Liberals aren't doing anything to make housing more affordable. Grab that spatula, it's time to flip this narrative. This couldn't be further from the truth. Our Liberal team is taking important steps to make housing more affordable. We're doubling the rate of housing construction over the next 10 years. How? We're helping young people afford a home by doubling the first home buyer's tax credit, providing a $500 payment this year to renters struggling with the cost of housing. My rent is over $600 a fortnight. Get fucked. Cracking
down on foreign ownership and speculation and so much vaguely more. Check out how we're helping. That's like, so if some Swiss company wants to come in and buy a condo complex, that's somehow going to be, taxed out the ass by Trudeau. But
that $500 is really going to help in a housing market where the average housing price is $816,720. That's up 20% since last year.
Yeah, but what's the average rent? I bet it's I bet it's about $350 to $400 a week.
Oh no, I'd say it's probably far higher than that. Just a second. A 2-bedroom?
Yeah, 2-bedroom will do.
Tristan, I don't disagree with you, but I'm just wondering if it's like, if they're talking about basically like countries that are like, companies that split between like near Ontario and Toronto and places like that.
but also
that, where it's like
it would require them to actually do it instead of talking about it.
Yeah.
The average rent for all Canadian properties listed on rentals.ca in July 2022 was $1,934 per month.
Per month?
Yeah, that's up 10% since last year. Median rate.
So that's like
$1,799.
So that's like what? 425 a fucking week? Cool. So that whole fucking that payment will do you for 1 out of the 52 weeks in the fucking year.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm looking at that, and it's my mortgage for my house and acreage is half of that per month. Yeah. Tristan's pointing out the housing market used to be a safe harbor for Chinese money. That's fair.
It still is.
Yes. But
that's one of the big problems. Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary.
Yeah, and it would be nice to chase the Chinese money out of the property market. Problem is,
screw that.
What?
Seize it.
But here's the thing: if you expect Trudeau to get rid of fucking communist subversion in his own country, you're fucking dreaming.
Oh, absolutely.
Dear.
What was that number again? It was.
Oh, Tristan Armstrong is arguing with me that average rent is meaningless. You're lumping in downtown Toronto with North Bay and Gander. Fair point.
Well, that's nice, but what if you live in downtown Toronto?
The average rent in Toronto is $1,145. That's probably a lot of very small apartments.
Yeah.
Because it's akin to New York.
Yeah, so that'll get you 2 out of the 52 weeks in a fucking year. In your rat and cockroach infested shoebox.
And Monkey, that's about 745 pounds.
Yeah, that's around about right.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Blogg says he'd be surprised if Trudeau hasn't sold off parts of Canada to the CP. Good news! Wait, it gets worse. He hasn't actually sold any part of Canada to the Chinese.
That's right, because that would require him to get something in return.
If you don't count our telecommunications networks. Significant portions of some of our ports, which he has also been kind enough to sign an agreement quietly that basically says that the Chinese government has the right to, how did they put it? Station troops on Canadian soil to protect Chinese interests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trudeau. And I'll skip the one about NDP Liberal Coalition because it doesn't matter.
Before we go too much further, though, I just want to say, Bleach, would you kindly invade our fucking ass, please?
All right, I'm willing.
And while we're
also,
at it, once we're done that, we'll go get Australia.
Base needs to not. live wherever the fuck he's living because he's fucking pissing money down the drain.
Yeah.
You in Swindon?
So we'll skip the one about the NDP Liberal coalition government because I don't care and it's not relevant.
And it's really irrelevant.
Yeah. Politicians aren't looking out for me. Oh, how are they going to spin this?
Just a second, I have to find a button here because that needs...
He's muted himself because he's screaming in the void.
Yeah. If you're a parent needing a little extra support with the rising cost of raising kids, they're providing up to, note that's a figure including zero, $6,997 per child tax-free with the Canada Child Benefit. Stop fucking if you can't afford it. If you're a senior, we've permanently increased OAS payments for Canadians 75 plus by 10% to help you enjoy safe and secure retirement. I'm sure that's great with the 16% inflation. If you're a student working your way through college and university, we're waiving interest on Canada's student loans until March 2023. So what, 6 fucking months? For families, for students, for seniors and for workers, we're making life more affordable for Canadians by doing this all these things that honest, but we won't tell you about them. And we're fired up to keep moving forward. Right. Firstly...
Okay, go ahead.
How much,
2 points, but go ahead.
How much were they paying with the Canada Child Benefit before Trudeau? Secondly, how does a 10% increase in your old age shit help when the inflation rate's more than that?
It's $100.
Thirdly, at what point of any of this do they outline a specific thing that they're actually doing to help Ardent?
No, you don't understand. I'm a straight white male. I don't get shit.
You're being put in your place.
Violence is life isn't quite right. They say the government wants to stop the poor white supremacy. No, they don't. They clearly don't. That's why in every fucking country,
poor whites are the ones who vote liberal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every fucking country is paying out the fucking nose for people to have kids. Which means that the parents are voting for whoever's giving them more money for the fucking spawn of Satan that they're pumping out of their cum stains.
The thing that really bothers me with this is they're giving tax benefits, not so they're taking money from somewhere and then giving it back rather than saying, hey, guess what? We're not going to take your income tax or give you other things where you're not paying that tax initially. That's the problem I keep running into is nobody wants to address that end is look, stop taking my fucking money
and giving it to stupid single mothers who vote for liberals.
Yeah. It's like just stop taking it. If this is where the argument for a flat tax is like, okay, maybe, but it would make more sense to get rid of income taxes entirely and go to more of a national sales tax, whether it's the U.S. or Canada.
Well, that's it. Also, you don't get to have both. Pick one.
Yep.
You can't. You don't get to dip in twice, you cunts.
Yeah.
Twice.
Oh, Billy.
Only twice.
So naive. Isn't maintaining a replacement reproduction rate better than importing hostile third worlders?
No, they're importing hostile third worlders in order to make sure that we don't maintain a replacement reproduction rate because we can't afford to.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the people who have kids for benefit money aren't the kind of people that produce useful fucking kids. No, the reason you want a replacement rate is so that all the jobs that keep society functioning get filled in 20 years. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, these single white trash mothers pumping out 3 or 4 drug addicts aren't fucking helping. All they're doing is creating more fucking dependence on the state.
And Tristan Armstrong says child subsidies aren't the same as welfare. Properly implemented, they incentivize the production of a new generation. Yes, Orban's scheme did work for Hungary. The problem is that Hungary didn't have a massive welfare shortfall. And subsidizing children, child subsidies, the way they're done here in Canada, only incentivizes single motherhood.
Yes.
Yeah.
The problem is, Tristan, you say that child subsidies aren't the same as welfare, but in a lot of countries they are. It's just welfare for people with kids.
Yep. Yep.
And Catholics. Only 3 or 4 kids? Casual.
Let's use Australia as an example, because I'm very familiar with it and I know how to find the information. Let's have a look at what an unemployed person gets per fucking fortnight.
Yeah. This is insane.
And then we'll do some fucking maths and we'll explain why this doesn't fucking work. So, someone on the unemployment can get, if they're single with no children, can get $642.70 per fortnight. For the record, the rent in the house I live in is $620 a fortnight. So if I didn't have my parents living with me, I'd be fucked. I couldn't afford an apartment in my city on that. So, let me get up the next one. So up next, if you're a parent, if you're in a relationship and you have a kid under 6, you get $585 a fortnight to stay.
The other.
No, this is what you get.
Oh.
I'll get to the on top in a moment. If you're partnered, you get $585 a fortnight. If you're single, you get $880.20 plus $25.20. So you get $900 a fortnight
if you stay together.
if you have one kid. Now we'll look at the extras.
This reminds me just far too much of what happened in the 70s with the war on poverty in the US here, and it was, black community especially was affected by this because they could make more money in urban settings with the father divorcing the woman and moving out and basically supplementing the welfare payments. And
while they were Carter's good ideas.
No, this was LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Okay.
And it was like, oh, well, here's this great welfare system. Oh, well, there's a man in the house. Well, we can't give you any money now. So that was one of the big moments when the black community went from fairly conservative and thriving to, well, we need to make ends meet. And because the way the tax system is, we're going to basically kick the black fathers out of the homes. Yeah. That's the way the community reacted from, the older people that I know that went through it and their stories. And it was like, holy shit, this is bad.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, single mother, $880.20 plus $25.20 plus scroll, $197.96 plus
Christ.
$168.28 plus
wow. Yeah, this is ultimately the problem with any welfare state.
Yeah. They all need to be completely dismantled.
$171.50. $1,443.14 per fortnight.
Yep.
Now, who wants to guess what the minimum wage in Australia is?
Probably
Something around $12.
I'm gonna guess about $10.50.
Yeah.
It's actually $21.38 per hour.
Holy shit.
But
Well, but that's Australian dollar.
yes,
so.
but
Well,
that still
true, but
doesn't
even
make
if
a
you
difference to the numbers we're
not
going to
fast.
get to. So, $812.60 per week. So we times that by 2. 1,625.
Week?
Then you pay tax per fortnight. Then you pay tax on that. So let me find out how much the tax is going to be. Right. So let me see. I'm just seeing if I can find out how much the tax is. Oh, fuck's sake, where is it?
And this is just...
Because the government actually provides all these resources for me to look up.
Yeah, I will say this for a lot of governments. It's very nice of them to provide us with the ammunition to point out how badly they're failing at their
Right,
jobs.
so 1,625.20. 1,000... Is this going to work? No, enable editing. Thank you. $1,625.20. Cool.
Katie Lane, a high welfare check is good for disincentivizing native workforce. The government will call them lazy and say we need to import people. Yeah, I'm a community that I was working in.
Wait, hold on. Let's finish the math because we've got my number. On $1,625.20 per fortnight, you will pay $206. So if we subtract $206, well, 206. $1,409, which is $20 less than the fucking welfare the single mother gets.
Plus, no benefits, no medical, things like that.
Yeah, if you're a single parent, you get a pension or healthcare card, so you get half-price public transport. You get free this, free that. You get a discount on your fucking electricity. You get a discount on your car rego. You get discounts on all sorts of shit. So, why the fuck would a woman get a pissing job when she could have one fucking kid and then sit there for 6 fucking years doing nothing, collecting more money than she'd get if she worked a minimum wage job?
I actually worked a minimum wage job with a guy in St. John's when I lived in there. And he had just come off of welfare because he was tired of being, as he put it, a government bum. And he had 2 kids and a girlfriend to support. He worked it out after his second paycheck that it was actually $20 less, and he had everything done. He would have been $20 better off if he had stayed on welfare.
Yep.
Yeah.
He ended up quitting the job and going back to welfare.
Yep. Well, that's it. In this scenario, a single mother gets more money from the government than she'd have in pocket after working a minimum wage job. And do you know what the government requires her to do to prove that she earns that money?
Dare I even ask?
Yes.
I'm guessing they it's like, oh well, just prove that you've given birth. That's good enough for us.
Bingo. And then they don't check in on you for 6 years.
Fuck.
So
God almighty.
you get. Let me times that by 26. Then times that by 6. $221,000. And all you have to do is make sure the kid doesn't get taken off you by child services, which is pretty fucking easy because they are useless and only go after good parents.
Of course. So basically, you have to do the bare fucking minimum to
Yes.
Yeah,
keep the kid alive, make sure they show up at school, don't kill them or beat them or burn them with cigarettes, feed them at least once a day.
Yeah, because the schools probably carry over for the rest of the meals.
Or the government welfare program will.
Yeah.
Yep.
Christ.
Yep. Meanwhile,
we let too many women into government. That's the problem.
Yeah. No,
too many
I'm
feminists in the
coming to that
government.
conclusion.
Too much compassion. It's just softening people to the point of rotting them.
You literally end up with more fucking money at the end of every pissing fortnight if you're a single fucking mother who doesn't work than if you're a woman who works a full-time fucking job.
Basically. Isn't this what we want, though? Women at home raising their kids, not neglecting the kids to go make PowerPoints for $20,000 a year.
Based. The part that you're missing is where they actually pay it.
Yeah,
is where yeah, but also based. The point is that the woman needs to be at home raising the kids, not at home neglecting the kid anyway.
Yeah, fair point.
Like, okay, the woman goes out, gets her fucking check, and goes, I need something to keep the kid busy. Goes down to the local big box store. Why, yes, I would like this $200 piece of shit Android tablet. Here's YouTube Kids. Stare at that until you go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You live in a fairly high welfare area, right, Besk?
Yes.
Let me see if I have a phenomenon that I've noticed. Let me see if it's somewhat universal. So check day comes. Welfare person goes. We'll say single mother. Welfare person goes, cashes check, purchases minimal groceries, if any. Heads directly to either a drug dealer or liquor store, and then Goodwill and food bank, and then goes home. Sound about right?
About right. And they don't even have to cash their check. The government kindly just deposits into their bank account.
Well, okay, yeah. Same thing happens here. Okay, so, yeah. We have a problematic pattern all over the West.
So this article is from 2017, so I'm sure things haven't gone better. Now, I'm going to keep this vague. More than half of my city's population is claiming government benefits.
Dear God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can actually, and we actually get a breakdown. Families with young children are outnumbering pensioners, and births are more than triple the rate of deaths. More families claim benefits than pensions, with 19,271 family tax benefits. So that's these. Where is it? That's these two these two payments here. So it's basically the additional family component, which can be worth, depending on the ages of your kids. It's usually for some. It's about $400 to $500. Meanwhile, workers in my city pay more tax and earn a median income of $46,000 a year more than the average Australian. That's a completely useless fucking number. But I'll explain some of that. You can get part of the family assistance payment up to Now, I used to work for the welfare agency, so I know this pretty well. You can get it up to about $120,000 of combined income. If you... So, yay, thanks, government. Oh, and don't forget the government will also pay a percentage of your child support up to $300 and something thousand a year. Combined family. Oh, yeah. And if you're a single mother, you get 2 free days of childcare a week or a fortnight. Gregory Price says, the drunk mum at the pub that says my kids are my life. Yep. And he also said prior to that, don't forget if they do too much work, they lose the welfare. Parts of it, like the income, the rate at which they lose the welfare as they earn more money is actually reasonably fair. Like, that's the only part of it that's reasonable. Because it's designed for you to always be better off the more you're earning. So it tapers rather than you cutting off immediately when you reach a certain amount of income.
The American system is, more archaic, where it's like, oh, yeah, you're earning this over this amount, gone.
Yeah. Here, you start, once you earn there's what's called an income-free area, so you earn up to a certain amount, and you get that just free and clear. And then once you start earning more than that, you start losing, 50 or 60 cents on every dollar. Or something, or 40 cents. I can't quite remember because it's been a few years. But, yeah, you lose some cents on the dollar. Katie Lane says, this has to be deliberate, doesn't it? Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
And now I responded, I don't think it's intentional, but the systems, like I said, the systems weren't intended to create dependency, but the effect is the same as if it were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it was straight out by design. The people that came up with these programs knew exactly what they were doing, basically making the lower classes dependent on the good grace of the government.
Yeah.
And trying to destroy the middle classes this way.
Yeah.
You may have a point there. Who was it that said I'll have these voting Democrat for 100 years?
LBJ.
Yeah.
Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Yeah. So what
the guy right after Nixon, right?
No. He was before Nixon. He was the guy after Kennedy got his brain box splattered.
Yeah.
And
Well, Kennedy must have had some good ideas.
That's why they got him.
Yeah. Can't have a Democrat doing good for the country. Are you insane?
Exactly. Although I always hear, oh well, he was more like Republicans are what Kennedy used to be. It's like, not really, but I won't complain, but so much about Kennedy, other than he was a fucking Kennedy, and
yeah.
So let's
Violet says she needs to figure out how to get on welfare. Yeah, you just need to be divorced and have a bunch of babies.
You don't need to be divorced.
And
you don't even need to tell the government who the baby daddy is.
Oh, okay.
That's right. You can get your money from the government free and clear. And for the first child, you don't even have to prove it. You just need to not tell the hospital the name to put on the birth certificate or anything like that. And then when you call up to get your free government money, and they're like, who's the baby daddy? It's like, I don't know, because I'm a stupid whore. And they'll go, okay, here's your $1,443 and a pension card. Oh, and you'd like some government housing as well? Why, yes, you're a woman, so you deserve nice things. So, meanwhile, if you're unemployed, so you get the basic rate, which we looked at, which was $642. Then you get, if you're lucky, some rental assistance if you're renting. So if you're sharing with other people, you can get a maximum of $97.20 per fortnight. So let's see. If we take 642 and add 97, $739 a fortnight. Now then, if we take that number and divide it by, we should do net tax, net income, shouldn't we, after tax, to be fair?
Yeah.
Sure.
What you get some tax back at the end of the financial year, because under 18,000 and change you're technically not taxed on. So everybody who pays tax during the year gets something back. But we'll go net, just to be devil's advocate. So divide it by, what was it? 1,419. 52%. The most welfare you can possibly get is half of the net income on the minimum wage. Meanwhile, if you're a single mother, you get more than the net income. So what does a single white man get, or a single white man with a kid? Well, a single white man gets what we've just discussed, fucked, $739, or half of the net minimum wage. A single white man with a kid, well, theoretically he could get what a single woman with a kid gets, but
yeah,
good luck him getting the fucking kid. Even if she's a cracked out drug dealer that's whoring the kid out to her her 6 new boyfriends. Oh dear. So basically, we're fucked.
No, that's putting it mildly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, speaking of what white men get, because we've been waffling a bit, I'm going to skip some stupid shit and go to something depressing. Queensland housing crisis. Homeless dad sleeping in car as tiny bub and mum forced into share house. That male privilege.
Yeah, look at all that patriarchy in action.
Billy Bloggs is like, what chance does he have of getting the kid even if the mother's dead? Well, if he's homeless, none, because, well, they won't let him into any fucking shelters.
That's true.
Yep.
Kristen Armstrong says, I'm a single white man. I am tax livestock. Net payer, big time. Yeah, that's exactly what
he also says he had a subordinate in a custody fight with his ex. His ex did meth. She still got the kids by default and he had to go to court. I had to write a letter to the judge. Yeah, that sounds about right. So, a new dad...
Hopefully he did end up getting custody then.
Yeah, a new dad desperately trying to find a rental in Brisbane has been left with no choice but to sleep in his car while his partner and new baby stay in a group share house. Oh, by the way, just so you know, if these two were both on benefits, their combined total... would be... Yeah, their combined total would be about what a single mother gets.
Wow.
Yeah, retarded.
Yeah. Because both the single mother and the two parents, assuming they had no income, would get the additional family payment, but a single mother gets $900 straight up, and then each one of two adults gets $585 each. So, okay. So they get about $300 extra by being together. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
I love how the government is actually taxing the money that they give people.
I know. Just the irony of all that.
Oh, yeah.
That at least here doesn't happen.
Oh, yeah. That's another point.
Or it happens before you get the payment.
That's another point. The unemployment is taxable. Guess what the single parent payment isn't?
Of course not.
Oh, no, sorry, it
unemployment
is
is
taxable. I
taxed here.
think disability isn't. But either way, it's fucking bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. But yeah, this poor...
I think I've heard of that guy, Billy.
Yeah. So a man who has been desperately trying to break into Brisbane's tight rental market for more than a year has been left with no choice but to sleep in his car while his partner and new baby stay in a group share house. Craig Soden, 55, has been searching for a place to live since his partner fell pregnant last year, but is now at his wit's end after being knocked back from hundreds of rental applications. He said the stress of finding a rental for his family has become so severe it's started to affect his mental health. Fuck, he's a tough guy if it's taken it this long for him to affect his mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We just keep getting overlooked, he said. We've applied for 50-odd places within a couple of weeks, and we're meant to look at a few this morning, but they just rang council on us. So it's not that we're just sitting around doing nothing. We're out and about... they've done a fucking poor job of writing this. They aren't apostrophising the word. There's 50 other people there too, and you just know there's no chance. He's currently living on a pension after suffering a brain injury, but said he can afford $400. Okay, so he'd actually get more than what we just looked at. And it's not like he's unemployed by choice if he suffered a brain injury. And I can fucking tell you this. You cannot get on the disability unless you are super, ultra, mega fucked up. And yes, of course, because the absolute shithole we are in does not have anywhere for homeless men to stay. There is nowhere for homeless men.
The only time a men's shelter was attempted to be opened in Canada,
the feminists firebombed it, didn't they?
Yep.
What's that?
The feminists firebombed it, I think.
No, it never got built or never got opened rather, because they protested so much that the council or the town, whatever it was, basically refused their zoning change.
Yep, sounds about right. But all that privilege those homeless white men have.
Yeah. This is just 75% of homeless people are men. Women most affected.
Oh yeah. Do you remember that article where they said a quarter of homeless people are now women? Look, I'm not a math professor, but pretty sure if a quarter are women, the other 3/4 are men.
Just this is the collapse of Western society, basically accelerated.
Yep. Ah, dear.
Billy Bloggs says he heard that in England they made a new law to persecute those men that get kicked out of their own home and have to live in their car. Now the old bill go after you for sleeping in your car.
Yep, I think they've got that law in a lot of places, because the rich don't like seeing the homeless. Like, I don't like seeing the homeless either, but I don't think the solution is to shoot them.
Well, that's an option.
Depends on where they are, and if they're
the
just...
willingly homeless, yes, but the unwillingly homeless, no. I'm not.
Like, hey,
I'm talking about working class homeless, not California homeless.
Yes, not the drug addled wastrels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But but they should be shot because drug addled lasers anyway. Oh dear. So let's see. I reckon we've got time for some black pills.
Yay!
Oh, I'm glad these white pills that we just covered were.
We covered white pills. And if it's time for white pills, you know what that means. The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Alright, welcome back to Nonce Watch. Today on Nonce Watch, we have... Now, and this is the least offensive story. Transgender model 10 becomes youngest model to walk New York Fashion Week runway.
Okay, I'm offended by the New York part mostly, but the rest of it is garbage too.
First, I have several problems. One,
I'll
transgender 10 model and a 10-year-old showing their belly button? No. You're sexualizing that poor kid that you've already sexualized repeatedly. Oh, and they say that they first start socially transitioning at the age of 4, and now she hopes to make a difference into the world by inspiring other trans people to accept who they truly are. Well, you're not doing that, you poor abused child.
This is why New York needs to be just turned to glass.
Yes.
Is there anything under that city that's useful to anybody?
No.
No oil, no gold, no minerals, no nothing like that? Just
Nothing.
not being accessed because there's too many rich people living on top of it? Nothing like that?
Nope, nothing. Nothing
Bless
of
it.
value.
Bless it. Just wipe it from the map, glass. Tell the natives they can have it back.
They don't even want it back. Why do you think they sold it to the Dutch in the first place?
Yeah.
And remember, this is the least disturbing story. I thought it'd start us light.
Has become the youngest trans model to walk. Oh my.
No, they're the youngest model, because we've got to get extra diversity points by making them the youngest person we've exploited on a runway. As if they haven't been exploiting young women for decades. Now they've got to exploit a poor child that's been groomed into thinking it's a girl.
Okay, this fashion designer behind trans clothing company. What kind of sick perv is this?
I believe the name is Mel Atkinson, is it not?
Is that the pedophile that was making crotch hiders? Oh, dear God.
I'm willing to bet.
Yeah, I don't like how these search results are going.
Are we on? No, we're not on Odyssey yet, are we?
No. We won't be going to Odyssey today. We're going to have to come back to Odyssey for the COVID stuff on a different day. Possibly tomorrow. Yep, right. Up next, something even more disturbing. If you are eating or drinking, put it down and finish swallowing and get a garbage bag.
In 3, 2, 1.
The official Diversity and Equity Instagram account for LA schools shared a video about pronouns that linked to a trans activist with sexually provocative content on their page. And yes, you get to see some of the sexually provocative content. Congratulations. Why, yes, that is a dick bulging in the bottom of whatever the fuck that is.
Mousecat is saying, hold on, surely if they're really trans 10-year-olds, why would you need their own range of clothing? Because perverts, that's why.
Yes. Because they're just fucking perverts. Yeah, speaking of perverts, you may recognize this pervert from its Dr. Phil appearance.
Man, this looks like old circus freak, bearded women kind of stuff.
Chat's dying. I did fucking warn you.
Prime night. Heresy, my eyes. Boil the ocean. Salt the fire. Too late.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I totally believe that you're sincerely trying to be a woman, not just a fucking pervert when you've still got a beard.
Yeah. I mean, drag performers go to more effort than these idiots.
Yeah. The video shows the pedo along with another pedo who shares on her profile that she's bisexual Muslim. Sure. So you're not just an attention-seeking whore. The two walk through their belief that it's necessary to ask people what their preferred pronouns are. Would you like to be an is or a was? The two introduce themselves, with Vincent stating pronouns and Imani play acting by claiming cisgender confusion, by saying that people should just be able to tell what her pronouns are. Yes,
what the fuck is cisgender confusion supposed to... No, fuck off. We don't have
your
cisgender
pronouns
confusion.
are pedophile.
Tell. Blog says, should we try praying to God to send a pox down on these people? Oh wait, not quite the right people. Really.
I mean, they are saying that calling them groomers is offensive to the gay community, so maybe they know something we don't.
That's very funny too. And I didn't get banned from Twitter for nothing. Okay, well, if we're about to dive into black pills, I need a cigarette before I do this to myself, so I'm switching back to my other device and having a smoke.
Oh, I've been abandoned.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Up next. So, remember the Antifa member and teacher at Natomas USD who was secretly recorded by Project Veritas saying he used psychological abuse to turn students into communist revolutionaries? The school district paid him $190,000 to resign.
What the ever-loving fuck?
Have a read while I have a quick piss, please, Bleach.
The California teacher who was exposed, hopefully just
in front of children,
revealed to be a communist, in a 2021 Project Veritas report for attempting to radicalize students into Marxist revolutionaries, is receiving 3 years of salary in exchange for his resignation, after the school district said he would be fired. The severance pay is just, I mean, this is more than most people make in a year. According to KCRA 3, the district agreed to pay, I'm just going to call him Gimp, 3 years of salary or $191,000 in exchange for his resignation. A settlement between the two was reached in January. Really? So let's do some quick math here.
We're gonna divide that 190 something by fucking 3.
Yeah, so he was being paid approximately $63,000 a year. That's $63,000 a year for this clown to be paid a year for average salary. Plus, he probably got all sorts of other benefits because,
of course,
you know, communism bullshit. Oh, look at that. The payment was taxed, so he's only getting $100,390.90. Oh.
Yeah, more than most people get in 2 fucking years.
So, my question is to this guy, as a communist, is he really going to keep that capitalist money?
Exactly.
I think he should just give that shit away to somebody who deserves it, like me.
Oh god, here we go. Just this quick one. New York governor signs new law banning gendered language for professions. Well, fuck you, harlot. Yeah, fuck off, you stupid mole. Anyway, that's not particularly relevant. Moving on. Tavistock getting sued by around 1,000 families for being a bunch of child molesting, mutilating pedophiles.
Not enough.
Indeed. Speaking of Tavistock, and what we were talking about earlier at the start about hormones and maybe we should try, like, you know, therapy and alternative treatments before we get the knives out. Well, how the NHS Transgender Clinic for Children buried the fact that 372 of 1,069 patients were autistic. An interval review found some 35% exhibited autistic traits. What's that? An autistic person who's already struggling socially is now experiencing strange things with their body. Oh, and what else goes with autism? Depression.
But, you know, if we just chop some bits off, you'll be fine.
And this is back in 2018. It took 4 years from this for them to get closed down.
This is insane. But then again, it's Tavistock, so...
Yeah, really moderate or severe autistic traits. Holy shit! Fucking Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, like, here's one. Therapist overlooks son's mental health issues. Yeah, maybe we should see about stabilizing their assorted other mental issues before we get the knives out.
But no, don't worry about it. It's all good. Don't worry. We're looking out for the children.
Yeah. But has the NHS learned anything from this?
I'm surprised. Well, they did that they can get away with it.
Yeah. Well, Tristan's comment of, I don't believe that Tavistock is shutting down, and babe, this is cutting off 100 head and 10 more swing up. Yeah, K-Lane answers that straight up. Their opening sounds likely though. Hopefully those centres aren't quite as industrialised mutilation. Fingers crossed. Dunno. But yes, the NHS has learned nothing. Exclusive. Women are being erased by the NHS. Fury over health guidance on periods that doesn't mention girls or women once and instead refers to people who bleed. That's right. They're trying to make this even more common. And how could we possibly help people with gender dysphoria? Oh, I know. Let's make them feel weirder by referring to them as people who bleed, not girls.
And this is just something that's like, so what they're implying is as soon as you transition that you're going to start bleeding. Yeah, it's like, I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah, Ardent makes a good point. I do woodworking. Occasionally I too am a person who bleeds. Yeah, that's a good fucking point.
Yeah.
Didn't even think. It's so stupid, didn't even think of that one.
I mean, yeah. Well, yeah, men can't bleed, clearly. Just rub some dirt in it and you're a man again. You're not a...
Well, that's it. It's just another part of their misogynist attitude of men are the ultimate perfect beings that can't be harmed by anything, which is why they need to be treated badly and left outside to die. Because nothing can possibly harm them. They've got all that white privilege to protect them.
Billy blogs. People who bleed. What? Hemophiliacs? Yes, they are the ultimate women.
Gregory says, I own a cat, so I bleed too randomly. Ardent says, dip it in salt water and let the dog lick it. What?
This is definitely not my kink.
Speaking of the last Lotus Eater segment yesterday. Oh, Jesus. There's one for Monkey to clip. So, do you want some bad news, Bleach?
That New York hasn't been nuked?
Well,
that's pretty bad news.
Is Boston in New York? Where's Boston? Tell me.
Boston is north of New York, so it's further from the rest of the country.
Well,
you know, the city founded by Puritans, mind you.
Mm-hmm. So it turns out that America's actually beating England in something. That's right, mutilating young children.
Yay.
Boston Children's Hospital is now offering gender-affirming hysterectomies for young girls.
Gender-affirming hysterectomy is very similar to most hysterectomies that occur. A hysterectomy itself is the removal of the uterus, the cervix, which is the opening of the uterus, and the fallopian tubes, which are attached to the sides of the uterus. Some gender-affirming hysterectomies will also include the removal of the ovaries, but that's technically a separate procedure called a bilateral oophorectomy. And not every gender-affirming hysterectomy includes that, and people who are getting gender-affirming hysterectomies do not have to have their ovaries removed.
She's so happy about that. Fucking Children's Hospital. No!
What in the absolute... Well, I mean, it is Boston, and they're almost as degenerate as New York, but... Really?
Yeah.
This is going the extra step of additional elective surgery for... What? Affirming care? This is like, hey, you know, I'm feeling bad about myself. I'm going to go out and buy something. Oh, here's some object that I don't need, but it makes me feel good about me. Like,
and while you're out, would you like to stop in at the Children's Hospital and have your womb removed?
We need...
Hey, bleach. But wait, gets worse.
Of course it does, because it's black pills time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Special report. Boston Children's Hospital boasts a full suite of surgical options for transgender teens. Has 90 videos promoting surgeries to youth on their YouTube page. Co-director allows vaginoplasty on 17-year-olds but hints at even younger.
Dear God.
Like, you can actually view a fucking playlist of this fucking degeneracy. Oh, it's been scrubbed!
Bum, bum, bum.
Oopsie, you got caught!
Welcome. How would you like to be mutilated today, says Prime Knight.
Oh, wow!
I mean, with that...
Here we fucking go. Boston Children's Hospital founded the Gender Multispecialty Service Program in 2007 and welcomes patients as young as 3 years old. That's right! If you missed getting circumcised, we'll fucking fix that. We'll take your cock and balls off.
Oh, God. It should be the Gender Mutilation Service.
Literally what it is. And that's probably why they put the E in the acronym.
Yeah.
They abide by the gender affirmative model care, aka will take your delusion, exacerbate it, and then force it upon you surgically. For children 9 and under, the hospital helps facilitate a social transition that prepares them for individualized treatment plans that include puberty blocks, cross-sex hormones, and chest surgeries. Chest surgeries are available at 15, Bleach!
Fucking A. You know, if someone were to want to turn Boston to glass, let me get the USS Constitution out, and then have at it.
Honestly,
Just
yeah, look, Bleach, I've got an idea. We take the USS Constitution, we load it up, and then as we leave, we just fucking level the fucking riverside. Then we nuke it.
I mean, it goes deeper than just the riverside, but
Yeah.
I like your start.
But then we nuke it. We use the ship to send a message. Then we nuke them.
I mean, it is still fully functional, so yes.
So yes, at 17, you can have your dick and balls cut off. And if you're 15, you can get your tits cut off. Oh, no, not only can you get your tits cut off, you can actually get implants instead. Oh, and it's covered through commercial insurers and the state's Medicaid program.
Oh, of course it is. Of fucking course it is.
The Center for Gender Surgery also provides sample letters to help patients guarantee their acceptance into their program. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. Later, monkey. This is just... You know... I think we're at the point where humanity has just gone too far.
Oh, well, you have no fucking idea. Because I've got articles about how far humanity's gone. We skipped those because of running short of time.
Hold on, I want to read this one paragraph though. Amir Tagana, a plastic surgeon who's been a member of the Boston Children's Transgender Surgery team, says 30% of addictomy patients seek treatment for blocked or leaking urethra.
Gee, really? You might have a blocked or leaking urethra if we cut half of it off and then turn it inside out like a fucking pretzel.
Oh no, this is a phalloplasty, so they're literally an addictomy surgery.
So like, blocked or leaking. Gee, I fucking wonder why it might be blocked or leaking. Oh yeah, by the way, we've also removed all your important internal organs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, violence is life. This is worse than degeneracy. A vile and dangerous cult.
Yep. So, Bleach, do you know what might happen to you if you're a parent that doesn't want your child to be a victim to this cult? Well,
probably lose custody.
Oh, no. You'll go to jail.
Oh, lovely.
Welcome to Victoria in Australia. Distraught parents now face prosecution if they don't accept gender transition of their vulnerable kids as experts slam radical new law based on ideology and falsehood. Now, I'm normally not a fan of the experts, but in this case, let's go with what they have to say.
I'm just curious if a Muslim were to object to their child being mutilated in such a way, would they react quite the same way as it would be for a non-Islamic individual?
Only if caught. Only if fucking caught. You know that they'd sweep it under the rug unless it came out in the papers. And then be like, oh, we've only just heard about it.
Yeah. Well, we just heard it in the papers. Like, Biden and Obama have been saying whenever an incident came up that they damn well knew of.
Kingdom of Vinland says, I'm not Christian or anything, but think we're reaching another Tower of Babylon moment. Yeah, I'm not Christian either, but seeing rainbows in the sky... It makes me depressed. Not because the guy stole it, but because it means God promised not to send another flood to wipe out the degenerates.
Yeah.
I think he might have spoken too soon.
But the Tower of Babylon comment is kind of interesting, because we're reaching through technology this ability to cross-communicate in many ways. It's like... So, yeah. Just an interesting observation.
Yeah. So, I knew.
At this point, Bezic, I want to say welcome back and thank you for coming back to traumatize me some more. Also, and because I know he's probably still listening, fuck you for leaving me to this trim.
So, new Victorian law which forces mothers and fathers to accept their children's desire to change gender has left distraught parents fearing prosecution if they do anything to try to prevent potentially harmful and irreversible treatment. Potentially? Guaranteed harmful!
Don't forget about their leaking urethra.
Yep. So far-reaching is the new law that even trying to arrange counselling and expert assessment for their kids could lead to parents and the mental health professionals being prosecuted if the advice did anything other than affirm the children's newly discovered gender dysphoria. Many parents feel...
What the absolute fuck?
Welcome to 1984 on steroids.
Yep.
Holy shit.
No, Kingdom of Vinland. I'm not referring to the Aurora Australis. I'm referring to the story in Genesis of how God sent the rainbow after the rains to promise that he wouldn't send another flood. And that's allegedly why, according to the Bible, we have rainbows when it rains. Yeah, those make me sad. Because it means God's not going to wipe these bastards out with a flood. But Sodom and Gomorrah leaves me with hope.
Yeah, if we can manage to turn a few people to salt, I think that'll probably help.
I was thinking more of the rain of fire.
Yeah, I'm down with the rain of fire.
We have been talking about blasting things.
Yep. Sodom is New York, Gomorrah is Boston. There we go.
Right, so many parents feel trapped, don't know how to do anything to prevent their children pursuing potentially irreversible harmful changes, from chest binding to taking hormone blockers and ultimately sex change surgery. And while the parents are powerless to intercede, the kids are often subject to encouragement and cajoling from activist pro-trans teachers and counselors. One parent even found text messages from a counselor to her daughter advising the child to leave home so she could escape her skeptical parents and freely pursue her newly found wish to transition to being a boy. Right, so that's wrong on so many different fucking levels. One, I'm pretty sure it's illegal. Two, that's definitely violating professional ethics.
Yeah, and the question is, where was the teacher advising the kid to flee to? I mean, this sounds like it starts with a G and ends with a room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of advising people where to flee, I'd like to point out that anyone who's having this particular problem and is able to should probably move to somewhere like, say, Florida.
Yes, where DeSantis will protect them. Like I said,
that the entire community would be interested in protecting the children.
Bleach.
Yes.
You wouldn't happen to have any sisters or 18-plus cousins, would you?
18-plus cousins, yes.
Are they based, and do they need a green card fat loser?
They're not based, but they'd probably take on the green card. Yeah, definitely not based. They're DC.
Well,
dwellers.
In that case, tell them that I'm Mexican.
They probably are dumb enough where they're like, oh, he's got an exotic accent. That must be Mexican, yeah.
Yes.
Oh God.
Mucho
I got a
habla
Newfoundland accent if I
español.
bothered to break the thing out. So
Oh,
basically, sounds like I'm speaking a completely different language.
yeah. So, fearful of prosecution, parents in this predicament have formed a clandestine network to exchange ideas on how to approach the legal minefield laid down by the Change of Suppression Conversion Practices Prohibition Act 2021. Sarah, name change, was also a health professional, said her teenage daughter suffered low-grade anxiety and had become caught in the social contagion of gender dysphoria, and health professionals were too scared to treat her. One experienced mental health professional told us candidly that no one would see our child because it's too politicized. Sarah, she said, so my child is just political football for vote-chasing politicians. The Victorian Equal Opportunity and Human Rights cunt has been tasked with policing the act. Its website states there is now an offence for a parent to refuse to support their child's request for medical treatment that will prevent physical changes from puberty that do not align with the child's new gender identity. And it's also an offence to deny their child access to any healthcare services that would affirm that identity. That's right, take them to the Tavistock Scissor Clinic. What's that, young zipper tits? And in case any parents thought they could seek counselling for their children outside Victoria, that's also an offence. So don't go back to Victoria, is what I'm hearing.
Basically, this is something I'm kind of circling back to use the hideous catchphrase. Back to our earlier conversation. What if these parents were to get, say, in the case of this daughter, estrogen treatments for the daughter? So,
well, that would be illegal, and they'd go to prison because, well, the government doesn't want good.
I mean,
I figured out what's going on.
My devious thought is, if the parents went to a physician who was friendly to the idea, and they could come up with some medical reason the daughter needed it other than the transition stuff, I'm just floating that conspiracy out there.
Yeah. So I think I figured out what's going on. They want to eliminate smart people by turning their children into infertile abominations.
And we go back to A Brave New World. They want selective breeding for class.
Yes. You'll have the politicians who can do whatever the fuck they like and have as many kids as they please. And then there'll be the serfs. They're selectively bred to be mindless idiots following orders.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, mindless idiots follow orders does remind me of the last 2 years without that.
Yep.
You still have a serious problem with people wearing masks everywhere here, even though the restriction's been removed.
Oh yeah, I saw some moron wandering around with a mask, walking down the public street by himself.
I do have some good news about the masks, actually. While you are still required to wear a mask on public transport, was on a train the other day going to my social thing. Yes, I know. I went to a social thing and I went on a train. I'm a madman. The police actually came on the train to check tickets and walked past the entire train full of people not wearing masks because no one gives a shit. The cops are wearing them because their stupid fucking bosses forced them to, but they did not give a flying fuck. I think part of the reason is they weren't interested in writing 200 tickets.
Yep. And I'm seeing in chat, talking about the Amish and the Mennonites and whatnot. Yeah, they're definitely, as a community, definitely being targeted these days, both in the U.S. and I think Canada as well.
At this point, I'm starting to think that the Luddites had a point.
Yes.
Maybe we need to go back that far. Right. So, but Leech, it does get worse. Saito is telling your child to reflect further before going ahead with gender transition, with the Commission's website warning parents that the definition of gender suppression could include wait-and-see approaches, and not just overt opposition to the children's wishes. That's right. Not only are you not allowed to go, no, Billy, you can't become Sally. You can't say, okay, Billy, why don't you have a think about that over the weekend? Yeah, that's a crime too.
That's kind of like Billy. Billy, last week you wanted to be a giraffe. This week you want to be a girl. We're going to wait a little while and see what you think.
We'll see if you want to be a fire truck next week. Yes, that's illegal. We need to get you indoctrinated immediately.
Mm-hmm. God almighty.
Victoria is just like the leading dystopia on the planet. And I live in fucking Canada, and I'm saying that.
Yep.
You know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm glad I took some of the trips I did before places go to complete and utter hell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
well,
here we go. So, this woman and many other parents now live in fear of being charged for simply trying to get mental health support for their vulnerable children, many of whom are affected by an array of conditions, including autism spectrum disorder, trauma, family dysfunction, and neurodiverse issues. No shit. My daughter needs help, but the government has passed a law that makes it so difficult for this to take place. And if you can't pay for private care, it's even harder, because all the public services are funded by groups pushing affirmation, also known as the government.
yeah, and I said in chat a while ago, this is government-funded child mutilation.
Yep. It's hard to know how broad the law is. It's easily saying if your child wants to take hormones, and if I try to talk to her and explore other issues, it's to be considered conversion therapy. It feels like the government is interfering in families and personal relationships. It's very enraging to think that. Oh, you've only started thinking that now?
After she voted for Labour last election, most likely.
Yeah.
So,
how that works.
Remember, this is Australia, where Liberal and Labour are both evil, scum-sucking bastards.
Yeah.
We've got the Liberal and Labour parties are like the Liberal and Labour parties from Canada and England, respectively. Welcome to Australia. This is why we're fucked.
What was the quote I've heard? Yeah, Australia is made up of convicts and their jailers.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds about right. And then there's the poor bastards like Bezek going, why the fuck am I here?
Kingdom of Finland has a very good point. What the government is doing is conversion therapy.
Yeah,
all they're
absolutely
doing
spot
is
on.
they're waiting for the child to show that they're vulnerable to it.
Yeah.
Yep.
The most annoying thing is, my grandfather was an immigrant to Australia. So do I get diversity points? No, I'm white. I think Italians are white this week. Despite the fact that my mother was racially discriminated against for being an Italian when she was in school.
Wow.
You see why I'll be the one says based Australian party when? Yeah, never. We've got one nation, which is close to the right, but because it's the only thing we have to the right, it attracts all the legitimate alt-right neo-Nazi nutters, which make the rest of us look bad. So it's got
here in Canada. Here in Canada, we've got the People's Party, and because the very first thing every other political party did was label them racist, of course now they've been tarred with that brush, even though it's completely untrue.
Gregory Prest says Liberal Democrats are a thing. Yeah, that's true, but the Liberal Democrats in my area used to be the fucking Premier. Used to be Labour or Liberal. So he's about as trustworthy as fucking Bill Clinton.
At least you don't have to worry about the blue stain on the dress being identified.
Yeah. So what we've got next. She has a constant fear that her daughter's school and allied health professionals will encourage the girl to commit to transitioning as she struggles with normal bodily changes associated with puberty. She goes online and is told it's period dysphoria or chest dysphoria, so she must be trans. No, you must be trans, not just a girl with mental health issues struggling with normal girl shit.
You know, and maybe some of the ladies in chat can confirm this, but something I've been told a lot by the women that I know, it's they go through moments when they're hitting puberty where it's like, I don't want to do this. This is weird. This is painful. This is not what I want to do. And then once the bulk of it passes, then they embrace their femininity.
Well, remember that study that said over 99% of gender dysphoria goes away after puberty.
Yeah, I think that's along the same lines of personal stories I've heard. So,
so
it's just it's such a predatory practice that these governments are.
Oh, that's it. It's like this woman says, if she's harming herself by biting, I stop. Is that conversion therapy? Not being able to tell my child not to do this harmful practice is absolutely crazy. Like another one have found themselves caught up in a nightmare of the law after their 13-year-old daughter reported sexual assault by another student at her private school 2 weeks ago. When her father went to the school to get his distraught daughter, it took him 2 hours to convince her to come home to her family, while she sat clutching a rainbow lanyard with the pronouns they, them, which had been given to her by the fucking school!
Good God.
During this time, a private counsellor she'd been seeing was texting her, encouraging her to leave her parents, telling her they were unsafe, and she needed an immediate safety plan, and warning her not to let the sexual assault overshadow her gender issues. Oh, I'm fucking sorry. Is sexual assault not as important as feeling a bit weird about your body?
Holy shit. This is like, with Loudoun County, Virginia, what went down there, where you get this trans student that commits 2 sexual assaults, and the school is more worried about the trans kid being targeted than the actual sexual assault.
Yep, it's utterly insane. Like the parents say, we never would have got her back if she'd gone into care. It was just put in an environment where they'd affirmed her parents were abusive because we wouldn't affirm her gender. She would have been put on a path to out-of-home care and all the implications that come with that. The professional parents with 2 older children have had to withdraw their daughter from the school due to this pro-gender transition approach. We actually feel lucky that we have the sexual assault cover as an excuse to pull her out.
Jesus. Purple fuck.
If we said we were pulling her out because their policies were going to put her on a path of lifelong destructive choices that would have irreversible consequences, we'd be at risk of breaking the pissing law.
Ah, yes. Breaking the law for wanting to protect your child, but whoever did the sexual assault, no, that's not breaking the law. There's worse things, like your parents not affirming your gender. Fuck off.
Yep. And, what? Who?
Violence is life. This is terrifying. Yeah. I was into karate, hated wearing dresses, and still don't own makeup. They would have done this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And we've had Disco on here talking about how she
every fucking tomboy. Hold on, I need to get the meme.
This is, and it seems to predominantly be targeting young women and girls, just because I think they're more easily influenced at this age, and in these schools you have predominantly older women with the haircut that are pushing this shit.
I mean, when I was a kid, I used to play with dolls, and it was completely ordinary to my mother and my father. They basically went, okay, well, he's just exploring the nurturing side.
Mm-hmm.
And I played with dolls maybe for 6 months or so. But if any of these fucking retards had seen it, should probably watch the language. But if any of these activists had seen it, then I almost certainly would have been targeted for some sort of conversion.
Oh, yeah.
Even though if they had waited 6 months, I would have been right back to playing with swords and guns and Lego and everything else.
Yeah.
I remember when I was, I don't know, like 4, I found my mom's Barbie dolls, and she's like, "Oh, you found the Barbies." And what she didn't know is I was tying ropes around their heads and swirling them around until I could pop off the little head and send the body flying off into the woods.
Yep, that's a boy.
Yep. Right, here we go. I've got my meme. Globo homo, tomboy indoctrination machine destroying tomboys. I understand. I'm not a cute girl. I'm gay or FTM.
It's a K on the guy's t-shirt on the other side of the window there.
Yeah, tomboy respecters.
Tomboy respecters. Yeah.
Oh, God.
We like tomboys here.
they're kind of fun because they go out and, I don't know, do things with the guys because they don't care.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially
I
if
had a
they'll
bunch of tomboy friends.
occasionally dress up really femininely. Femininely. Oh. Because again, the difference. Oh.
I remember one of my my early
guys,
girlfriends.
take a bit of control of your fetishes here.
It's not a fetish.
She's still kind of a tomboy, but it's like I remember the first time, because we used to work on cars together, and she wore a dress the first time, and I'm just like silently dropping my jaw. It's like ha 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 ha. Yeah.
Lee's just like, oh shit, it's a girl. Run.
Well, I didn't run. I kept getting like, let's not get grease on that dress, huh?
Yep. So, another woman is trying to protect her autistic 18-year-old daughter from Victoria's laws. After just 2 mental health sessions, she came home and told her mum she was trans and wanted to start testosterone and get her tits cut off. She couldn't articulate what gender she was. It seemed to be non-binary. Well, that's a load of shit. We know that's not real. I got the feeling it was more about running away from being female rather than a strong feeling of being male. She admitted she was terrified of men and didn't understand them. Well, she's autistic.
and a woman.
Yes.
And to be fair, that's pretty much the state of most men anyway.
Yeah.
Scared of women and don't understand them.
No, terrified of each other and don't understand each other. That's generally a pretty common one too.
Yeah. But this is exactly what we're talking about. She's autistic. So she just doesn't identify with her feminine attributes. She was dumbstruck. I was dumbstruck. I reassured her I loved her, but my immediate gut reaction was just sadness that she had so much internal hatred for her femaleness. Rachel began looking for another therapist, was unable to find one willing to address her mental health and autism rather than just telling her to cut her tits off. She's had to go interstate.
Just want to point out something here as well. It sounds to me like the mother didn't instill a very strong value of the feminine into her daughter. Now, granted,
the kid's
daughter's autistic and it may have been difficult, but that's how it feels to me.
I don't think that quite works because the whole concept of tomboy.
Yeah, but I think though one thing that could be said is the mother maybe didn't model the most feminine attributes for the daughter to copy.
No, like probably didn't encourage them.
Possibly. Yeah, violence is life. Therapists are cultists. Yes, they are.
Yep.
I have some firsthand experience with someone who's now a psychotherapist, and it's like going through some of her training. It was very eye-opening.
Yep. So, former professor of psychology at the University of Sydney, Dr. Diana Kenny has been treating children with gender dysphoria for about 4 years and said there's been a steady flow of parents from Victoria contacting her for help since the legislation was passed. Psychologists in Victoria are terrified of practicing non-affirming psychotherapy for children with gender dysphoria. They don't want their children going to gender-affirming therapists. Dr. Kenny said the gender clinics claim to know that about 40% of the children presenting with gender dysphoria had other significant mental issues such as autism, but ploughed on with transitions anyway. Often they will start on 40%. That path. Yep, after only a couple of short therapy sessions, which was the same described model used at London's Gender Identity Development Centre based at the Tavistock Clinic. Holy shit, the Daily Mail doing Lord's work here. And it's the fucking Daily Mail.
Damn.
That clinic was ordered to close last week following a daring report into its practices on expediting gender transition among children. Some of the parents are now more aware of the dangers of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones and want another opinion and other attempts to help their child manage their issues. But a lot are now coming straight to the non-gender affirming therapist because they don't want to take their children to the gender affirming clinics. The majority of clinicians won't go anywhere near it unless they agree with the gender affirming model because they fear running foul of the legislation, so they're not treating children. Well fucking done.
So even the psychologists are terrified.
Yes. Yeah. Because it's illegal for them to do anything other than here's some testosterone. Come back in a couple of years so we can cut your tits off.
I just, if I was doing that job, I'd just hang up my shingle and I'd go find something else to do.
Well, it seems a lot of them are moving into state.
Yeah.
Or I'd simply refuse to be licensed. Well, no, that doesn't get you away from the law.
So, Professor of Law at the University of Queensland warned Victorian parents should be very worried about every aspect of the government's approach to children that experience gender incongruence. The law is highly damaging to the well-being of some children, particularly because it discourages clinicians from engaging with children suffering from gender dysphoria or gender incongruence and could deprive them of the help they most need. It has no scientific basis because there's no evidence for harm for therapy, which helps children become more comfortable with their natal sex. Cool. So exactly what we were saying earlier.
Yep.
Utterly fucking ridiculous. So basically, the government then lies for a bit. Oh, we consulted extensively with survivors, LGBTIQ plus groups, and religious organisations to develop the laws, and the public strongly support that change of suppression practices be banned. Liars. Also, well done. You talked to cultists. Did you speak to anyone who detransitioned when you say survivors? Because I'd consider that. No?
Survivors of what? That's the big question.
Tavistock, apparently.
Yeah. Did you speak to anybody that wasn't wearing a rainbow?
Yeah. Because I mean, with the way some religious organizations have gone of late,
yep.
I don't think they're really representative of their congregations and flocks.
No, they're really not. Okay, there you go. Crocodile kills man and drags his body in its jaws. Okay, we've got to check this out. In Mexico.
Just Australian things.
Mexico.
Oh. 11-foot croc.
¿Qué es hombre, mujer? Es hombre. A la verga, sí, güey. Mira, bien desmadrado.
Okay.
Su puta madre.
Got him by the head.
Mira.
Fucking Jesus.
It's just that the croc's just taking his human for a walk.
And the guy's naked, so I'm guessing he figured he'd go skinny dipping?
Yeah.
I'm thinking he was going to get busy with the crocodile and pick the wrong one.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe the crocodile's just defending its daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casey Lane says, aren't trans anti-gays? What's the country where they take gay people
absolutely.
and cut their dicks off?
I believe that's Iran.
Yeah. Yep. Vice's wife says that her 3-year-old, she's in a baggish t-shirt, basketball shorts. Her 3-year-old loves princess dresses. Ex-husband has her 8-year-olds, and she's now worried. Nice one, Arnott. And my 13-year-old son trolls my mum with Trump stuff, and Gator be good boy.
Yeah.
To respond to Katie Lane, yes, the trans agenda is anti-gay, very much.
Yeah.
I just had a
you don't like boys.
Realization.
You must be be trans.
What if we put crocodiles in the Rio Grande?
I'm not hearing an argument against this. I say we put crocodiles in the river and we put horny moose on the shore.
Oof. I think I'd rather take my chances with the crocodiles.
I know I fucking well would.
Oh dear. Okay, so it is now about 10 minutes to White Pills.
Okay.
So, sadly, we've missed a lot of stuff to do. What are you boys doing at the regular time tomorrow? Because we might do some COVID stuff on Odyssey if you're available.
I usually do my podcast about an hour after we normally start, but I can preempt it tomorrow in favor of doing something on Odyssey.
What about you,
and
Mr. Bleach?
I have to see what comes of this evening.
Fair enough.
I might not be available.
Hey, fair enough.
Tepid. She'll probably want to go eat at Chick-fil-A again instead of the fun restaurant that I found. So
yeah.
Hey man, don't knock Chick-fil-A.
I'm not, but it was like, oh, look at this interesting brewery. I want to try this out. Looks like they've got good food. Oh, you want to go to Chick-fil-A? That's 5 minutes away from this place.
You have a date with a woman who wants to go eat cheap.
I mean, fair, but at the same time, I was like, this is what I wanted to do.
Yeah, fair. That might be a keeper, though.
We'll see. But yeah.
Dearie me, indeed.
Yeah, I guess we're iffy on plans for tomorrow then.
Yeah. So we don't know when we'll see you again next, folks, but do check out White Pills in about 10 minutes on Disco's channel. Come check us out on our gaming stuff. And, of course, feel free to come hang out in the Discord, where you can, I don't know, talk to us, get in trouble.
I did want to show one thing before we end as well.
Go for it.
As I've now been able to start doing live streaming from my mobile, I'm doing live woodworking streams from the shed and selling the product of those streams. So if anyone is interested, check my video from this morning and the link to my Getter and the email specifically for woodwork is there.
True. And you see why I be the one. Yes, Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays, but I'm talking about this evening.
That's right. Chick-fil-A is
it's Saturday for you people.
Their, outlook.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. At this point, I would like to thank our audience very much for coming to see us, and we're very sorry if we left you completely black-pilled.
Oh, no, not completely
I'm not
black-pilled.
The Sultans of Shadilay does not accept any responsibility for any blackpilling of anyone.
And we sure as shit will not pay for your therapy.
No.
If so, it's illegal in Victoria.
Yes.
Yes.
But to be fair, if you manage to track me down in the world, I will buy you a beer.
Indeed. So much fun indeed. All right, everybody. In that case, we will see you, hopefully, at the latest next week. Same time, same place. Sadly, probably more black pills. God, I'd like to have a week when I had nothing. One of those jobs you wish you'd lose.
Indeed.
So we might see you. We might see some of you in the chat over on White Pills. So have a good one, everybody.